PKA 787. Our guest is running a bit late. Hopefully he joins soon. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by our merch, Lock and Load, and of course, BetterHelp. Talk more about them later. In huge news for retards, smart people already knew this. RFK is coming out today saying
I had no idea.
Whole milk is the best thing of all time. He's saying It's good for you. He's doing like that 90s propaganda milk push. Whole milk. He says it's great. I saw them post a graphic that said, make whole milk great again. I do have to disavow that. It never stops being great. It's always been great. Just because people fell apart and started drinking almond trash, and now they're going to come back to the light. So hopefully you guys, now that you know RFK, which legally speaking is a doctor.
This is not true.
I'm saying strictly legally. He's a doctor. From a legal standpoint, he's a doctor.
What is his doctorate in? Silliness?
Dairy.
Dairy.
I stand
corrected. Like doctor of dairy.
It's like something Homer Simpson would get caught up in. Like, I'm a doctor of milk. But yeah, that's great news. Getting more people drinking milk. Wonderful. It's tasty. It's delicious. People rip on milk. They say, "Oh, it's so fatty. Oh, it's unhealthy." No, listen to Dr. Kennedy.
I put whole milk in my coffee, but I don't really drink big glasses of whole milk.
You simply must. Give it a go. Give it a go. You'll like it.
I don't know. I like that cashew milk. It's like 20 calories or some shit, and it tastes the same to me. Tastes better to me, honestly.
It's just thin. It's thin. There's no substance.
It's not mine. Not mine. Mine is thick on, has as much like thick mouth feel, like viscosity as milk does. Maybe more. It's kind of creamy in a way, like the way like melted ice cream almost. And it's vanilla flavored with no like sweetener. And it's just superior to milk in every way. If I was gonna bake or cook or with it or whatever for a recipe that required milk, like I'm making meatballs, I need to bind together, need a little splash of milk. Sure, we'll go to the whole milk then. But I'm not gonna like drink the stuff or like.
That's what it's for.
No, it's for baby cows.
Well, but we've repurposed
to drink.
Yeah, dogs.
Exactly.
Your little Murphy and your little Toby, they should be pack hunting somewhere in fucking Montana, but they're in your house because we adapted. We overcame. That's what we've done with milk. We've turned it into something for us. I can't believe you're saying that cashew milk, that watery slurry, is nearly as good as actual milk.
I forget if I use cashew or almond creamer in my coffee, but it's not watery. It's pretty good. Although I will say whole milk is the king of milks. The other milks may be healthier for you. I'm not sure. But if we're talking about taste, you can't beat whole milk.
It's so good. It's a conqueror's drink, Kyle. You don't get it. But I think Napoleon was the one who said that like his breakfast every day was a giant glass of whole milk, where he was like, it's a wonderful substance. It keeps me conquering until midday. It was like their
brackish water.
No, it would have been some sort of broth or something gross. Something also worse than milk.
It beats the hell out of puddle water, I'll tell you. Whole milk. Like, get out of here. Napoleon's beverage of choice. If you told me that Lance Armstrong drank a liter of the shit before every race, I might get on board with you. But that's not the case.
Oh, I think
Napoleon
no one
drank
is endorsing
it warm.
milk. You never saw LeBron James run over to the sidelines and just take a big shot of whole milk to get him back in the game.
Yeah, if he did, maybe he'd be the undisputed GOAT instead of like battling it out with Jordan and NBA like Twitter threads.
If he played all those games on milk, I would make him my GOAT. Yeah, because it weighs you down. It's fat. It's emulsified fat that came out of a fat cow that's meant for suckling babies who need all the calories they can get in one slurp.
Kyle, I already like milk. You don't have to.
I'm not sure what emulsified means.
Oh, you didn't consider that, did you? When
you know how oil and water don't want to mix?
Yes.
And when you get them to mix, that's an emulsion. You use an emulsifier to make that happen. So you could take like lard or grease and
water and sugar.
Water and sugar.
That's soluble. It turns into a new thing.
Well, yeah, that's a solution, not an emulsion.
Oh, fuck. I thought I understood it until you said that.
Now, emulsion would be...
Now your point falls
again. It's about
again.
binding the...
I think mayonnaise is an emulsion, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Or a gravy is an emulsion where you've taken the water and the fat and binded them together with a starch.
Okay. But water and oil, let's say you took water and oil and had a magnetic spinner on it that made it like homogeneous just while it was being actively mixed. Still not an emulsion because they need to bind in some way.
Yeah, you need an emulsifier, like a starchy. It's the reason you take a little cup of spaghetti water and put it in with your marinara sauce so that like you don't have that like liquid at the bottom, so that you get the fat and the water to bind together and create this like gravy, basically. That's what gravies are.
Okay.
In any case, don't drink milk, folks. It's not good for you. Don't listen to RFK. I saw RFK deep frying a turkey barefooted.
Sometimes geniuses can be.
That's like operating a metal lathe with an '80s hairdo just flowing in the wind. He's just that guy doesn't care.
I was hopeful about RFK when he started. Kyle said something like 3 weeks ago. He's like, I look at everything the Trump administration does in a silo. He does good things, he does bad things, and I call the balls and strikes. I'm misquoting him, but work with me.
Yeah, it works.
And I think that I do that too. And one of my examples is when RFK came, I was hopeful that he would improve the nation's food supply. I was like, here's a guy who does know a thing or two about healthy food. For whatever reason, we use corn syrup as a sweetener in everything. Corn seems to be fueling our diets in a way overrepresented way. The foods that are affordable to eat in America are bad for you. The foods that are good for you are expensive, even though the good for you ones seem to my simple mind to be like the simple, easy things to produce and make, like tomatoes or whatever. And as opposed to the complex thing like oatmeal bars I get in plastic wrap. Why is that cheaper than a tomato? I'm not sure, but it is by a lot. So I was like, maybe RFK will come in here and improve the nation's food supply. What we get instead? A bunch of like vaccine conspiracy theories.
We've been doing okay with or didn't he push some dye stuff?
Yes, that's a good one.
Doritos,
it was a red dye, yeah.
Which that honestly pisses me
Skittles
off.
Bad. Good job.
It pisses me off a little bit. Not getting rid of the dye, but how easily Frito-Lay transitioned their manufacturing away from these dyes. It's like the fuck. Like, so you were selling it this way to Europe the whole time. Like you couldn't have. You were like injecting stupid shit into our food that you could have, because I remember that was a pushback with like, oh, these manufacturing these lines would have to be totally reformatted, and then they just released the naked brand of Doritos. Hey, guys, guess what, guys? It tastes exactly the same, but now with no dyes. It's like, fuck you. You could have done this years ago. This was clearly not prohibitive. Why?
How bad could that dye be for you? We've been eating that shit by the buckets full since we were children. I'm fine.
Yeah, we're like the richest and least healthy country though.
Yeah.
So that's not ideal.
That's because of our healthcare system.
Yeah.
Like people like get a weird pain and they're like, ooh, hope that heals up in a week or two.
I think how much of it is the healthcare system? I think most of it is our lifestyle.
Yeah, I think it's food and lifestyle.
I would argue that how healthy your teeth are has more to do with your hygiene practices than what your dentist does once a year or twice a year.
Well, yeah, but that's brushing your teeth, not what you eat. I mean, obviously it's you can eat whatever you want as long as you brush your teeth properly.
And also,
pretty much. But what I was trying to say, like, I would argue that your fitness is not about the healthcare system; it's about the routine that you maintain every day.
Oh, I just think there's so much preventative care that could be taken care of and catch things before they metastasize and before things progress.
Oh my God! Another voice in my ear about this colonoscopy. Stop it! I don't want it.
Oh, you want to go together? We can hold hands. You get an early one. That'd be great.
I did it once before. It wasn't my cup of tea. I tried it.
Taylor, you're not
my
here for several more years. We've never done a colonoscopy on a man your age who did
when in Rome.
You know what one of my least favorite parts about a colonoscopy is? Afterwards, as you're yeah, they all want you to pass gas. Their nurse is like cheering you on, like, yeah, good. That's what we're looking for. And I'm like,
do you think it would be uncomfortable in like the post area if every time I farted, I was like, I'm sorry.
Taylor, we could live together for 20 years and you'd be like, I don't think Woody passes gas. I've never heard it.
No.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would want, that would be my target for you to think that I've never passed gas.
I'm a secret farter.
Yeah.
You won't even you'll never be aware that I fart.
It's rude to fart around people. You shouldn't do it. Even if you're comfortable enough to let loose a fart, it's rude. I don't like it.
I'm that way too. If some other couples think it's funny and they do it together or whatever, knock yourself out. That's not for me. But yeah, post colonoscopy, they're all like got their ear on you, listening for your passing gas, and I'm just I don't want to do it.
I'm even a little pickier than that. Like if someone has like a big wet nose blow, I'm like, go in the other room. Get out of here. Stop.
Why is that?
I don't like it at a restaurant. I don't like it at a restaurant, like at a table. It's like that's too much. Like if you got like a little,
bring a hanky out and do that.
If you got like a little and like dig a little with a napkin, I'm okay with that. But if you're just honking over there, just clearly like having to fold the napkin up to stow away the snot, like you should have taken that to the bathroom.
Why is that socially acceptable? I can remember in high school, right? Like there would be a box of Kleenex towards the front of the room. Someone would grab a Kleenex, stand at the wastebasket near the door, and just honk it out in front of 30 people in class. And I'm like, why is this socially acceptable? This is worse than farting to me.
It depends on the setting. I'll absolutely blow some snot rockets if we're working and I got to get some shit done. I'm just.
What would you do? Before you did that, you'd probably
turn away
a few paces away, and you'd turn away because you know it's a gross act.
I want to blow them on to you, if I'm doing that, I'm this. You're gonna see what comes out of me. I'm gonna blow this thing and try to hit a flower with it or something. Try to kill a bumblebee.
That should be the next social thing we push for. Is like blow your nose in private, fart in private. That's a lacking of our culture. We need to fix. That reminds me of that show, An Idiot Abroad, where Carl Pilkington goes around, that like goofy goober British guy, to different countries and experiences their culture. He was in China and he was on a bus like going to the Great Wall of China. And what's funny to me is like I never picture like the same way like Americans all go to the Grand Canyon. Like that's not surprising to me. Of course, you're going to see a bunch of Americans in the Grand Canyon. America is massive. Most of us don't live anywhere near it. But in my head, I was like, I didn't consider that everybody who's going to visit the Great Wall of China is Chinese because they're from like a different area. They're just visiting their own landmark. And he was sitting on this public Chinese bus, and this woman next to him, this old Chinese lady in the seat next to him, has a plastic bag and is spitting into it like every 40 seconds. And he's sitting there like, and he's like, I thought it was just this lady, but look around the bus. Everyone's gobbing every 2 seconds. I don't understand it. Why are we gobbing?
China was right about the social credit scores.
That's a spitting culture.
That was maybe that was a necessity, because I have heard that even from my Chinese friend. She's like, yeah, spitting is like people don't even turn away from you. They'll just like be looking at you, talking to you, and then just spit.
Very turn.
Oh, I can't even get it out of my American head to turn and phone doing it. Yeah, I don't like that. So at least we're past that. But yeah, blowing your nose, farting in public shouldn't be, or at least like the only place it's kind of and it's not acceptable, and I don't do it, but it is funny, is you can get away with some nasty farts on a plane because of the amount of noise, and you can left cheek lift and then just. Are
you sure you're getting away with it?
I was just thinking about crop dusting in the hallway in high school. like we would be between. I thought about this last night about this putrid fart that I let out in 9th grade. We were the hallway was just full of people, shoulder to shoulder, moving forward, and I was just crop dusting, and it was hot. I could feel it was hot back there. I was like, this is a rough one. And the smell was catching me. And I was like trying to escape it like in a disaster movie. I could feel it like encroaching behind me. And I could hear every now and then a person behind me go, ah!
I remember it was in the locker room in like 8th grade. And these two black guys, this giant fat black guy, Marquise, and this other like star of a football team, best running back, Courtney, and Marquise farted trying to like fuck with Courtney, and Courtney just started yelling. He's like, oh shit, man, you sick, you gotta go to the doctor, that ain't normal, you sick as hell. Like, and I was like, and then you walked into that quadrant of the locker room, and it's like, Marquise, I really do think you might be ill. Like this isn't a normal person's fart. This is rancid. This is rancid.
4th grade, I had some kind of fruit juice that didn't agree with me, and I had to fart. I couldn't not fart. And in my head, it was either going to be silent or just like the smallest of whatever. It's 4th grade. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was a trumpet that blew for like 12 seconds. And the teacher stopped class. She's like, you kids are disgusting. You're disgusting. And my fourth grade mind is like, maybe she's talking about something else. But she wasn't. It was squarely aimed at me.
Oh,
That's so funny.
Damn.
You're thinking that as your like fart is still finishing, like the very end.
That was a lot more than I thought. It was bad.
So funny. My buddy, we were in 7th grade English. My teacher paired us off, and the floor was tile of this classroom. He paired us off, and like we had to go do some stupid English shit. And me and my buddy were sitting. Me and my buddy Sean were sitting there. We were working together, and he looked at me, and like this is like we're 12, 13 years old. Social like score is very important. You can't be farting in class. All the girls are gonna know. That's gonna spread around. And he like looked at me and he goes, listen to this. And he thought it was gonna be like a more airy, like a fart, but it wasn't the breathy fart. It was because we were sitting on tile, he left cheek lifted, and then it sounded like a machine gun. It was like and then I, in one of my it might be the most Benedict Arnold I've ever been in my life. I like scooted away from him on the tile and started laughing at him in order to distance myself from it. And even to that day, like I felt almost like that soldier who was crying on the stairs in Saving Private Ryan. Like I should have fought for him. I should have had his back. Then we like walked to lunch afterward, and it was like, sorry, I sold you down the river there.
Dude, I had a friend. He would fart and cough at the same time, just like bam, thinking it covered it up. I don't think it covered it up. Hey, what's up, my Christopher? We were just talking about gas in school stores. Anyway, he would fart and cough at the same time, thinking he would cover it up, and then he would recruit me and himself to breathe deeply as a way to like filter this air and get the smell out. I was not participating in this. I'm like, I don't want to inhale your farts. Like,
you got to, Woody. Filter my fart out with your lungs.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
So I think he was asking for a step too far.
I think he was too. Chris, have you ever ripped ass badly in school?
Yeah, we were watching a movie one time in like 3rd grade, and like it was just like one of those like snuck up on you, and it was like right at like we're like all the classes kind of emptied out in this one little center area. We called it a pod, and it was like concrete floors, like echo chamber, and it was like some loud whatever you'd play to like 3rd graders, and it was like right at the one quiet part, like I like sneezed or something, and one just snuck out, and like it was like a ripple effect. Like 200 3rd graders were all just like shirts over their mouths, like, oh my God, like there was no walking away from it. Like whatever number of cool points 8-year-old me had managed to accumulate since kindergarten were immediately erased and gone into the negative. And I was probably in college before I worked my way out of that one.
It's embarrassing. And sometimes you can't hold it.
At least not as bad as like when you gamble on one, like in some other country or something. And you know, you gamble on enough farts, you're going to lose one eventually. So it's always kind of funny. Every time I'm on here, like I always come in at this, like I usually have some technical issues because I'm a moron. And then there's always some like super weird part when I come in. So it's always something scatological. So it's kind of funny. I think it was horse semen the last time. So I'm going to take farts any day.
Farts are funny. They're good.
They
you're talking about
like
rolling the dice on a fart. I'm on a tremendous streak. I haven't had a miss on rolling the dice on a fart in many years. One of my buddies, this was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. He was like, yeah, I mean, at least once a year, I would say. Like we were talking about like beefing it up and like missing a fart and like sharding yourself. And he was like, oh, I mean, easily once a year minimum. And we were all like, once a year? Like every time you show up to a new Christmas, you've shit your pants again. That's astounding. You're 29. You're on like
that's a pretty terrible like rollover plan there.
Horrible. But it really just made me thankful. Don't you?
Is that what you said at the Thanksgiving table?
That's like, yeah, I'm thankful that I don't have to roll the dice on it. Yeah.
I'm thankful for my winning streak on sharks.
Haven't fired out a loser in a while.
I love those videos online of people like having to shit in public, and you can see that moment of desperation where they just duck into an alcove next to a potted plant. It's like, here's the spot. This is it. The best one ever, though, the lady shits this disgusting pile of shit onto the floor and then falls into it. She trips, falls into the pile of shit. And it's like, this is the worst day of her life. We're seeing it right now. Like, this is it. This is the worst day of her life.
Oh, she fell into it?
I've seen them stop, like they're at a dollar store in line and they're just like, shit, right here. And they literally pull their pants down and just like shit a turd out while there's like people within arm's reach and then shuffle away.
I saw an Indian guy pooping in public on a Twitter video, and his poop was so long that it was still attached to the ass even after a full ground coil. It was astounding. I'd never seen something like that in my entire life.
Dude, I have been to like India and Morocco both. I have seen cats just walking down the street, just pop a squat, like yellow line in the middle. Like in Morocco, a lot of the back streets just have like sort of a V to the street itself, and it's been that way for 4,000 years. And yeah, they just pull the robe up, drop it right there, keep on walking. India, it's sort of involuntary, but like, yeah, a lot of countries, man, they just see it completely differently. You know, it's just like one of those, like, would be like us, you know, sneezing on a MARTA train. They're just going to pop a squat right in the street. And it's just like, walk it off, man. Like, they don't even blink twice. You just got to watch where you step.
Talk about
this isn't my story, but I used to do woodworking. And I knew this woman who was also a woodworker in her 40s or something. And she was in the Army. And she wasn't like, she wanted to be one of the boys, not treated as a girl, something different than everyone else. And I wasn't there, but I guess the latrine had some like it was in the air and you could see the poop drop underneath, right? Like the person had privacy, but the poop was exposed. And she's going to the bathroom and everyone's watching. She's like getting attention for this. And she, apparently she dropped like a 48-inch fluorescent light bulb out of her ass. And all the boys were like shocked. Her sergeant was like, well done, Corporal. And she became one of the boys in that moment as she shits like a man.
Oh, that's horrible. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're bored in the Army. Like maybe there wasn't
a lot of downtime.
Yeah, nobody had Plinko or Uno or any games, so it's like, let's watch this lady shit. Damn. I wouldn't like that. That would also make me treat her as one of the boys. Ironically, I'd be like, wow, any even semblance of attraction I had towards you.
It's gone now, which was what she was targeting. Like Taylor, I had a really long winning streak of like winning on the shark gamble. Mm-hmm. A couple months ago, sometime in 2025, it went wrong. Not bad. I even had hope that perhaps while I didn't completely win the gamble, my underwear was still fresh. It was not. And so now I'm in the bathroom. I'm cleaning the situation up and I'm trying to hide it from my wife, which I did. I cleaned my underwear in the bathroom sink and then I hid the underwear in some like less used corner.
Poop out where you brush your teeth?
It was a guest room thing.
No, where she brushes her teeth.
Based.
And I cleaned it out, got that fresh as new, put the underwear somewhere, hid it for like 3 days while it completely dried out. And then I slipped it into the laundry. She's none the wiser. She still doesn't know.
Wow, that's a real Ocean's 11 maneuver you pulled there. I love that.
A buddy of mine dropped a backhoe through the top of a septic tank one time.
Okay.
It was bad. It was like, I guess, however many feet underground they should have been. It was about a fourth of that. And he was moving something around in the backyard and just like the weight of it just caved in. And it was just like Kool-Aid Man right through the ceiling into that thing. Like it was. I wasn't there for it, fortunately, but
did he fall in there?
Funny,
I think the tractor went in. I think he was able to leap to safety. I don't remember anything but just the fact that you now have like an open pit sewer in your backyard with no real means to cover it up, and also having a 12,000 pound tractor stuck in it. It was bad, man.
I wonder if he dug himself out with the backhoe. Well, a backhoe? No, that's Now I'm thinking of an excavator, backhoe. That's trickier.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess if you had to pick one, the backhoe's got like the little arm on the back and the bucket in the front. So I guess you could theoretically lift yourself out of it. To be honest, I don't really remember the technical side of it at the moment. I was just more, enamored with the idea that he had like totally ceiling crashed his way into a septic tank.
What a terrible day at work.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I said that's a terrible day at work. You think you're just driving your fun tool around and then you fall into like old poop.
I had this house in Athens, Georgia years ago, and I'd built this like Zen garden in the backyard, fish ponds, all this kind of stuff. And I planted a weeping willow tree that was about the size of a golf club. And within probably a year, you could have climbed it. Within 2 years, you could have built a tree house in it. Like this thing just almost like overnight became this giant tree that took over my whole backyard. And after a few years, I realized it had like tapped into my septic tank at the house. And it was just this like full-time fertilized willow tree became this like superhuman willow. It was kind of scary, but I guess it kept the septic tank from getting overflowed too. But it was my worst experience was years ago. I lived in Atlanta and I had like a basement, like an basement apartment that had a sump in it. So imagine like a 50-gallon drum in the basement, in the floor of your basement that had a pump in it. And I get like with a downstairs shower and the toilet would get up to a certain height, the float would kick on and it would pump everything like 10 feet up and out to the city sewer. Well, the pump failed. And like it just like one day a shower pushed it over the edge and suddenly there was just like 2 inches of poop water in the basement. I'm like, oh no. So like I call a plumber and they're like, I live in like the edge of Dunwoody. So I get like the Dunwoody upcharge. They're like, yeah, it's going to be $3,600 for us to come out. And I was like, man, forget that. So I took like a motorcycle rain suit, like the cheap vinyl ones and like some booties and like literally duct tape it up, made my own like hermetically sealed hazmat suit, got like a paint respirator and like 2 bleach buckets and a couple of 5-gallon buckets. And I like just, if I'd had like an air tank, like an old like diver, like old timey sponge diver back in the 100s, like I just put on the paint respirator and some goggles and just taped myself up and just went on there and like scooped out probably, I don't know, however much a bleach bottle hold, half of that, probably 80 like scoop. I mean, I had to scoop out 40 gallons of that stuff to fish that pump out. Oh, it was so gross, man. Like it was just, I still get like.
Did the suit hold up?
The suit held up. Yeah, I was very careful. I was like one of those people in those movies with like the mega virus in the CDC lab. It was like stairs. I was like hermetically sealed. I was sweating like Oprah Winfrey at a Merle Haggard concert in that thing. But man, nothing was getting in there, man. I was, and that was even my house. But still, I got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, that's horrible.
It was bad. I just like threw the rain suit, everything. I just like literally like got somebody like cut me out of it and just like walked out backwards and just like pushed it into a lawn bag and still got flashbacks. Still was worth $3,600, but
yeah, no more poops, no more poop issues in the house.
After that it was good. We had to have a house rule like these are the things you can flush down the toilet and these are the things you cannot. And after that it was all good. And now
that's a rule to lead with.
And then sold the house. It's somebody else's problem now, but I should have left him a poop suit behind, but it'll be his problem.
I saw a guy, I don't remember what country it was in, but I remember he was brown and he's sort of supervising a manhole in the street. And the manhole you can see the water. The water is only like 6 inches below the road's level. And it's like this brown, murky shit water. And he's sort of like supervising the hole kind of on one knee. And I'm like, what's he guarding that hole for? And then a man comes out of the hole with scuba gear on, all covered in shit. He's like, he's okay. Like, he'd been down there in scuba gear doing shit work, like turning knobs or something.
I bet he's not even getting paid enough.
No, there's no way he's getting paid $5 million a year. What is enough to be a scuba shit man? Like Jesus Christ! Do you know how dangerous E. coli is? Like it's
is there poop underneath the manhole covers? I thought it was just rainwater.
Again, I don't know what country this was. They had a scenario going on.
Okay.
Plugged up somewhere.
Well, we've had a scenario here in Georgia recently. So Lake Lanier is like our kind of big reservoir lake up here. It's a huge lake. I don't know how many square miles it is, but I mean, it's vast. I mean, there's sailboats and yachts and hundreds of miles of shoreline. But there has been such a massive population influx up here in the definitely last 5 years, even the last 3, where like literally like the water system here, the sewage system just cannot handle it. Like the water coming out of the sink, it just has this funky mold smell. There's been like issues of like they've been just building apartment complexes on like every flat, every field, every little nice meadow, every mountaintop. If it is horizontal and not already occupied, they are building 5-story apartment buildings everywhere out here. And this is like rural Georgia. I mean, I'm an hour north of Atlanta. There are just so many people, the water can't keep up with it. So we're having to like run water through like a Brita filter and the fridge filter. I got to let the shower run for 10 minutes before I get in there, and it's still a little funky. Like, I'm going to have to rig up some kind of like household water treatment center. It's just like, you know, for 50 years, we had a water treatment system here that was probably set up for 200,000 people, but now there's 800,000 people in the span of a few years, and they just biologically can't keep up with it. And the water here has gotten gross. I'm like, man, you know, this is like, you know, I mean, you guys have traveled, like you kind of take for granted things in America, like the water's clean and the bridges don't collapse and the power comes on, but we're getting to that spot. Like there's just like, it's like the door in Titanic. Like everybody can't climb on. We're going to sink. But I'm looking at this video now. You're turd scuba, man. Like that's.
Yeah. This is a different turd scuba, man. This is a sewage pipe he's working on.
This is a different guy.
Yeah,
this is low tech, and the guy in the far bucket hasn't surfaced yet. Are there 2 of them?
That's like, Julio. He can hold his breath a long time.
They're doing like a diving bell with the bucket.
Yes.
Oh,
for those who are audio only,
man.
These guys are they are over their heads in shit water, and to go underwater and work on it, their buddy is holding a 5-gallon bucket over their head and then pressing it down as they submerge themselves to create this little diving bell of air for them.
Oh my God. Like, you know, like turd diver was not on that cat's job application. Right. And you know, like you'd have like that one buddy that would like pull it up too fast or like tip it just to prank you, you know, like let all your air out.
If I get it in my mouth once,
I don't understand how it's even helpful, because it's not making him that much lower in the water, and there's an opaque white plastic bucket over his head, and so like
he's doing handwork though. He doesn't need to see what he's doing. He's turning valves or attaching something that he can do blind, but he can't reach it.
Just needs to reach 12 inches lower, I guess.
That must be it. That looks terrible.
It's like I've had a lot of jobs that I didn't like, but like I don't not like them nearly as much as I used to.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to work with shit. That would be on the bottom end of my jobs. Crime scene cleanup. That's always just gruesome.
I'd rather do that than the poop stuff. I think.
Yeah,
I don't like working with food.
No, because there's going to be poop at the crime scene stuff too.
Well, see, at the crime scenes though, sometimes they don't find people for weeks and weeks. It's not just crime scene cleanup; it's like dead body cleanup. So some guy that like just passes out in his armchair and they don't find him for 6 weeks, and it's hot Florida heat, and he didn't have AC, and his like cats are in there eating his eyelids off. You got to go clean that shit up.
Have you guys ever worked at a restaurant?
No, McDonald's for a week.
Cold Stone for 1 day. Never got paid.
I got paid at least.
The very lowest man on the totem pole at this Boardwalk Grill. And mostly what I did is I spent hours and hours peeling potatoes. But when things went well, I got to be like a waiter up front. Anyway, the smell of a restaurant dumpster will forever live in my mind. And it just instantly drains any joy that I feel in my body just right away. And now just passing one, it reminds me of my like 14-year-old job.
I grew up on a chicken farm. I've smelled things you can't even perceive of. It's like Pinhead in Hellraiser. I have such things to show you. Like, you don't even know. You open that thing up and you look down and it's like a horror movie. It's moving with maggots. There's just the bodies have turned into this purple jelly, and it's just writhing. And if you listen closely enough, it sounds like wet macaroni. And the smell is indescribable, but you know it for the rest of your life. It's like when you open a can of tennis balls, you know that smell? I know the smell of opening a chicken pit. It's just as ingrained in. You can picture it as soon as you think about it. It's awful.
So you and I both growing up on farms, we had cows, but my neighbor's farm was chickens. And I know exactly the smell you're talking about. Although thankfully I only had to smell it a couple of times. I would had this summer gig where I'd take like a bobcat and like scoop out the chicken houses and then like go like put it in a spreader and dump it on other people's fields and all.
Yeah.
But so you talk about the chicken
That's
pit
chicken
and also
shit.
well, that's
a
the
different
shit.
smell.
But they did have a pit. However,
Okay.
Like there was you walked into a chicken house and like they all run away from you, but there's like the 10 or 15 sick ones that are kind of dizzy and just sort of wandering around in a circle and bounce off your feet. So anyway, this is all like my life growing up. Well, then, years later, I end up marrying a girl from Augusta, Georgia, and we're down there all the time with her mother and dad and all that. And they had a chicken restaurant called the Chicken Pit, kind of like in the movie Stroker Race. And there was a different place called the Dizzy Chicken. And like their logo was just this chicken that was just kind of had like the little cartoon lines around his head. I don't know why he was dizzy, but like both places they like to get chicken from. And all I'm thinking of is like the Chicken Pit you're describing. And also like those sick, feverish chickens that won't run away from you. Like both of those brandings were obviously made by chicken restauratpreneurs who like had never been to an actual chicken farm. Because like neither of those things you want to associate with the chicken you're eating.
But like cattle farming isn't really that smelly. Even if you've got dairy cows and they're shitting in those stalls and you're washing it away with a hose, like cow manure doesn't smell that bad. Like something about cow manure, it's sort of earthy, but chicken shit is pretty obnoxious. Most people find it to be real estate ruining in its odorous nature. But pig shit, even the chicken farmers look down upon the pig farmers. I'm gonna tell you that right now, because their shit is like this liquid, just paste that gets washed and stored in a lagoon. They store it in a big open swimming pool, basically, of liquid pig shit. And when they empty that motherfucker out, it's like a biological weapon went off in your county. Like you can almost see it in the air. It's a stink cloud because they spray it through like irrigation systems, like over crops. They just spray raw sewage onto the fields with vast, like 1,000-meter long, like irrigation systems. It's so nasty.
Yeah, and like biologically, like they're a lot closer to us than the chickens or the bovines are. Hearts, lungs, organs, that kind of stuff. So like, yeah, the similarity of like pig waste to people waste too is too. Yeah, it's like, yeah, man.
There's a better way to do that. They have that here, right? I used to fly my paramotor over these pig farms, and when they put the sewage on the crop, it's like this traveling sprinkler that shoots down, and it's only like 2 feet above the crop. It doesn't spray through the air like you're describing. It just dumps right down. It's still awful, but it must be better.
Here, they're taller. Like they're taller than maybe 10, 12 feet tall, and they spray down too. And they're they have tires and motors on them. So it's like a giant arm that's moving across a 200-acre field or something like that. And it stinks the world up. It stinks the whole world up. It's so disgusting. I feel sorry for the pigs. Like the chickens, the chickens are just, their
chickens are
brain is
retarded. Who cares?
I feel like they don't know how to suffer but the pig, like I see those pigs on the internet, man. That guy was feeding his pet pig pineapple the other day. He's like, let's see if Billy Boy likes pineapple. And he's eating the pineapple and he's giving it to the pig, and the pig's going like clearly savoring the pineapple because it's so tasty. And the pig is sitting like a dog because he's been trained to sit on command. He's like, look at him. He ain't got to tell him to sit. He's doing it for us. And I'm just like, I don't want that thing to suffer.
Dude,
and then I go make myself another pork tenderloin out back.
But cows are like that, right? Like how many 8-year-old girls on Reddit have cuddled like little calves or something in the grass? You have, yeah. I used to go to a restaurant. I can't believe my father had a client when he was an accountant, and he had a like petting zoo / restaurant. So you'd like meet the food a few years before he served it. No wonder he didn't do that well. But anyway, yeah, I would like bottle feed the calves and they'd suck on my thumb and stuff. And but cows are sweet. Cows are very nice. It is with guilt that I eat them.
Yeah. If you spend too much time around cows and pigs, you're gonna start to feel bad about it, because especially cows, they are very, very sweet. And if I spent too much time dwelling on that and staring into that particular abyss, I'd end up just eating chicken and fish. And that is, I will not abide that.
I can't eat fish anymore. I saw that thing on Reddit with that maggot crawling out of the raw fish. And I just picture that every time I consider buying fish now. Now I don't eat fish. Zero fish.
It's like eating lamb chops. Like you can taste the innocence.
Yeah. Or like veal.
Veal.
You go to an Italian place and they always are like trying to get you to buy the veal.
I ate veal last week.
Basted in its own mother's tears.
Yeah.
I make my meatballs out of veal, pork, and beef. I gotta have the veal, and I don't regret it. I don't care about those baby cows. Those meatballs are so good. Those meatballs are so good.
Did y'all have 4-H when you were growing up?
Oh yeah, I was in 4-H.
I did like the shooting team. I did the science team, but I could never do like the raise a calf or raise a sheep or raise a pig. Like I knew I would get too attached to the animals and I would have like a yard full of them. So I stayed away from that. There was just no way I could like bottle feed and name and get attached to some cuddly animal and then go.
Did you have to slaughter it at the end? Cause like my dad had cows anyway. So like he could have just lived with us, on our land.
Yeah, I mean, I was not allowed to have done that, but yeah, I think people did. They just became like pet cows. But I believe some of them, did go off to go become lunch meat or whatever. And I just stayed away, man. I was just like la 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 la. Just didn't want to know, man. I like animals too much.
You only have to meet a couple shitty animals to like prejudge the rest of their entire species. Because for many years, I thought all pigs were like shit-heeled, rude, mean animals, because on my grandparents' farm when I was little, they had a hog that would chase us around, and that scared me because I was little, and it was fucking huge. This thing would run around and chase you. The hog would chase me, and the rooster would chase my brother. And the rooster would like jumped up one day and like whack, like tagged the back of my brother's calf and like made it bleed because they have those little
spurs,
talons, those little spurs. Yeah, and then my grandpa killed both of them and fed them to us next time. And I remember even then, like he was probably trying to pull a joke where he's like, "Hey Taylor, how's that bacon taste? You know who that is? That's old Wilbur." Like doing shit like that. But like in my head, I was like, fuck you, Wilbur.
I remember like this has been like 30 years ago. So my uncle got my aunt what she thought was a Vietnamese potbelly pig for like Christmas or something. Like there was like whatever, that was the popular cute pet at the time. This has been like early 90s. So like he goes and buys one from somebody and gives it to her. She's all excited. And at the time they had this dog named Pearl, which is like this little kind of RCA dog. She's about the size of a cat, little short legs, a little spot over her eye. She was super cute. And like some other puppy and then this pig, and they're all about the same size, all about 7 or 8 pounds, thinking that they're all going to stay this cute little size. Well, obviously the Vietnamese potbelly pig he paid several $100s for turned out to just be a baby big ass pig. And within like a year, this thing is like 6 feet long, a couple 100 pounds. Like this pig just became like a riding sized giant pig. But because Pearl was like this little dog, she was the adult dog, the puppy, which grew up to be a giant dog, and the little pig that grew up to be giant, in their mind, like she still had mind control over them. So she's like walking around the yard with this like posse of these, like this giant dog and this giant pig, but they'd get too close and she'd snap at them and they'd all cower away. Like she had like complete mind control over a 400-pound pig, and she was just this little dog. It was pretty cute. But the pig eventually like reached maturity or whatever and started getting a little aggressive. And I think he became bacon as well, because he just turned into an asshole. But it was pretty funny for a while though, just watching this little tiny dog have like this posse of these giant animals.
Yeah, pigs are too smart for their own good sometimes.
I have a book about the making of the movie The African Queen. So we're kind of changing gears here a little bit. So, John Huston, this is Humphrey Bogart, Katharine Hepburn, this great classic black and white movie, The African Queen. They filmed it in Africa. And, of course, they brought the whole crew over there, and they hired a couple local guys to go out and like hunt and bring meat back so they could feed the crew. And one of their guys was going out and he was like buying meat from some of the local tribes out there. This is in like the 1930s, I guess, like Central Africa. So he's been getting this pig, long pig, they called it. And they're like feeding to the crew. They're making hamburgers. They're making chili. They're making fillets, all this kind of stuff. This went on for like weeks, according to the book. And then after like several weeks in, somebody else figures out that like long pig was their word for people. Like long, like we're like pig meat. And I've dissected a couple of bodies before. My ex was a med school and we would check out bodies and dissect them. Like we look just like pork. Mm-hmm. So like Humphrey Bogart and Katharine Hepburn and John Huston and all these other famous people, like literally were like eating humans on the set of making the African Queen and just had no idea. I mean, obviously when they figured it out, it was like, yeah. But
And
Humphrey
Daniel
Bogart
Day-Lewis thinks he's a character actor.
Exactly. Humphrey Bogart, unknowing cannibal.
Oh, man, I'd be pissed.
Oh yeah, I can't even imagine. It's like, and then there's that joke, like two cannibals eating a clown. One of them turns to the other, says, "Does this taste funny?"
Would you be pissed?
The hunter was arrested, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, that's like
just reading up on it.
Yeah, I mean, on an ethical level, I mean, it like get that Charlton Heston, Celia Green is people.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, that would be disturbing. It'd be like that scene in Rocky Horror Picture Show when Frankenfurter serving them Eddie, that'd be horrible to discover you had been consuming.
To me, things like, wait a minute, I get the experience, but not the guilt or the responsibility.
Just the prions.
Just the brain parasites or whatever a prion is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. I do not do brains, man. There's some scary stuff in there. About the most ethically objectionable thing I've ever eaten, I've had dog before in Vietnam, which was embarrassingly good. And I didn't quite intend to try it, but like I thought it was I thought it was pork on a buffet, and I had to go like look it up, see what it was. But that's about the only. I mean, I've eaten some weird stuff, but dog was about the only one that I would not eat again on an ethical level.
Does it say kind of dog? Did it just say dog, or did they have a breed?
Just dog, and I can't remember the word exactly. It's like choy, but you say it with this weird inflection, but. It tastes like this kind of slightly sweet, sort of fragrant pork. Like it's delicious. Like I'm embarrassed how good it was. And I did go to this little village that had a dog farm, and it was just like this corral, just full of like chows, basically, with like kind of short hair, like those rescue dogs that the hippie girls always have. It was like that kind of looking dog, about 40 pounds, kind of fur like a kiwi fruit, but like. I was doing a lot of photography then. And like, I got this photo of this dog, like looking at me through a slat in the fence, but it wasn't like your golden retriever or your dog that wants you to like throw a ball and play with them before they eat him. Like it was just this complete blank stare, like no recognition of, personality or anything like that. Like the
think
dog. And
you think if you adopted that dog, he wouldn't fall in love with you and become your pet?
I don't think so, man. They had this kind of vaguely aggressive look on his face. And people over there like have pet dogs, but there's like eating dogs and then pet dogs. I guess it's like if you have a pet parakeet, but you eat chicken, like it's that kind of deal. But yeah, but like there just wasn't.
It sounds like the big dog got to you. Somebody
I guess so, man.
Oh, you're not so bad after all. It's just like you have parrot for pet and eat chicken.
It's kind of like a sweet pork.
Man, you go to some of these markets.
Most dogs no feel pain.
No.
So special dog.
Oh, the chows, poor guys.
Yeah. So this is a story that you may have to edit this out because it may come off vaguely racist, and I don't mean it to be. It's just on topic. So in college,
the title of the show.
Yeah, really. Oh my god! So I'm in college, and there's this Chinese restaurant in town that in Athens. We all thought it was like a mafia front because there was never like more than like one or two cars there. Like even like Friday night date night, and like on Saturday afternoon they had this buffet that was like, and again this is like 1992, but it was like a $3.99 lunch buffet, like just whatever they had left over from the night before. All the broke college students going there. So this one day, it's just like me and my friends at one table and like 4 other dudes at a different table about 20 feet away. We're the only people in the restaurant at like noon on a Saturday. And we're there eating our crab rangoons and whatever it is we're eating. And like all of a sudden in the kitchen, you hear like a small dog just yep, 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 and then just whoop and silence. And like we all kind of stop like mid bite and like we look over the other table and like they're looking over at us with the exact same look on our face. And we're like, and then a minute later, this like very, very fancy Chinese lady comes out. She's got like a nice suit on, like a lady
with
suit.
Blood splatters all over it.
Oh yeah, and she's got a little dog, like a Pomeranian, and she's walking around like, how was your lunch? Is it good? She's being very cordial. And obviously, what happened was like the boss's wife's in the kitchen with the dog. Something sets the dog off, and they're yapping, and like somebody is like, oh, the people out there think we eat these things, shut the dog up, and somebody must have like slammed a mixing bowl over it or something, and then suddenly they were like, oh no, I bet they heard that. Go show them the dog quick. So like, so she's out there parading the dog around, petting the dog, just asking about our lunches, but we're of course dying laughing. We're like, man, can you like see them like at the Humane Society, like, we need a new dog, and they're like, we just gave you a dog last week. They're like, oh, that dog ran away. We need a new dog, like big fat dog. Like,
I think you misunderstood. I think they were showing you the dessert menu.
oh,
Showing you the other options.
And then hypocrisy. I end up eating dog 30 years later myself, so I can't judge or anything. But it was just it was one of those like cultural collisions back in the day that. And again, I'm sure I'm going to regret telling that story somehow. But
the Humane Society will turn you off if with the dog supply if they think you're up to no good. I had a girlfriend whose friend, like she adopted this cat. She hadn't had it long before it got the zoomies. If you're familiar, they get excited and start sprinting around like in bursts.
Yeah,
I have two. I had to barricade out of my office right now for that.
Well, he got the zoomies and he ran headlong into a door and broke his own neck and fell over dead instantly.
Oh no!
And she saw it happen and couldn't even. She was like, it was like I was in a movie and I couldn't believe the comically absurd thing that had just happened before my eyes. And it took a good 15, 20 seconds to come out of it and realize little Cooper was dead. So she grieves. She gets the fucking cat incinerated. She's got his ashes on the fireplace, got a little paw print next to it, and she's like, I finally got ready to go back and get another one. So she goes back to, I don't remember if it was Fur Friends or Paw Pals, something like that, some punny animal adoption agency, and they're like, oh, we see you you got a little tabby from us just 3 months ago. How's little Cooper doing? She's like, he died. Like, oh no, what happened to little Cooper? He got the zoomies and ran into a door and broke his neck. They're like, oh, okay. They wouldn't give her another cat. They didn't believe her. They didn't believe her. They didn't believe her story, and they cut her off. They wouldn't give her any more cats.
God, like as if like watching your own pet die is not traumatizing enough, then to be like labeled a pet killer. That's horrible. Oh, poor girl.
They wouldn't give her another one.
Oh, man.
The cat ran into a wall so hard it broke its cat neck.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't believe it either, but she has no reason to lie to us. She could tell us she got mad and stomped it to death, and we'd be like, damn, that's fucked. What are we going to do? Turn her in?
What kind of lady is this? Does she have like neck tattoos? Like what?
No, she's, school teacher, like put together person. It's 25, normal human being. Known her since I was 13. I don't think she killed this cat.
I know for a fact if I adopted a cat and it died that way, I would think like no one's going to believe me. No one is going to buy that this cat killed itself, because cats, as you know, are notoriously spry and flexible. And so to like run it, like, have you ever heard of that story of like that Croatian or Serbian basketball player that like got mad at a call and then rammed his own head into the post?
Paralyzed himself for life. And that's why they now add like pads there, so if some retard gets angry, he has protection. And that's that level of thing. Being 7 feet tall and paralyzed, what a burden you are to everyone around you. Oh my god, you could just get some of that. I'd want to like amputate some of this. So you're just hanging out everywhere. You don't even fit the bed right. Like, do you need your legs from the knees down? I don't think so.
They should optimize you, like how they went to like more simple iPods, like just chop.
Turn him into a nano. Yeah, those legs don't work anyway.
Maybe a shuffle even.
Like an iPad Nano. Yeah, iPod Nano.
Download your guidance and
a little one.
It's a little joke.
I was thinking of just the little brains from Futurama and the like goldfish jars.
I don't want to live like that. That sounds terrifying. I want to be.
Well, you're paralyzed anyway. What difference does it make? I
don't know. I just feel like actually, if you're paralyzed from the neck down, I guess I would prefer to live in the globe. Although, like you're never getting, up and going again. Even if you're paralyzed, you hope that maybe they fuse my spine together, regrow.
TV show. The guy's mobile, gets to move around. The brain in the Fallout TV show.
Oh, I haven't seen that episode yet. Probably is that episode 3?
It's last year too.
Oh, I don't remember a brain moving around.
Yeah, in the vault.
Just the brain is in the thing. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like hell as well. That seems like a hell that's incomprehensible. Like I don't even know what that would be like. That's straight out of like cosmic dark future sci-fi.
It seems to be like an upgrade from full-on paraplegic. Like if you're, I guess I'm making the guy almost a vegetable.
I'd rather die.
In my mind.
I'd just rather die. I don't want to be like in some spider bot crawling around the floor making quips. Like I'm just put me down.
Yeah, that would be unsettling. I'd try to stay friends. But I wouldn't be able to.
Taylor's not nearly as funny now that he's a brain inside of a spider bot.
Yeah. He's a really slow texter too. I'm sick of it.
I don't know, like with the 8 legs though, you can maybe get like super fast though. It might be the opposite.
We were talking about like
something really high. Like if I was paralyzed, it'd be my last moment of freedom as I enter the end. That'd be dope.
That's how you want to go?
Dropped it to death?
I mean, really high. We want to assure death, but yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
Have y'all seen that story? It's like Bill Burr has that story about some guy in California that, I mean, he tells this kind of a comedy thing, but this guy was like, his wife had passed away. He was sick and he like chartered a helicopter out of the Pacific and jumped out of the helicopter.
Yeah.
But he made it somehow. And like,
you see over there, that's San Bernardino. There used to be trees all over here. Wait, what are you doing? Wait, no! Oh, God! Oh, God!
Hey, put your seatbelt back on. No, put your seatbelt back on.
Oh my God, that was such a funny.
That's a very good bit.
but I did, it was a hilarious bit. But I did like he gave the guy some props. Like he was like, you know what, I'm going out on my terms and I'm gonna do this my way. And I respect that. I mean, go out.
Imagine getting back to the airport and they're like, "How'd it go?" You're not gonna believe this.
I need you to deposit that check right now. right just now. We were talking about the alpha animals, and it reminded me of this clip. Zach, if you can show that. Audio isn't that important, it's just dogs barking, but
this is great.
And like how I knew you would have seen this, how weird it is when like a dog who doesn't seem at all imposing is like the king of the castle. Because our little analysis is like, why does not the simply bigger dog take them out? Like, yeah, the bunch of dogs, or audio listeners, bunch of dogs.
This dog is bullying everyone. Every dog's scared. There's one or two that I feel like could stand up to him, but they don't.
And look
at this big black one.
When they see this guy coming, they fucking get down.
Yeah.
Man.
He's like a hero.
Wow, I feel like there's been some sort of like prison power play made at this.
Yeah. He's like the first day that dog walked in there, he found the biggest, blackest dog he could, and he bit its balls off. And here he is. There he is, right there, hiding. Oh no, not the balls! And now everybody's terrified.
What's good is that like he looks the scrappiest of all of them with his like fur. Like it looks like, oh, this one probably has been there the longest. Like that's why they respect. I think that's neat.
OG.
Dogs are so awesome. I can't believe you ate so many of them.
I just ate the one, and that was
at a time.
Just the one time. But yeah, I'll never do it again.
It could be like a McDonald's burger where it's really like 40 cows you're eating.
Yeah, really. Well, you remember that thing? It's back in the 80s, I think. There was like it was like some rumor going around that McDonald's was serving worm meat in their burgers, and McDonald's handled it like in this totally gangster way. They were like, "Are you kidding? Worm meat's $75 a pound." Like basically like, not that we ethically wouldn't serve it to you. It's just too expensive and it's not cost effective. Like it's 10 times what beef costs or something. Anyway, that was way back in the day, but they handled it great though.
That's funny.
It's like earthworm, I guess. It's supposedly like super high protein or something. I've never had it, but I guess it's some like one of those like super meats or something like that. But
I don't understand how McDonald's still does so much business. Like every time, all I see, I don't eat there, but I see online, I see pictures of what their patties look like now. And like I saw, like they were like, this is a $9 filet of fish sandwich, which is what I get when I go. I like the filet of fish. Make your face. It's delicious. And it's like smaller than the guy's palm, and the fish is sticking outside the like miniature bun. It's like a slider.
Yeah. It's not a good deal.
McDonald's is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th down the list for me. But for breakfast, fast food, number one.
Oh, Bojangles. You're right there. You got Bojangles up there.
Man,
You're probably
McDonald's.
right. I haven't given it a chance.
Oh, it's so Bojangles has like, I don't know if you like grits and stuff like that, but they're like scrambled eggs are good. They're like like sides for a fast food place, but it's mostly about the Cajun filet biscuit. And they have their hash browns are huge. They're like silver dollar size and very thick. The problem is like a small order of hash browns from Bojangles. Sometimes it's 3 hash browns, 3 little rounds, and you're like, the fuck happened? But they're good. They taste like oniony.
Bojangles need to learn from Five Guys.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Egg McMuffin, sausage McMuffin, something like that. Orange juice and their hash brown is perfect for eating while driving.
You know how much a hash brown at McDonald's costs? It's like $5.
God, I just can't do it. Like McDonald's is like below Panera Bread for like just nasty. Like I don't think that's even real.
Well,
I went to
true.
a town recently and I was like, it was like the only restaurant in town was a McDonald's. So I roll through and I get like what seemed to be like the least offensive thing on the menu, which is like a grilled chicken, crispy chicken sandwich, country fried chicken sandwich, whatever. So I get it. And of course, I'm driving. I get down the road. I'm eating it. I take a bite. And of course, I eat the fries first because the fries are good for like 30 seconds and then they turn into shoestrings. I'm eating the chicken sandwich. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, what does this taste like? And I was like, if Yankee Candle made a chicken scented candle and then you ate the candle, that's what this tastes like. Like it was just the most like vaguely like they just sprayed some chicken on some wax. Like, it was just so nasty. I just cannot do. I'm far from a food snob. I'm like a raccoon. I'll eat anything, but I can't do McDonald's, man. You're tougher than me. It's just
okay. You're driving. You're getting lunch. You're on the interstate. What restaurant are you looking for?
I'm a Popeyes guy. Popeyes chicken sandwich with some red beans and rice. That's my jam. But I'm with you on Bojangles though. Like all the spicy chicken, Bojangles, Popeyes, all that. That's the jam. It's like. At least it's like real food where like I can look at that and tell it was definitely chicken.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of that way, like with like Zaxby's, but like the Zaxby's chicken fingers used to be like this are now like they're like baby carrots. And I'm like, I'm not giving you $13 for 2.2 ounces of chicken, but it's good though.
I've eaten Popeyes in my car while driving before. And maybe it was the amount of Popeyes I was eating, but like when I got out of the car at my destination and stood up, like there was an audible sound of the amount of like chicken skin falling off of me onto the pavement. Like I was making a big mess of myself, like a fat idiot. And so that's embarrassing. And also it's like, you know, I don't have the most tinted windows on my car. I pull up to a stop sign and they see my fat ass eating fried chicken. They're gonna bully me. I don't want to be bullied.
Sandwich. We weren't talking about eating like drumsticks and thighs.
Oh well, that's the only thing I'm ever gonna get at Popeyes. I'm never gonna buy a sandwich there. I'm gonna get wings.
Filet sandwich is very good.
Their sandwich is the jam. The closest restaurant to my shop over in Stone Mountain is a Popeyes. But like the service there is so awful. Like it's almost like kind of a game sometimes. Like I have pulled up at 12:30 in the afternoon and sat at the drive-through and like Googled the place and called them and was like, yeah, are you going to answer the drive-through? They're like, what? Oh yeah, hold on. And like, they just literally forgot. Like it was, it's awful, but it's kind of a game. Like how bad is it going to be today? Or they'll be out of everything. Like they'll just be like, we're out of chicken sandwiches. I'm like, okay, well, how about some shrimp? Oh, we're out of those too. Okay, give me a couple of breasts. Won't got those either. And like, we have nothing but shrimp. I'm like, how did you like just have shrimp?
Yeah, I've had that too, where I've gone there and been like, can I get the wing combo or whatever? They're like, we're out of wings. And it's like, that's such an essential part of your business. Like that's such a big part. Like it'd be like Culver's saying they're out of burgers. Like
how did you not
ridiculous. And also like, you're right. Go to a Chick-fil-A and then immediately after go to a Popeyes. Because Chick-fil-A, they're almost like blowing you. They're like, are you having a good day, sir? Can I refresh that? My pleasure. And it's like, man, what a nice place. You go to Popeyes and it's like they're fucking daring you to drive away.
Oh, yeah. They'll be like, Popeyes, what the fuck you want? I mean,
we had a chicken.
The one.
Well, shit. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here for the pizza.
There was one around the corner for me in Tucker, Georgia, and like they were so hostile. Like me and my buddy would literally just like go through the drive-through sometimes just to see like how hostile they would be. Like it was just this game, which I guess was kind of snobby on our part, but it would always be coming back from like $3 cafe or something. Hey, let's pull through Popeyes and get some nuggets. Let's see what they say, and they would just be awful. But funny chicken
They're
places.
consistently so terrible. They're the worst in the game. The way everybody's like Chick-fil-A best in the game, customer service. Popeyes, they're like, what you're going to want to do is be slow and rude. That's what we want you to do.
Hostility all the way. Yeah, I mean, it was like they were going to throw something through the window at you. Like they were just so angry to be there in the first place. I'm like, how bad could it be? I mean, you probably make more money than I do. And
isn't this like your favorite thing?
Yeah.
I love
Why
fried
are you
chicken.
so mad all the
Don't
time?
you?
Yeah. So funny chicken places. So there's a little town called Lexington, Georgia, kind of East Georgia, tiny little place, probably has a population of 3,000 people, 2,000 people. And they have a restaurant there. It's called Chicken Express. I don't know if it's still there. This has been years. It's called Chicken Express. It used to be a Hardee's, and kind of like Pizza Hut. Like you can tell when it used to be a Pizza Hut or a Waffle House. The Hardee's had like that angled thing outside, like
with the shingles.
So yeah, obviously it used to be a Hardee's, but now it's Chicken Express, and it was like the jankiest, like third world attempt at a restaurant. So like you go to the drive-thru and you drove over like an air hose, like you remember the ones like back from the 80s, and 70s, the ding dong. You go over the air hose and you'd pull up to, it was the old Hardee's menu, and they had taped over it with paper with like a printout of the Chicken Express menu. But at night when the light came on, you could still read the Hardee's menu like through the paper. And like, so in the speaker, like, so you pull up and you think there's going to be a speaker, and I'm not making this up. A kid would like come out of the restaurant, kind of shuffle down the sidewalk and stand behind the menu thing. And like, you would just talk into the menu, and then he would write down what you ordered. And then the same kid would like walk back into the building and tell you to drive around, and you pull out of the window. The same kid who shuffled out to write down your menu, like through your order through the big menu thing, would just hand you your food out the window. Like, it was so sad. Like, it was like a school play of a fast food place. The chicken was banging though.
That guy's wearing a lot of hats.
Great.
Oh man, it was hilarious. It was just like he just shuffle out and just standing. You hear behind the wall like, "Welcome to Chicken Express." And it was so bad, man. It was.
I hate when you can see the buildings that used to be Pizza Huts or used to be something turned into something else. It feels sad and tragic. I drove by a dispensary the other day here in St. Louis, and it was very obviously a Steak and Shake. They hadn't changed anything. It just said like weed here, like Missouri Farms marijuana, and then it was just a fucking Steak and Shake. Which
should have made it.
I was like,
Bacon
that's
shake, and they could have just sold some milkshakes in the
genius.
back. What are they doing? These aren't
do.
real entrepreneurs. These are wantrepreneurs. All right. When I see that, I think small-minded people. We gotta do something about that signage. Take advantage of it. Don't be a victim of it.
I would have preferred it to stay a Steak and Shake. We don't have enough of those anymore.
I don't like
and
this.
We have way too many dispensaries.
I actually don't like Steak and Shake because I'm not going to eat a 1,200 calorie milkshake. Their burgers are fine, but those shoestring potatoes go cold after 3 seconds of passing through that window.
That's
I
the
want
most
party enough to hold on to his heat.
Totally
it's
fair
all
criticism.
surface area. Yeah. Speaking of signs, so down near Savannah, Georgia, there was this string of gas stations that were called a Sparco, I think, like SPARCO, Sparco. And at some point, somebody bought them all. And in some sort of third world thriftiness, they just changed the name to like Parco. So they just moved the S to the end of all the signage and just changed the business name to Parcos Gas.
Hell yeah.
It was like, I mean, it was kind of brilliant, but like you could still see like the rusty circle where like the S used to be. It's like hanging off the end of the big portico over the gas pumps. But they were like, fuck it, save some money. And they just had his brother-in-law or somebody come out and just move the S down. Like it was kind of sad, but kind of awesome too. Like,
I like
save
it.
that cash, man.
Just gotta capitalize.
We had a Pizza Hut that became a sex store near where I live. And like you still had like the roof and everything, but we gave this joke like we would joke about we would kind of make up like what the salad bar, like what's on the salad bar now. It's like it'd be like condoms in the thing with all the croutons, and like the thing it'd be like the ladles of the lube, like all the sex store stuff would be laid out in this. Like, I mean, we're just joking. We never actually saw this, but in our heads we would make up the salad bar, but now it's like sex stuff.
It's the salad tossing bars.
Salad tossing bar. That's brilliant. Oh, I should have had you around for that. That was awesome. There's a sex store in Huntsville, Alabama that's in an old bank. And they do, like, I guess for like public safety, whatever, they'll give away like free condoms and stuff like that. And if you go through the drive-through, they'll send the condoms out in the little thing that the bank used to use, like the little pneumatic cylinder.
Yeah.
You could pull up. I didn't actually do it, but a friend of mine told me about it. But you could pull up and they would like shoot, and it would like pop in the little thing and you unscrew it and you get your free
As a
stuff.
kid, I had a fantasy about having those tubes throughout my home and using those tubes to like get dinner to my bedroom from my mom and stuff like that. Some sort of Richie Rich fantasy, like child fantasy. Every time we go to the bank, like that had my undivided attention. Holy shit, we're here for the tube. She's putting the canister in. Oh, they'd like, hang on a minute, and she'd fucking send that tube. Fuck, what was that? And then mom would put her like check or like whatever she's doing, her paperwork in there, and it that blew my fucking mind as a kid. That was some Star Trek shit.
Dude, I remember being in the line there watching my mom or dad do the same thing. And my like honest to God, like 8-year-old thought was like, God, working at the bank must be so fucking cool. I really thought, because I overestimated the power the bank had. I assumed those men in there were far higher status than they were. I was like, these are the money guys?
Oh, yeah. They're in there like Scrooge McDucking it through a swimming pool full of quarters, you know?
Yeah.
So imagine if you had like, what if you got like really bad customer service at the bank drive-through thing and you went back through and waited for the same teller and you put like a mouse in that thing?
They'd probably catch it because it's translucent. They go, don't open that one. There's a mouse.
Hey, that guy just put a mouse in the tube. Watch out.
Yeah, exactly. If they have scanners or whatever. You know, she just snatched out of the thing, takes the cap off, and the mouse jumps out on her, and that would have been hilarious to like watch like through the bulletproof glass of the drive-through.
I saw a police body cam video where the guy was out there by the pneumatic tube shit, and he had climbed up into the roof of that and was trying to get into the bank that way. You know, they've got that big overhang that you pull under to do the tube shit and hit the ATM. He had crawled into that ceiling and was trying to make his way into the ceiling of the bank to then rob the bank, which like even once you're in there, if you don't have tools, there's nothing you could do. But then of course his huge bag of tools falls out first. And it was like, all right, well, he was prepared. And he was like immediately like, yeah, I was gonna rob the bank. Didn't go. You caught me though. It was
man, I would have gone with like sleepwalking or something they can't prove. I don't know what happened. I just woke up
not again.
In the ceiling of the bank.
But you said you wanted to be dropped from a plane in just a horrifying end of life event.
Horrifying. It's great till the end.
I would 100% rob a bank carelessly. That's how I would. That's how I'd do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would too.
Very Old West.
Like
would you be disappointed though if you were good at it?
If I started to get away, I'd be pissed because I'd be like, fuck, I'm like dying of cancer and I'm good at this and I never tried it.
Like, it turned out I'm like the best at robbing banks. I've robbed like 12 of them this week. They think it's a black guy for some reason. Look at this pile of money I've got, but I've only got 6 months to live.
For some reason, it shows me in the rear view I'm applying.
Yeah.
You know, I figured I'm going out whole hog.
Yeah.
Wasn't even
like on the good side though.
Taylor, the lips are almost too big. You're gonna blow the whole scheme.
Yeah. But on the good side though, you could be driving through like East St. Louis, just like making it rain out the windows of your car. You could do like the leaf blower thing. You could just be like the Johnny Appleseed of cash. Just drive. You'd be famous. You'd be a legend forever. Just throwing
that's
all
what
your.
I would do. Because I wouldn't have any use.
Is that what you do if you're in a Brewster's Millions scenario? If for those who don't know Brewster's Millions, you have to spend $1 million this week to inherit like $50 million next month or whatever is loosely the scenario. And it was in a time when $1 million was a lot more money than it is now. Maybe
I could like
might have been a day he had to
like
spend
a bankroll
because he ended up spending it on a political campaign, so it was some longer period of time.
Okay,
but
yeah,
it's still true. Was it the premise of the movie was that the guy giving away the money smoked a cigarette as a kid, so as punishment, his father put him in a closet with an entire pack of cigarettes and told him to smoke the whole thing to develop a distaste for cigarettes. So he's trying to make this guy have a distaste for wasting money before he gives it to him, and he succeeds, I think.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Well, I mean, I could get one of those rolls of quarters from the bank. That'd probably fit in like a 10 gauge. And then I'm driving around. I'm firing the wealth at people now. Okay. Now they're going, what's this guy doing in his rented limousine from the back? Standing
look, he just killed my child with $12 worth of coins. What a nice guy.
No, bruised at worst. Like... They would, well, yeah, that would really fuck you up. Okay, well, maybe I'll get a t-shirt cannon and I'll put a bunch of ones in it. And then
Yeah,
I'll
that would be, yeah, you could
ones.
just, make it rain on everybody.
Yeah,
That's
everybody
way better than throwing rolls of nickels. Your original idea.
See, this is why you brainstorm. This is why you work through things like this. So I think that would be fun. Firing money at people, being cool your last couple days. I wouldn't succeed though, because I feel like they have a button at the bank they can press and then some wall's going to go up. Like, and then they're just going to chill until the cops kill me.
Here's a guy loading a shotgun with dimes.
Ouch. So years ago, I had this friend of mine tell me this story about, he was from like upstate Michigan, and he and his uncle and his granddad, they were just kind of like crazy Michigan wild ass people. And he had this story about his uncle who supposedly, according to the story, this is like in the 70s, got in some like high speed car chase with the cops. And he's out on some turnpike and I don't know, some kind of muscle car. He's going like 140 miles an hour and he decides he's going to run the toll booth in the car at like $1.40. And just to be funny, like reaches in his console and grabs a whole handful of change and like flings it out the window as he goes through the toll booth. And I guess like the toll booth operator saw this coming and ducked, and that the change like blew all the glass out of the toll booth. Like, it sounds pretty dope. I don't know if that really, I mean, I believe my friend. If my friend said it happened, but like, again, 1970s glass was probably just like regular Windows glass.
The glass is like, oh, not only am I in trouble, I've lost my entire silver dollar collection.
Man,
That's the size of coin you'd need to
laying in the quarters, man. That one family, like my friend told me so many awesome stories of just his family that were just cool. Like that with his uncle. Apparently at some point, the same uncle got arrested for like a DUI or something and gets taken to some like little tiny town jail where like it's just like a jail cell in the office in the desk or whatever. And like he gets his phone call and he calls his dad, who's my friend's granddad, calls his dad to come get him. And he's sent there to jail and they're processing him or whatever. And this is back in the day. This is like the 70s, early 80s, the days of like carbon copy sheets and that kind of stuff. And he's in a town like not where he's from. So he hears the granddad's got like this Dodge van with like a 440 and a cam in it out of like an RV or something. He hears the granddad's van pull up out back. The cop has like gotten up to go get a pencil or go to the bathroom or something. And his uncle said he's like sitting there and he's looking. The cop's not in the room. He's no longer handcuffed. And like all 3 copies of the ticket and his driver's license and everything are like right there on the desk. And granddad's at back. So he just like grabbed all the paperwork on the desk and just ran out the back door, just jumped in the van. It's like, go, go, go. And like they hauled ass. He had another set of keys for the car, which is still out on the side of the road. So they just hauled ass, got his car and split and like totally got away out of this DUI. Like, so it was like, there was
Still
like
a fugitive from the law to this day.
Oh yeah. It's like, yeah, the same guy with the toll booth incident. It's like the same dude. His dad, with the same van, they had a can crusher built into the console of the van. So he'd be like throwing back like Milwaukee's best tall boys and would just crush them. And then like they'd drop out under the van going down the road. So it didn't look like he was throwing a can out. Like the granddad was like,
crush them. You just throw it.
Well, I guess like if a cop's behind you, it looks like you just ran over a piece of trash in the road rather than like a whole beer can, to alleviate suspicion. The same granddad, a different story, was like, he was, I guess this has been like a Vietnam vet, Korean War vet. I'm not sure his age looking back, but anyway, like they'd all go drinking at the VFW on like Saturday night, and the cops would occasionally like wait for them down at the intersection, I guess, to catch all the guys leaving drunk. So they wait till it's shutting down time. Granddad comes out, gets in his van, all the cops down there waiting. So he pulls out and he like makes a left turn, kind of goes wide, dips into the grass a little bit, corrects back onto the road. He's going slow, just pulled out, touches the yellow line. Of course, the blue lights come on, the cops stop him. Every cop's over there. They get him out of the car. They do it. He's doing like the sobriety test. He's walking backwards, stopping on a dime, turning on his heel, finger on his nose. He's doing like, he's killing the sobriety test. Then again, in the 80s, somebody finally shows up with a breathalyzer. Guy blows a 0. He hasn't had a drop to drink. They're like, "What are you, the designated driver?" He's like, "No, I'm the designated decoy." And like the whole time they were messing with him, all the drunk guys were like making a right and scooting. Same guy was a taxidermist, and my friend, like his family would go up there once a year.
So a real creep.
He was cool. Now, these guys are cool. I met some of these dudes. This is my friend Lee, his family. They're all super awesome.
It's like ships and bottles to these people. Huh?
He did these really kick-ass like European mounts. He'd have like one of them was like a skeleton of a cobra fighting a skeleton of a mongoose, like all this like really kind of artsy cool ass stuff. But anyway, like my buddy talked about like riding with his family up from Georgia. It's like a 12-hour drive up there. They get there, he goes in the bathroom and he's like sitting there on the toilet as like a 10-year-old, and he hears like a noise like behind the shower curtain, and he like very tentatively like pulls back the shower curtain, and there's like a 6-foot caiman in the bathtub that's alive, like waiting for the granddad to like kill it and turn it into like some other mount or something. That one family, there's just been so many like kick-ass stories out of that one group of people that they were just cool. But the handful of cash going to the window.
I'm picturing myself taking a shit and finding a 6-foot caiman in the tub, and all of me knows that I'd be like, I still got to wrap this up. Like I still got to get it done. Like if it hasn't bothered me as of yet, let's roll the dice. Let's keep it going.
Pull the shower curtain back.
Pull it back.
Just slowly pull it back.
Like halfway through, you're like, sorry about the smell.
I'm sorry about this. I haven't been eating great.
I know you guys taste the air or whatever. This has got to be brutal for you.
Yeah, it's like reach over and get like the toilet brush, like a weapon, like just in case.
I turn on the hot water in the shower so he can't hear me.
Yeah.
When he feels the water.
He would like that. He'd like warm water. Probably.
But yeah, that I love that family, and I met some of these people over the years, but like I feel like we don't have enough people like that anymore. I mean, nowadays you get the crazy people you see online, the body cams, that kind of stuff. But like, seems like back in the day, there was this like really healthy level of like kind of wild and crazy pseudo criminals, but they're still like good dudes, like they're not going to steal from you. They're not drug addicts. They weren't crackheads. They were just kind of don't give a shit guys that were like this sort of last bastion of the, you're not the boss of me kind of generation, but they weren't bad. They were just like naughty. And I feel like we kind of miss those guys now. Nowadays, it's just crazy, violent tweakers and pipe bombs and nutty stuff. Like I kind of miss the good old crazy redneck stuff.
I can see that.
I've been watching the news all week. There's all sorts of crazy people in the streets. Man, you couldn't get me in those goddamn streets to protest. What would get you in the streets to protest, Woody? Like it doesn't necessarily
in a Minnesota
have to,
winter, it would be tricky.
Right? Like what would if they're like outlawing the internet or something? like
Right.
They're taking internal combustion vehicles, they're confiscating everyone's cars.
I protested when they removed porn from North Carolina.
Oh man, as the late great Mitch Hedberg used to say, I'm against protesting. I just don't know how to show it.
Yeah, you wouldn't get me in those Minnesota streets, especially when I saw him shoot that guy in the eye with a. They say rubber bullet, and I never know what they mean. They need to be a little more specific for me to understand what that means, because that could be anything from a pepper ball all the way up to a 40 millimeter, like hard rubbery foam thing that would crack your skull at close range. I couldn't tell what they shot that guy with, but I saw him drop like a sack of potatoes, holding his eyeball's been shot out of his head, and there's like blood running down his face, and they're dragging him like yesterday's garbage. Like they're dragging him by like the back of his collar, like across the parking lot into the federal building or wherever they were. That was pretty rough. And then I heard today they threw a flashbang into a car full of black children.
Yeah, there were 6 kids.
Were there 6 fucking kids in the car?
It might have been 4 kids, and one was a 6-month-old. I'm not positive. But
it was a ton of little kids in a car. Way more, like too many, frankly.
Dude, like so I've had thoughts about this.
Yeah, it's like blow your eardrums out.
They always say, "Oh, well, they probably need more training." I'm fucking done with the training talk. That is always just a substitute for what if we gave them even more funding, right? What if they spent 10% more time in training, we increase the staff by 10%. They all get fuck that. They need more consequences. That's what this needs. I've never had a day of training, and I already know not to drag limp bodies and beat them up while they're disabled. I've never had a day of training, and I'm already aware that you don't throw a flashbang into a car filled with kids and babies. It's not a training issue. It's a consequence issue.
True. That shouldn't have happened. There's no excuse for throwing a flashbang into a car full of children. Like there's just not. Like you should know who's in the car before you do it.
They should hold supervisors responsible for hiring maniacs, and they should hold maniacs responsible for being maniacs. I'm fucking fed up with that. They just need more training talk. It's horseshit.
Well, they do though. They don't just need more training, but they do need more training.
Sure. Yeah, reducing it to 47 days is silly.
47 days is such an upsetting number because if it probably used to be 50 or 60, and he'd reduced it to 47. There's no way it was 40. And he's like, hey, make it 7 more, so it's the number of my presidency. Like, it's such a silly number for something that seems important. It seems that the amount of days that they get trained should be vitally important if they're going to be going door to door with suppressed rifles.
Take off the masks, put on the body cams, add some consequences.
Add the body cams.
Add some consequences, and we'll have a better force.
I definitely think they should all be wearing body cams. I don't know why they're not. I know they don't have to, and I don't like that. I guess it's because they're federal officers and not like police officers or something like that. But man, it would add a lot to transparency if they just all had a goddamn body cam on.
Yeah, all cops should have to have body cams.
And you should be so well trained before you're operating in like America's neighborhoods with stacked up like a SWAT team with rifles. I wonder if that's the case. It's hard to get real news, but it's like, are the guys with the rifles who are stacked up like a SWAT team who are now invading this home, like clearing it with guns? Did they only have 47 days of training? Did they go from Call of Duty to less than 2 months of training to this? Is that what happened? Because that's crazy to me. Like
a lot of them are former law enforcement or former military. Apparently, that seems to be a big move towards.
But are all of those who are doing what I'm saying specific? They're saying 47 days worth of ICE training, and we've looked at like what it takes to become an ICE agent. They're taking anybody. You've seen some of the fatsos they've got, so clearly there's no physical requirements. But I've seen people with Nazi tattoos and shit, so clearly there's no like moral requirements. I think they're taking anybody and everybody they can, and you're going from Call of Duty, 47 days of training, to patrolling America's neighborhoods with long guns.
Yeah, and it's like, I live in Gainesville, Georgia, which means that like somebody who is here illegally affects my life in a negative way almost every day.
Yep.
But like that level of like military strike on some people who were probably just trying to get by, like, yeah, it's absolutely out of control. Like the level of violence, the lack of oversight, and like you said, stuff like, even if your training should be, this is what happens when you throw a flashbang into a car. It blows every eardrum and eye socket out in the car and shatters the window. Like,
there's no reason to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like what were you going to gain by that act? Like it's
getting them out of the car. Like it was definitely that they weren't getting out of the car. Like I guarantee the driver was disobeying commands to get out of the car. Which is one thing. It's like, I always say this, and I don't mean this in a way to excuse the people who throw flashbangs into cars, but you wouldn't have had to get a flashbang into my car to get me out of it. You just had to say, get out once. And whether I was in the wrong or the right wouldn't play into it. I would get out because you have a badge and a gun, and we'll sort this out after we make sure that like you're not afraid of me. If you're Barney Fife shaking with your hand on the trigger because you think I've got a gun or you think something about me that's crazy, let's dispel all that right away by me being compliant, getting out of the car and saying, oh, what's the problem here? How can I comply in a way that won't get me killed? I'm not trying to stand up to you or buck up at you or prove that I'm more of a man than you. I'm trying to survive this encounter with armed law enforcement.
Well, but you're like a person imagining yourself driving through. A lot of these people are trying to obstruct it. And
I mean, in any scenario, like I've had guns pulled on me at the post office, when I wasn't expecting it. Sure. I complied.
I mean, the state has a monopoly on violence. That's why you have to like treat, even if you're like, I'm totally innocent here, be kid glove mode around cops. Like that's just smart. Whether or not you agree, disagree,
good
morally,
advice.
like that's just be smart.
It's a little different if it's your house. If it's your car, if people don't know, you got to get it. If they say get out of your car, that's a lawful order that you need to comply with. You don't get to be like, no, I don't think so. What's your reasoning for getting me out? Convince me that I should. No. They can just ask you to get out, and that's the end of it. I've looked into it because I've wondered. Every time I get the same answer, you got to get out. But if they say get out of your house, you can say no, thank you. I prefer to keep the door closed, stuff like that. If they don't have a warrant,
don't open the door. They'll stick their foot in it.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know what to do if they put their foot in it. If they put their foot in it, you can't kick their foot out of the door jam. Like, what's your move once they've pulled that? I don't know the answer.
Maybe this is where we circle back to the farting. You cut a raunchy gasser.
Your best bet literally is to call your lawyer at that point and try because you can't close the door on them, you can't kick their foot out, and they're not going to move it. Like you need legal help right now. Like I saw that question once on one of those YouTube lawyers like Q&A sessions. Like, what if he sticks his foot in your door? Well, you're kind of in a pickle. It's like, fuck. Okay, noted. Don't open the door.
Yeah. I've had several of my VinWiki stories have been stories that involved at some point a cop either like running the numbers on the gun I carry or searching my car or whatever. And there's always people in the comments that are just like, oh, you're a sheep. You gave up your rights, whatever. It's like, look, man, like I'm late to go pick up my girlfriend. I'm already in trouble. This could take 4 hours or this could take 6 minutes, but like they're going to look in your car. Like you can do your sovereign citizen or stand on the Constitution, whatever it is. They're going to keep you there until somebody shows up with a warrant or somebody shows up with a dog. They're going to reach in their pocket and find probable cause. Like they're going to search your car. Like you're not going to walk away with your powdered wig.
Are you going to waste 6 hours for no reason?
Exactly. Path of least resistance. Just make it easy on yourself. Like I believe in the Constitution. I don't want to give up my rights, but like, I know what I can be doing the rest of my evening, and it's not going to be sitting in handcuffs in an ant bed. It's going to be let them run the numbers on my legally owned and obtained gun and be on my way. Like, people escalate stuff, but I've had some instances though with cops. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was on the interstate. I had a pistol in my passenger seat, just sitting in it flat, and a truck driver saw it. He called 911 and said I was brandishing it. I was not. I was driving my fucking car. And I never touched the gun. It'd been sitting in the seat the whole time, but they set up this whole like trap to catch me where they're waiting on the overpasses ahead of me, and they swarm me and pull me over, like two cops with their hands on their guns. And we got out of the car, and they're like, can we search the car? And I'm like, I don't want you to. And he's like, well, we're going to get a dog if you don't let us. And I'm like, well, I don't want your dog scratching my car. So search the car. There's nothing in there. Go for it. And they're just pulling guns out and money, and it looks bad for a while. Like you could tell they're like, we might be on to something here, boss, because there's just so many guns. There's machine guns. There's all sorts of shit. And there's a cashier's check because I was going to buy that boat for like 20, 30 grand or something like that. And they see it because it's just sitting there. They thought they had caught somebody important, but by the end, you get to go away because all your shit's right. I didn't want the dog scratching my car.
Did they say anything else as you departed? We're like, sir, one more piece of advice. Don't buy the boat.
How long was the boat? Do you know?
Oh, like 30s.
Okay.
Low 30s.
Low 30s. All right.
I think
out of my depth. 30s. I don't know boat sizes. Is that normal?
All I really remember is like the things it had. Like you had plenty of room on top for like 4 or 5 people back there, like around the controls, and then the whole front area you could kind of chill on too, although it wasn't meant for that. And then it had like a bedroom, bathroom with shower and toilet, a kitchenette, and then opposite the kitchenette there was a couch. And that kind of made up the whole boat. So like
low 30s is a good size for what they call island hopping. You go from like Florida to the Bahamas. And then if you look, there are so many little islands around the Gulf of Mexico that you can go.
America.
You can have quite the adventure and never stay on more than 2 nights.
Yeah, I had a 28-foot cuddy cabin center console that I would take out. Same thing. I'd go drop in the water in like Apalachicola, just spend a week just kind of bouncing along the Gulf Islands. It was awesome, man. I mean, I've never regretted any of the boats I've had. I mean, people say, oh, the best day is the day you buy it and the day you sell it. But man, I loved it, man. I'm like freaking Don Johnson out there in my mind, just cruising around.
Do you fish? Are you like fishing and then eating what you catch?
I mean, I've done that. Yeah. But like, I'm kind of too ADD for a lot of fishing. I like catching, but I don't have the patience for like fishing. So I'll like throw something out the back and troll occasionally, but no, I was more like stop in the grocery store on the Intracoastal every couple of days and like, supply up. But I did have a couple of funny instances though. So like wife at the time, third wife at the time is with me, and like we're driving along. We're like the Intracoastal got boring after a couple of days. So we're out in the Gulf now, just kind of cruising down, and we see this like island. We're kind of near like Tyndall Air Force Base. That's sort of like, I guess like between like Port St. Joe and like Panama City, I guess out that way.
Okay.
Anyway, like beautiful little idyllic little Gilligan's Island looking island. There's like no beach houses. There's nobody out there. There's no parasailers or jet skis. It's just us. I was like, man, it's pretty rad. So, coast the boat in, kind of shallow water, drop the anchor, get out. It's a shallow water. This is about 100-yard hike in, and we get out a blanket. We have a picnic. We're having drinks. We walk around. We find a stingray. We're taking pictures with him, messing with, just goofing off, having a great beach day. At some point, like we've been out there like 6 hours. At some point, I go back to the boat to get more rum from Dark and Stormy or something. And I'm on the boat again. And I'm like, man, why is nobody out here? This island is like gorgeous. It's white sand, plenty of seashells. Nobody's ever been here. It looks like I'm not that far off ashore. Like, why is there nobody here? So I get my chart out and I start looking at the chart. I'm like, I'm not exactly like, Magellan out here with cartography, but I'm figuring it out. I'm like, okay, X, Y coordinate, whatever. And I look, I'm right in the middle of like a missile range, and it's like live ammunition, live munitions, buried explosives. Airplanes may fly over at any moment and drop munitions. Like, do not approach. Stay at that. I was like, holy crap! So I'm like back, following my own tracks back to the beach. I'm like, baby, we got to go right now. And she's like, what's going on? This is pretty. I'm like, no, we got to leave. We're like walking back, like the exact same footprints. Make sure I don't step on some like unexploded bomb or something. Like. Anyway, noped out of there pretty fast, but I was like, man, this was like, I could just see me like laying there on the beach and some, F-14 come jetting over and just dropping.
That'd be a terrible way to die. When you showed up at first, were you like, no, sweetheart, these are natural craters. Like, yeah, it's one of God's mysteries.
Meteors.
Total Darwin Award. Yeah, that whole day was a bad news, man. That was almost ran the boat. So like we stayed out there too long. So I get back in the boat and I think I guess it was gas. I guess we'd spent too much time motoring around or idling the boat or something. I realized I did not have enough gas to like kind of hug the coastline to get, I think I was going to dock in like Panama City Harbor or something that night. So like, okay, I'm going to have to like kind of cut diagonally across sort of an inlet, I guess, in the ocean, be outside of land for 20 miles or so. So it's okay. I mean, I've got a chart plotter. I've got a compass. I've got all the maps. I mean, I'm not going to get lost. I've got a radio. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But it's getting dark now. So now it's like pitch black. I'm in a 28-foot boat out in the ocean, single motor, not a great idea. And I've like set my course to like diagonally come into the inlet to go into kind of through the Barrier Islands, Dog Island, whatever that is, to get into Panama City. So like she's down below doing whatever, making dinner or something. I'm driving. I'm doing the typical nighttime boat thing, like sweep with a spotlight, check your gauges, check your depth, sweep with a spotlight, just kind of doing my routine, looking around, making sure I don't hit like a shipping container, a buoy or something like that. So I'm driving along and like I'm, there's like the two islands with the gap in the middle, and I'm coming in at a diagonal angle. I'm just going to like kind of merge into the shipping lane. Well, she asked me a question or something. I'm still holding my course, going about 20 miles an hour. I'm talking to her, whatever. Oh, it's under that cushion, whatever. And I look up, and as I sweep the spotlight, all of a sudden it is just a wall of rocks, like a jetty, like rip. I'm like, I just, trim tabs down, dump the throttle, full reverse, depth alarms going off. I go from like 40 feet of water to 3.5 feet of water. Like I'm cutting the wheel and it's just rocks everywhere. I'm just like freaking out. I, didn't hit anything, thankfully. And like, just kind of, stop the boat for a second, get my bearings. What had happened was like my chart plotter, they had built this like 1,000-foot jetty out into the Gulf of Mexico to cut down on the erosion. But my chart plotter did not have that jetty on the chart. So like I was just following these little breadcrumb dots. And if I had waited another 10 seconds talking to her, I mean, we wouldn't have died. I would have hit a angled wall of rocks at 20 miles an hour, probably tore up the boat, banged my head. We would have been okay. It would have sucked. We weren't going to die. But yeah, like almost just literally drove right into a wall of rocks. Like that whole day, man, I was like, all right, I almost got blown up today. Almost hit a rock. Sunk the boat.
What kind of boat was this again?
This was a Sea Swirl Striper. So it was like an offshore boat. I kept it up here on Lake Lanier, but I'd trailer it down to the Gulf. So it was like it's basically like a cuddy cabin boat, like two captain's chairs and like benches in the back with an outboard. With a cabin. But there was like a little catwalk. You kind of go around the outside for fishing, but it had like a bed and a little toilet kitchen area down. It was a smaller boat, but enough like you could spend the night and sleep on it and all that. But it was a great boat though. I mean, big, heavy. Yeah, that's it. So it was great. The hull design was really great. Like up here on the lake, that boat wide open.
Boat.
I'm sorry?
Looks like Dexter's boat.
Yeah, exactly. I never did anybody dumping on it, but and I didn't have the radar hoop and all that kind of stuff. I just had a bimini I'd made for it. But the like my boat would top out at about 40 miles an hour. And I had several friends of mine that had boats that would go 50, 55, a couple of 60, 65 an hour boats. So I'm the guy with the slow boat. However, because that was an offshore boat with that kind of reverse chine hull and the way it was designed, you know, the water on Lake Lanier in the summertime, there's so many boats out there. You'll get 4 or 5 foot waves just chop out there from all the fishing boats and fast boats. So like all my friends with the fast boats would have to slow down to 20 miles an hour where I could still cut through it at 35. So in a way I had the fastest boat, even though I had the slower boat, and it all came down to hull design. But no, I dig boats, man. That one, I lost that one in a divorce, but I'd like to have another one someday though.
God damn.
I know.
You hear that, Taylor?
Did she want Taylor's engaged? Did she want the boat, or did she want to hurt you by taking the boat?
This is his boat.
No, honestly, like we split up, and she was going to continue living on the lake, and I was going to move to Atlanta, and she was going to be there, and just kind of as a peace offering, I was like, here, you keep the boat, you know, you're going to live here anyway. It was no hard feelings. It was just, let it go, and I'll get another one someday, and I haven't, but I miss it though. Boats were
He legally has to say that.
That
was also part of the divorce.
Yeah, but it wasn't like
her idea.
I prefer not to have my favorite
divorce.
things.
Like there was an age gap, and we just kind of grew apart. I mean, it wasn't like I hate you kind of thing. It was just hey, we're at different points in our life, so there was no hard feelings.
Is that your only divorce?
I'm sorry.
Was that your only divorce?
No, unfortunately, I've had 4.
So you're getting good at it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a professional, but you can kind of tell a lot of my relationships by the cars in my driveway. It's like, okay, this one's a basket case and it's probably going to try to kill me, but I like it. So, I think I have the same taste in relationships as cars sometimes. So, I am, it's been 5 years now. This is not my sport. So I am abstaining from this point on.
Oh, this time for real?
Yeah, anybody sees me about to get married, just like roll up a car and drive her really tight and smack me in a very like stern voice, say no.
Some people say 5th time's the charm.
5th time's the charm. Better be the 5th and the 4th, I suppose. But nah, I'm a romantic. I fall in love easily. But
at least you only had one boat to lose that way.
Nah, well, not that time, but I lost another one the first time. I lost a boat and a camper. Yeah,
and his camper.
I lost 3 boats and 3. The first 3, I lost a boat each every time. Every time I lost a boat and a camper all 3 times.
So do you have like an attorney that like just has a pre-printed thing where it's like offer her the boat, offer her the camper?
Dude, I got my own parking space there, man. It's terrible.
Oh, that's rough.
That guy's not very good at his job. You might want to.
Yeah, you got a real Lionel Hutz doing your legal.
Well, it seems you're going to lose your boat no matter what.
Yeah, the boat gone. But no, honestly, like every time it's been pretty amicable. Like it's just been one of those like, hey, this didn't work. So like it hasn't been any of that like ugly, awful divorce court kind of stuff. It's just kind of let's beanie baby everything. You get the boat, I'll keep my whatever. I lost a dinosaur one time though.
That's terrible. Which one? Well, actually, it depends. Which dinosaur?
I had a catch. I collect rocks and fossils and minerals and meteorites and stuff because I'm kind of a nerd. And I had this really kick-ass like Catchosaurus. It was like imagine like a plesiosaur, like what you see like the Loch Ness monster, but the size of like a cat. And it was in slate. It was like perfectly preserved. It was really cool. So that was probably the weirdest thing I ever lost in a divorce.
Why did she take it? Did she take it out of malice or like?
No. Again, it was like, we both kind of had antiquities and stuff we liked, and I was trying to be magnanimous. So I was like, hey, look, you keep whatever you want. I'll take the rest. And she got the dinosaur. I mean, it wasn't a hotly contested
dinosaur.
That's because I guarantee
that's like a country song.
I guarantee he didn't give a fuck about the dinosaur.
Right?
Girls.
Well, I did actually. I really, it was kind of cool. Like I'd kind of, I sort of got attached to him, but yeah, that was probably the first one. That was probably the most acrimonious. But again, like she was a good person. We just, hit different places in life. It wasn't any kind of mudslinging awful kind of thing. And I told her she could take whatever she wanted. So if she took it, that was my fault. Well, we had a custody battle over a dinosaur. That would have been a new one. You
ever heard that country song? She got the gold mine, I got the shaft.
Oh, that's a great title.
Yeah. So you remember Waterboy, right? Remember Coach Klein? The mean coach, that's Jerry Reed. He's a country singer. That's his primary occupation, alongside being an actor and a lot of stuff. It's a good song. Okay. It's about his wife cleaning him out in divorce. She got
the guy at the PKA hangout who was keeping something just to make his wife hurt. Was it a pet? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't remember.
I don't remember a pet.
Oh, I forget the item. I thought it was a pet that he was like keeping the cat just because she wanted it a lot. He ended up going back on it and let her keep it.
Yeah, it'd be petty. I wouldn't take her cat. I don't even want her cat.
Supposedly the reason that the wine at Trader Joe's is so cheap was like in that guy's divorce, however it worked out, like the wife was going to get the profits from the wine part. I guess the wine is like a separate subset in the business or a separate business within it than the groceries, all that kind of stuff. However, the divorce was, she gets the profits from the wine part of Trader Joe's. So the wine section of Trader Joe's basically operates at an exact zero profit all the time so that she never actually gets any money.
That's hilarious.
Awesome.
That's
That's
very
gangster
funny.
as fuck.
It's pretty savage, but yeah, that is supposed to. And also, I think it's Taco Mac, which is like a chain. They have them around Atlanta. It's supposedly the same kind of deal. It was like the guy was about to get a divorce, so he signed his interest in the company over to his partner, I guess, so she couldn't take half a Taco Mac. And then when like it came time to give it back, it turned out that that guy was hooking up with the wife, and he didn't give it back to the first guy. So like she ended up with his half a Taco Mac anyway by hooking up with his partner. I may be overlapping that story with something else.
Man, poor
There's
Taco
been
Mac.
some pretty savage stuff, man. I mean, people can be really petty on a huge level.
Yeah, I mean, isn't Jeff Bezos's ex-wife the richest woman on Earth?
I would not doubt that. Yeah, that was like
Oh,
a
no.
multi-$100 billion divorce.
Yeah, I
Bill
thought
Gates' ex-wife did well too.
But I think that was long enough ago that at least by like raw numbers, Bezos's wife is richer, right?
yeah.
I thought she got a fuck ton.
I
But
mean,
now she does like tons of like philanthropy and shit.
well, that's good. I
The
mean,
richest woman apparently is a Walton from Walmart. She inherited it.
Wow.
wow.
Well, that's also hard to tell because they exclude like certain like financial families from that, and so like there's no way to know. They just pick in those lists. They just have like business, like traditional business style lists. So like we don't know. Like I bet there's probably like a Rothschild lady that's worth way more than that.
Well, I have a friend of mine. He works on this guy's race cars. The guy that he works with, I mean, their family is worth, and I'm not going to say the country or what they do, but like, according to him, there's a lot of families that like pay a lot of money to not be on the like richest people in the world list.
Yeah, the Rothschilds. The
Yeah, those
banking
kind of families.
Yeah.
I mean, people who are worth like $1 trillion or more and are like, you know, loaning money to countries and like shaping world history kind of family money that like we don't even hear about. And I have another friend I know through Cannonball who's like, he's like one of the like, you know, the 1%. And, you know, talking to him, and he was like, man, there's like a 1% of the 1% of us. Like there's the 1,000th% people out there that have more money than literally everybody else underneath it. And like, they're so big, you don't even know their names. Like there's just a whole other world up here that you people don't even know exists. And which is just crazy. I mean, I can think of a ton of dumb things I could buy if I had a bunch of money, but maybe I just lack scope. But like when you're in the kind of money where you're influencing foreign policy and wars and like that's some like, you know, galactic level shaping with that kind of money that
we missed the boat. The real opportunity was banking in the 1400s. We should have really jumped on that. We should have got in there with who was the initial one? The Habsburgs.
I blame myself.
Of them. Yeah, I blame myself too. Or wait, were the Habsburgs a royal family or a banking family? I think they were a royal family. Right?
Royal family. They had the Habsburg jaw where they were like all the family was interbreeding so much. Like,
all over Europe.
They looked they looked like feet by the end. I just know that one picture of who I'm you know, it's almost unfair. Like I bet the Habsburgs looked pretty normal until it got beyond the pale with that one guy, and then they were like, "This shit's out of control. Look how ugly this motherfucker is."
I think when they did that guy's autopsy, they found that his testicle was like black and calcified, and he only had one of them.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'd been dead for a long time.
No, he'd been dead for like 5 minutes.
Some slack.
Yeah. There was
his whole life. It had been black and calcified. Hence no heirs.
Yeah, one really hard nut.
Yeah, I've been watching like an like hidden history like YouTube channel, and I can't remember which king and queen or even what country, but
those are the kind of channels I go to for facts. And
yeah, why not? Why not? They're like, you know, they're internet historians. Yeah, like where else am I going to learn? Like what I've got to have a little dusty book for it to be real. They were talking about I think the king was saying that I wish I could remember like the medieval speak for it, but he was like, her smell is offensive to my nose. I cannot share the bedchambers with the queen. like literally
Lincoln
she had
said that.
vaginosis so bad he couldn't stand the stink.
Abe Lincoln said something like that. Didn't he turn down his first fiance because she was too old and smelled old?
I bet for someone of his time to find that someone's odor was just too much, like that's saying something.
It had to have been complete mayhem down there for Lincoln to come in from like wrestling with a constituent all sweaty and being like, I say, Mary, your pussy is not as fragrant as one would desire.
And there was that story about Napoleon as well, kind of the opposite side of the coin, where he wrote back home to his wife and said, I'll be back in like 2 weeks. Don't wash.
Yeah, dude, that guy was an absolute savage.
Well, speaking of French people, like per your point, like, you know, you hear that sort of stereotype, you know, Pepe Le Pew, you know, like French people are the greatest lovers, that type of thing. And the theory I heard once was that because culturally it is less common to use deodorant, to bathe as often, that like all those like natural scents, once people get used to them, create a more powerful connection on like a pheromone level. So that like all these French people and mimes and berets and all these kind of folks that are like getting it on over there, it's like way more intense for them because they get all.
We have that too, though. We just replaced it with colognes and perfumes and body washes and deodorant. Like I have a smell, but it's like sandalwood and vanilla. Like, you know what I mean? It's not BO. So like I feel like it does the same thing because like when I smell my girlfriend's perfume, I'm like, oh, that's her. Like I know what she smells like. She smells like the exact combination of like fucking products she uses.
And how much of
like
that
Cool Breeze and Head and Shoulders?
Nothing wrong with Cool Breeze.
I
used
don't
to
know
a big old bottle of Suave 10-in-1. Yeah.
10-in-1. It's a degreaser.
No, it's
polished floors.
I brushed my teeth with it.
I clean my grill with Suave 10-in-1. You got to stop.
No, there was this. I was on this TV show with some younger people and like 20 somethings. I'm 52. And somehow it came up at lunch one day, like how old everybody was. And they're like, you know, 24. And I don't know, I guess maybe with a nose ring, I'm like hanging on to youth a little bit. I guess to them, they thought somebody who was 52 probably looked like the Crypt Keeper or something. So anyway, they were surprised that I was in my 50s. And they were like, what's your skincare regimen? And I was like, I'll let dandruff shampoo run over my face. Like, that's it. But like younger people now, man, they are so like guys, like they are so much more into like moisturizers and scented this and like that sort of self-care, where again, I'm a Gen X grubby dude. I mean, I'm like, you know, covered in grease and dirt and all that. Like it never crossed my mind, but the amount of like cologne and soap and self-care and moisturizer and lotion and eye tightener and like all
We've got
stuff.
an Arab friend. We got an Arab friend and he's super into cologne. I have 2 bottles of cologne in my house. One of them was $80 and one of them was $100.
It's so stereotypical.
They last for years for me. When I buy a bottle of cologne, it's like, this is what I'm going to smell like for the next 3 to 4 years. Like this, I'm locked in. This guy I bet he has a dozen, 15 maybe different scents. And he was like, oh, the one I like now is the Noir 6730. And we're like, how much does that cost? He's like, $500 a bottle, but it's a good sized bottle. You know, it's 200 milliliters. And it's, what the fuck are you doing? It's such an Arab thing. He spent all that money on these ridiculous handcrafted.
Well, I couldn't afford the more expensive one because my rug budget's gotten out of control.
I read something one time. I think it was Saudi Arabia. It was like the amount of cologne like per person or per capita they go through was like huge. But I mean, yeah, it's hot. Like I guess people that's just your culture to you know, olfactory identity. I guess that's your thing. And I mean, I've had the same bottle of cologne since the 90s. It's probably gone bad because I haven't put it on in 10 years. Like, I'm just not a cologne kind of dude. But like, yeah, I mean, like a lot of places, like some of the countries I've been to, that's just sort of how people, you know, water's expensive, having showers is expensive. So like throw some cologne on, that's sort of your shower for the day. And that's just, people do it to adapt. People do it. Like, I know back in the, you know, I guess pre-plumbing era, you know, ladies would carry like a handkerchief that was covered in perfume to put over their nose when they're walking past all the horse poop and the open sewers and stuff. Like
The plague
I don't have much.
from the
Yeah, exactly.
1300s. The nose of those masks was filled with like what we now see as like potpourri.
Yeah.
Like so that
Do you know what
thought it
women
was
would
like,
call?
well, if I can't smell disgusting dead people, maybe I'm safer.
You know what it was called? Those little bouquets of flowers that women would carry around so that their stink didn't overwhelm people.
No,
A nosegay.
a nosegay.
Yeah.
So they knew they stank that bad and still went out.
I think that, especially in like Victorian times, it wasn't common to bathe at all. Like you might do it every few weeks, kind of thing. I think maybe it was Queen Victoria herself was. They thought it was odd that she bathed once a week or once every 2 weeks or something, and they were like, "Oh, look at her! What's she nose in the air over here? Think of these bi-monthly baths."
You know, a lot of this stuff I feel like is like we've uncritically internalized propaganda from warring nations for centuries. We're like, a lot of that, the French people are disgusting and degenerate and this and that.
Seen them,
like we learned that from the British who were at war with them. A lot of that, Queen Victoria wouldn't bathe. She was a disgusting old stinky whore. The French were promulgating that.
Catherine the Great.
Well, no, see, it's the opposite. It's that she was bathing twice a month, and that was too much. They thought it was odd she bathed so much because bathing in general was an odd thing to do. Like,
it was like they believed something like if you were washing away your body's defenses against illness or something. Like I guess you had like a dirt layer.
I think this is one of those much more Hollywood things than it was a real thing.
I looked it up.
Victorian Britain, the working class bathed weekly, and the middle and upper classes would be 2 to 3 times a week.
But Queen Victoria in particular is kind of the
oh, okay.
Yeah, but she was also fat and gross. You forgot.
No, she wasn't. She was hot and like a whore master. Like she was the one who didn't marry and was fucking like Sir Walter Raleigh or whatever.
Oh, I guess I've just seen pictures of her when she was old, and that's what I'm referencing. She was
fucking Galadriel plays her in the movie. Kate Blanchett.
Oh well, then Queen Victoria is being given a huge boost to what she actually looked like.
It says she bathed once a week, more often if it was hot. But she daily washed her face, hands, and other areas.
Weirdo. All right, well, come on now.
Yeah, but she was like, she was probably in her 40s in that photo,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Man.
Wow. Kyle, you getting turgid over there?
Wow. Body built for porn, face built for radio.
Oh, my goodness. Looks like one of those Harry Potter goblins.
At least she took care of herself.
Like,
okay, well that's a little better, right?
Yeah, I mean in the painting, but that photo, man, like she wasn't the ugliest woman in England, but she better hope she didn't die.
She's 50 or 60 there, like dude, 50 or 60 in that.
She looks good at a painting, dude. I have an 8-pack in paintings.
Oh yeah, dude, in a painting, I'm fantastic.
In paintings, I look like anything I want.
Stop showing her when she's old.
Painting, she looks like John Candy. Like paintings, like paintings back then were like Instagram filters.
Right?
I like me.
I like me.
My wife likes me.
Yeah, I'm the Queen of England. Some people don't like it, but I like me. Some people say I'm a fat retard.
That
was probably the
brutal
beauty
back
standard
then.
at the time.
Like supposedly all those rumors about Catherine the Great having sex with horses was spread by like Prussians, like who were the adversaries of the Russians were at the time. But like, all these things, like I think like Napoleon, like wasn't actually that short. Like everybody just put all these, like you said, these propaganda campaigns against monarchs that just have lasted.
5'8", 5'7", 5'8", something like that, like Tom Cruise height. And
a big historical thing
taller for his time.
That is a problem that people don't talk about enough is like you can't have a Prussia and a Russia right next to each other. That's retarded. Sure. That's absurd. That's absurd.
Also, Saudi Arabia, it needs to be the whole fucking horse hoof or whatever. That Yemen and Oman or United Arab Emirates, all that
Oman, get out of here.
Get out of here. That's just Saudi Arabia to me.
It's all Saudi Arabia to me. What's Yemen?
That's how I feel about Greenland. Let's just make it America. Then we don't have to. It makes the maps easier.
We just make it a territory, and guess what? We'll sweeten the pot.
I want it to be a state
for them. Why not make it a state? An NFL team. How about that? Ooh.
What would they be? What would they called?
That could be a way for the NFL to like threaten owners to be like, put money in the team, or the Cowboys are going to Greenland.
You want to play in Greenland?
Plays with a population of 57,000.
You want to live in Nuke?
you want to live in that? Man, it's
You
cold
fuck.
up here.
There's 35,000 people in that place, and they hate us.
57,000.
Now, am I correct that scenario? Because again, I've been working on a bunch of projects and race stuff. I haven't really looked up much. It is my understanding that like Greenland is a principality of Denmark, but they don't technically own it. It's like a lease thing, and I think technically like any country could roll up and like usurp Greenland and have it. So there's a concern that either China or Russia is going to roll up and like take it, like claim it legally, stick a flag in it, and then to avoid a war, they would just let them have it. And then we've got neighbors upstairs, and that is why we are trying to territorially annex Greenland to keep China or Russia from getting it. Is that correct?
Some of that's right. Yeah, they definitely own it. I think maybe they give them $600 million a year or something like that to keep the lights on in Greenland. The Danes do, but they definitely own it and it's theirs. But what you say is right. I imagine that part of the concern is that in the future, when the North Pole is more melted and there's more, it's easier to get around up there, that we don't want Chinese and Russian ships patrolling and locking down a quadrant of the North Pole, and certainly not installing any sort of radars or missile launchers or anything like that there.
Well, I mean, that would be a massive shipping lane advantage. Like everything coming out of China and Japan could just go right up through the Bering Sea, right over the top, straight to Europe instead of having to go around. The boats are all too big to go through the Panama Canal now, so they got to go all the way down around Cape. Is it Cape Horn in South America and Cape of Good Hope in Africa, or is it the other way around? Doesn't matter. Anyway, like they're having to go all the way down and around, whereas if they could go over the top when the float ice retracts, controlling that shipping lane would be massive.
Like I said last week, like I'm all for buying it. I really don't love the idea of stealing it just because it's morally wrong to do so. I hope that we can come to an agreeable agreement that won't mess up NATO, that won't get us sanctioned by the fucking European Union or something like that, that won't like make us look even more foolish on the world stage. But I do think that we should get it if we can. I want us to get it. I think we need to get it. I think the oil and natural gas alone are incredibly valuable. The rare earth elements, whether we can get to them or not, Woody raised some doubts about that last week. I don't know. I don't know anything about rare earth mining, but just strategically, back in the day, it was bombers that would have been coming over Greenland to get us, but these days it would be intercontinental ballistic missiles. And I know we already have stuff stationed there. I wonder what the limit is with that, though. I'm certain in these current negotiations, if Trump's playing 3D chess, like, I'm going to tell him I'm going to invade, but what I really want is more rights to this, that, and the other. But he really seems dead set on taking it. Did you see the Danish minister and the people who came over to negotiate with JD Vance after the meeting?
They were smoking. They were ripping grits. They were smoking.
They had a meeting with JD Vance, and then they're outside in the cold by their cars, smoking cigarettes nervously. Like clearly,
could have went better.
It literally looked like they'd been handed their asses by like their boss or their principal, and they were worried about their job or educational futures or something like that. They're out there like, they look so stressed and upset by whatever was said in that meeting. I think what they're saying is one way or another, we're taking it.
Seems like we could get more playing the like just basically just bribing the people of Greenland.
They're not interested.
Because they with individual cash payouts 100%.
They offered him Trump floated the idea of $100,000, and it's like 80% are like, we don't want to be Danes, we don't want to be Americans, we're Greenlanders.
Interesting. That's not something you have the luxury of saying when you're 57,000 people on a giant island with no military and a totally dependent government. That's just something you don't get to say. That's not how geopolitics works.
I mean,
they asked them their opinion, so they get to answer the way they think. But I'm with Kyle. Like, I think it'd be nice to have Greenland. I'm absolutely against doing something that blows up NATO, that causes problems, etc. If we could get Greenland to want to be part of America, Taylor's plan of paying the people that live there. If for $100,000 they say no, there's a number where they say yes. And I don't know if that number makes it stop to make sense for America, right? Like for $1 billion each, obviously they do it, but that's too much. It's now we're
not even up to them as much,
It is though, really, because
they get 600
doesn't have power projection capacity.
I wouldn't want to pay them individually anyway. Ideally, I would say something like, look,
I'd be fine
Denmark gives you $600 million a year. We'll triple that. We will make your economy threefold what it is now. You'll have 3 times as much money as you do right now flowing into your economy. We're also going to build this, that, and the other. Roads, airports, fucking hospitals. Like,
sure. But that would be the ideal, because that would be cheaper.
The people who own the island are the Danes, and they don't want to play ball. And I think what we're saying is, one way or another, come July, there will be American flags flying over Greenland. It's up to you if there's
if that happens, blood on the ground. Then NATO's over, right? Like,
well, is it
France, Germany? They've already said yes. They've put troops into Greenland now. I'm not saying they could beat us. I'm just saying. Now we're talking about war. It's not 16.
I think it was 16 total people from 5 or 6 different nations. Like, it was. I saw the list. The United Kingdom sent 1 guy. It was a very silly
the video
show
I saw
thing.
Made it look like it was a lot more, but I'm not sure I'm right.
Yeah, It was just a news story thing, and that is what I got the numbers to come to terms with.
I got the numbers. Currently, NATO allies are sending a small contingency. France is sending 15 mountain specialists. Germany is sending 13 reconnaissance personnel. Sweden's officers, Norway's officers unnumbered to Greenland. And hang on.
Maybe it was 16 that had arrived of this contingent that I was saying.
Even if it's dozens of people, it isn't what I imagined.
Yeah, it's pretend. It's them LARPing.
It's a school bus full of people.
Yeah. And believe it or not, we can take school buses. We can take them.
We've done it before, and we'll do it again.
Done it before.
We can knock out whole weddings.
Paint them yellow. Fools.
We've taken out weddings bigger than that.
I want it. I would love to have it. I think
we good
because it is so unpopulated. Like people, I saw people a few weeks ago being like, "We're gonna make Venezuela the 51st state." And it's like, do you want? We're doing our best to get the 300,000 Venezuelans that are in the United States out, because we don't want them here because they're a burden to us and a danger. Out. Do you want 20 or 30 million? I don't remember the population. It's like 20 million, 30 million, something like that.
Left.
Do you want 30 more million dependent Venezuelans? Do you want every Venezuelan in Venezuela to be a U.S. citizen now? And now they don't have to sneak in. They can just fly over and move in. No, they're not a state. No, they're a hostage. But Greenland, we could make them a state, because there's only 30,000 of them.
No, you don't get
most of them are Eskimos.
You don't get to waltz in and be a state.
Most of them are Inuit Eskimo people, up in the north, like those Asian looking fellows that live in igloos and shit.
I spend a lot of time in Alaska every year, and Northwestern Territory, Yukon, all that. And a friend of mine up there told me that Eskimo is kind of a pejorative.
It is.
It's not cool to they refer to themselves as First Nation or Inuit, whatever. But growing up, that was just that's what the guys with the furry parkas and the an igloo. But apparently it's not cool to refer to somebody as an Eskimo. I didn't know that either, and
I did know that.
Can the Greenlanders even say First Nations, because the Nords were there first?
Oh yeah, well they don't.
And then the Nords were pushed out by.
Who's first? Amoeba were there first. I just want to say, look, I want Greenland if we can come to a good deal. If the cost of Greenland is NATO or just making enemies, then it's wrong.
Yeah. I'm with you. Or could we prop up Denmark's military so they could make the same gains that we do, because they don't want Russia or China in there either.
No.
It's like England was talking about like the UK was going to start withholding intelligence from us. Some of the other countries were when all this stuff the 9/11, those type of events, that's a world effort to catch these guys and to keep that kind of stuff from happening. And if we start burning all our bridges with everybody over something that might happen, over something that definitely would, I would want that to definitely be I
don't know if NATO can afford to give us too much of a hard time. If they were to kick us out of our bases throughout Europe, Zach, pull up a map of U.S. bases throughout Europe. It's going to look like the locations of gas stations.
They don't have armies in Europe. They've been phoning it in for a fucking century now.
Germany
Like, they
and
don't
Poland are okay.
strong army.
But in any case, that's what I'm saying.
France,
If
too.
they were to kick us out of all those bases, then the like, what if Russia keeps going would become a real thing all of a sudden without all of our anti-air systems and the threat of America is here too, alongside Poland and alongside all these other states.
Yeah,
I don't think they can afford to make an enemy of us as much as we can afford to make an enemy of them.
They
Not
can't.
saying it's right either way.
Yeah, but this
nobody-
is just how this is politics. This is great power politics. Like, if the EU were a rival to us, we would have to be super, super careful. We'd be walking on eggshells in this situation. But they're not. They are weak. They have allowed their militaries to just totally fall to nothing. They don't pay enough into it.
They do
so a lot of them are now, but that started in the last few years.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
they haven't caught up in the requisite capacity to really be an aggregate world power in the way that the United States is. Like, we are the term giver. We give terms. Other countries react to what we dictate.
I believe it is correct that we spend more money on defense than the next 27 nations behind us.
Sure.
I wouldn't
it's
doubt
probably
it. I've
bananas.
heard it was the next 10, but 27 could be true too.
Maybe I'm blunt number.
I also think we
not
waste a lot of money, so I don't know that we get the value that we could take on the next 27 at the same time.
Oh yeah, it's the $1,200 hammers and all that. But
Right.
here's a what's that?
Aren't our enemies also wasting money? I doubt they're perfect systems with zero waste.
Well, that's
especially
a
the
Nirvana
communists.
fallacy. There's levels to this wasting money game, and we're elite.
How do we
Oh,
know
yeah.
that they're not just as good?
But
I
also,
made
like,
it up.
if you look at Russia, though,
No, I like your made up conjecture, Woody, and I agree with it fully.
Because I know what we don't do. We don't do that thing that the Russians always did, where the commanding officer would sell all the fuel.
Yeah, they waste money too.
oh yeah, and also, like, speaking of the Russians, like, Ukraine is what, the size of Texas roughly, and they've been holding the entire Russian army off with like Home Alone pranks for years now. Like,
They're losing 1,000 men a day. It's
Igor, I
1,000
woke up
Russians
to
die a day.
house and
Yeah, it's
doorknob
like-
is so hot.
yeah, the Russian Hawkins is like a pressure plane on a rope swinging down, smacking him, hitting him in the face. I mean, from a military standpoint, if the
He's looking
aliens
at me with
invade,
BB gun.
everybody knows what country we're calling. But speaking of stuff,
These
Christmas
ornaments are so sharp.
everywhere.
but
Hold
speaking of
on, I
stuff
keep
from
Russians
space-
out with all of my cardboard figures I have rigged to
They're going to be
police.
running on Home Alone pranks for the next 30 minutes. That's a good line.
So here's on a lighthearted note, here's some fun Arctic trivia for you. So, like, most of Greenland is inside the Arctic Circle,
Mhm.
and Arctic, like, I guess Latin means bears, and in Antarctic means no bears. And of course, on Earth, all the polar bears live at the North Pole. There are no bears at the South Pole. And, like, oddly enough, that has nothing to do with the fact that it's called Arctic and Antarctic. It's called the Arctic because the star Arcturus, which is like the fourth brightest star in the sky, is sort of like this guardian. It's in the Big Dipper. It's kind of this guardian star for the constellation Ursa Major, which is a bear. And the Arctic is the part of the Earth where you can see that constellation. So that's the Arctic. The Antarctic is the part of the Earth that you can't see that constellation, the bear constellation. But it just happens to also work out biologically that there are bears in the Arctic and no bears in the Antarctic, even though that has nothing to do with the names. I thought that was just a fun nerd trivia.
They say the polar bears are dying. What if we introduce them to the South Pole?
Man, a lot of penguins
they
to eat
eat?
down there.
Yeah, a lot of penguins are going to be pissed.
Penguins?
I'm told there's penguins there, Kyle.
There are a lot of penguins.
Aren't there a ton of them? Even on the south tip of Argentina, I think there are
Probably
a ton of
probably
penguins.
I have
overpopulated because they don't have natural predators like
Oh,
bears.
there are penguins all the way up in the Galapagos on the equator. I've swam with them on the island of Santa Cruz, I think, in the Galapagos. And there's like penguins bobbing around with you in like warm Pacific water. Like that's
Did they
like
get close to you, like they weren't scared and stuff?
I mean, 6 feet away. I mean, they're pretty fast in the water. He was just kind of like, I popped up out of the water and he was standing on a rock, just kind of blinking at me. And then he just popped in and jetted. And there's a few other ones, but like, yeah, penguins go up pretty far up the whole west coast of South America. You'll have penguins up that
But
way.
that's a tasty bird.
I don't know. I've had
Fatty
puffin
like a duck.
before in Norway.
Yeah.
Puffin's really delicious. I don't know if penguin, they're like, kind of like a penguin, but penguin seems like it'd be awful greasy.
I think I'd smoke him. I think I smoked penguin. You know,
penguin jerky. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, I've had dog. I'll definitely try some penguin.
Yeah,
I
guess
swam with penguins. Have you ever swam with stingrays?
Yes,
that's
they're
pretty
cool. They're very cool, man. The coolest swimming I've ever done though is with whale sharks.
Whale sharks,
and
right?
not in a gangster way. So at the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta, you can go swim in the big tank with their manta rays and sharks and whale sharks there. And I got to go swimming in that tank one time, and it was pretty dope. Like they're neat. They're just so chill, man. They're like 30-foot long fish just cruising at you. I don't know, 10,000-12,000 pounds, but they're really.
You didn't get to go in with
dope.
the whales, did you? Those. What are those white whales with the squishy heads?
Oh no, I did not get to go in there. I don't think you're allowed to swim with the beluga whales, the white guys.
Those things are so friendly when you go up to the glass. It's almost like they're saying, "Hey, come on in here, come play with us."
They have really happy
my gooey head.
Yeah, they got those goofy faces too. Yeah, they're pretty cool. But yeah, the whale sharks are just dope, man.
Yeah. I've swam with dolphins and stingrays, and stingrays are by far the cooler thing to swim with. You can catch them and pick them, carry them to the surface and stuff.
Yeah, I got to teach a dolphin and a sea lion how to paint one time years ago.
Wait, how to paint?
Were they bad at it?
Actually, they picked up pretty fast. Yeah, I went to do this like dolphin experience thing down in the Keys where you spend like 5 days. You kind of work with the dolphin trainer and you're teaching them stuff and you're just helping. You're swimming out, pretending to drown. They go out and rescue, that kind of stuff. But just in conversation, I got to talking to the people there, and I'm there like every day for a week. And I'm like, man, it'd be really awesome to. I had this collection of artwork done by different animals, crows and elephants and different things like that. And so they were down with it. So like we basically like got in the water, and I got like some watercolor paint and like a brush, and would like put the brush in my mouth and like dip it in the paint and kind of swirl it on the canvas. And like the dolphin's like watching me and like, give the dolphin the paintbrush, and it holds it in his beak and kind of mimics what I do, give it a fish, and boom, it can paint. I have a painting that this dolphin named Fiji did for me. And then there was this other, there's a sea lion, same thing. Like they just picked it up. It was pretty cool. But I was
if you ever marry me, I'm taking that painting.
I'm sorry. Oh,
if you ever marry me, I'm getting the painting in the divorce.
Cool. You can buy them online. I mean, they sell them. It's pretty cool place. But yeah, they're remarkably smart. I mean, like they did this thing called the free swim, where like you go out in this big, it's I don't know, 10 acres or something. It's corralled in where they can't get out into the ocean, but it's like in this inlet. And you go out with them, and like you're not like doing stunts or riding on them or them pushing around your feet. You're just swimming with them. And we go out, and it's like with this pod, and there's a female is kind of the dominant of the pod. And like, of course, they're having to go slow because I'm a pretty good swimmer, but obviously I can't swim like a dolphin. They can go like 45 miles an hour and jump 20 feet in the air. So like we're cruising along, and like we'd like go up for a breath and then go down about 20 feet, and they kind of cruise along the bottom, and they would like scan for little shellfish and crabs and stuff hiding under the sand, and they can, they can hit it with their echolocation and feel it. They'll actually, you can feel them scan you. Like it's this weird kind of tingly, buzzy sound. Like they'll just give you like a full body scan with it. It's pretty cool. But anyway, so like we're swimming along, and like she's next to me, and like I'm diving down, and she's like looking over at me, and it sounds kind of cliche, but like you have like that moment of connection, like we're like she's like we're like staring in each other's souls. There's a consciousness there. She is like contemplating her role in the universe and mine and hers. And like, we're having this moment. And then out of nowhere, she just like turns to me and like opens her mouth and just comes at me with this like wide mouth of teeth, which of course is pretty scary. I mean, the dolphin's like 440 pounds. They got a 1.5 foot long mouth full of teeth this big. I'm like, I spit my snorkel out, blah, blah. I'm like swimming up the top, waiting to get like ripped to shreds by this superhero of an animal. And she just pops up and is like laughing at me. Like she must have like echolocated the other dolphins, like, hey, watch this. I'm gonna find this guy. Watch this. She was just like, woogity boogity. And I was like, and she just laughed at me, man. It was cool. But yeah, they're amazing animals, man. There's definitely like a whole other level of intelligence there and awareness that it's really special. It was a really neat experience.
Dolphins are sick. And I want to continue to talk more about animals after we hear from a wonderful sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp, folks. This episode of PKA is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all, mental and dental. Got to take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique. But mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've also got a special offer for our listeners. Save 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's BetterHelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/PKA. 10% off your first month of online therapy. BetterHelp.com/PKA. Check that out. Maybe you feel like you could benefit from speaking to someone about things. Maybe you aren't totally comfortable saying to your friends and family. You need a sounding board of sorts. So give that a go. BetterHelp.com/PKA for 10% off your first month. Check out BetterHelp. Click the link in the description. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the finest jism increasing pills available the world over. You don't need to hear me give the spiel again. You guys know what it is. It's code PKA. It's code Jizz. It's 10% off, and it's 10% off of everything on Derek's site. You guys probably are thinking it's just jizz pills over there. No, anything to do with fitness, weight loss, quality of life, things like sleep, things like energy. He's got it efficaciously dosed for you there on GorillaMind.com, and get Lock and Load and all those products for 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz. And also on our merch site, also linked below, be sure to use code PKA10 to save 10% off of any hoodie, shirt, hat, sticker, mug, whatever you choose to buy. So check all of those out.
Check those out.
You will not regret it. Anyway, I wanted to stay on animals, but then I forgot what I was going to say about animals.
I was going to tell you about this Good Boy movie. So, like, Good Boy is the horror movie that's from the perspective of the dog, and the dog can see the like dark, evil spirit, demon monster that is stalking his owner, but the owner can't. And so the whole movie is from the dog's perspective. And the dog is so good with it. Like, its eyes look worried. like it's looking around in this concerned way. Like, it's a good fucking actor. I watched the movie the other night, and I was thinking, like, this dog is a better actor than its owner. And then sure enough, it won this Astro Award. It was like a best performance in a horror movie. It beat Ethan Hawke. It beat
what's his name? Like
Indy the dog. They're like, and the award goes to Indy the dog.
And it's not.
Did he look around like exasperated as it was playing? Like, oh my god, I can't believe it.
And the award's like a squeaky toy or something. Wow, is it called the Astro Award, like after the dog on the Jetsons, or is it just called the Astro Award and it had nothing to do with the dog? It just happened to be a dog won it. Oh, Astro.
Yeah, I get you though. No, I highly recommend that movie. Like, because it's that thing about dogs in movies where you don't want to see them get hurt at all. So the whole movie is very tense. You're very concerned about this dog. Like you're always worried something bad's going to happen to him. I liked it a lot. I thought the dog was a great actor. There's been a slew of like CGI dog movies. I think Harrison Ford might have made one with this CGI dog. I mean, he either did Call of the Wild or something like that. And it looks like shit. This is just a good actor dog. It was so good.
That's pretty cool. Anytime I'm watching a movie with an animal in it, like Hidalgo or something, I always have to like get on like IMDb or like Reddit and make sure it doesn't die at the end.
He bought that horse. He owns that horse. I mean, I don't know if the horse is still alive, but Viggo Mortensen, after that movie, he was like, I like this horse. I'm keeping it.
I remember that. That is cool. Yeah. So speaking of ghost dogs, so years ago, my aunt and uncle lived up in Richmond, Virginia, and they lived in this area called the Fan, which was like kind of like brownstone houses. And I think they used to be like mansions back in Victoria time, but at some point in the 50s, they split them up into like 3-level apartments, And anyway, they had this Doberman Pinscher that would like just every now and then just completely flip out, like stare at something in the corner, follow something around the room, growl at something in the hall, like follow something down the hall, like looking at like the dog could see something they couldn't. And they're just like, man, this dog's crazy. This goes on for like a couple of years. Like every now and then, like they just wake up and the dog will be like growling and staring in the corner and just trying to like kind of creepy, but they're just okay. The dog's a weirdo. Well, one day, like they're at work and their neighbor calls and like they're on like the ground floor person on the third floor had like a small kitchen fire. Like the place didn't burn down, but they had to like water damage and some shit like that. But anyway, when the police were there, the fire department was there, they had to like hack into the wall, to make sure there wasn't like fire or something still burning in the wall. The building was built in like the 1890s. They found a dude's body built into the wall upside down on the top floor. Like when they built this place in the 1890s, somebody buried this dude in the wall. And like after they found the body, the dog never flipped out again. But they were like, man, like was the dog like seeing this guy's ghost or this guy's spirit or something? Because like once he was like liberated, the dog never did it again. But up to that point, yeah, the dog was like seeing something walking around the house. So like I thought that was a cool like.
Dude, didn't you find 2 bodies driving around the Southwest? Is that?
Oh yeah, the talking points. Yeah, so like I am driving around. This is last year after the off-road games. I took some time off just to kind of go drive around the desert. I dig the desert, star watch, all that. So like there was some like property out there that's like, for sale. So I just kind of go out to like a place that's already for sale. So like nobody's not, gonna like be mad at me for being out there. And it's just like in the middle of nowhere, like 40 miles out of dirt road out of Vegas and turn left and go 3 miles out of dirt road and then 2 miles. I mean, just this like total Pac-Man maze of just these straight, 90-degree turns, way out in the middle of nowhere outside of Vegas. And I found a good spot. I thought I was going to camp there for the night. I'd rented a truck I could sleep in, Durango and all that. So I roll up and there's like this, I'm kind of collecting rocks and stuff because I do that kind of nerdy shit. And I parked the truck on like the corner and there's like kind of a, like, I guess they like road grade these roads every few years. And there's like a little berm of dirt, 3 or 4 feet tall. So there's like a big berm of dirt on the corner with like a big scrubby brush. And as I step over the pile of dirt, there are like 2 relatively fresh, like in my family, we dig graves for our loved ones when they pass away. And I've seen enough graves dug by hand to know what they look like. I've heard
some people do that too.
And they're like, and these weren't like, 2 evenly placed. They were just sort of haphazardly like dug kind of right there behind a bush. And I was like, man, like you can just tell like somebody, because there's no reason that there would have been freshly dug piles of dirt approximately 7 feet long and 3 feet wide out in the desert, other than like somebody's like, take these 2 out in the desert and bury them. And I saw it and I was just like, time to go. Like, yeah, I didn't call the cops. Like, I was just like, I'm not getting involved. Like, I just, I don't need my name on a witness report. I don't want somebody showing up at my door. Like,
Like, I don't want a no country for old men scenario.
The fingers like tendrils sticking up.
Yeah, some kind of corpse bride thing. No, it was just like 2 graves out in the desert, and I was like, time to go. I mean, they've been there for a long time. I mean, this was at least, I would guess, 6 months to a year. And I know probably somebody like needs some closure for a loved one or something, but I was like, no, like I don't want to get involved. Just whoever they made mad, I hope they're at peace now. And I'm just going to like dance back out of this. I'm out of here.
Whoever they made mad.
Yeah.
You could have stumbled upon a Hatfield and McCoy's situation. Best not to get involved.
Exactly, man. Like, I had some friends of mine that were at a street race one time, and like some guys this is in like St. Louis actually. And they were out there like racing with some people, and there were some dudes off on the side. And like, I don't know what happened, but guy just pulled a gun and like just smoked this guy like several times right there. And the guy just fell off in the bushes, and they just went back to racing after what this happened. And my friends were just like, same thing. They were just casually turned their back, just sort of slowly started loading shit up in the car, just kind of like, we didn't see anything, just got in the car and drove away. Like, just
if you had called the police, that wouldn't have even made the news here.
No, it would have just, that stuff happens all the time. Just recently, I'm in Atlanta, and me and a buddy of mine go to Mellow Mushroom, my buddy Brent. And like, they've kind of closed. We're standing around the parking lot, just talking about cars and stuff. And
isn't that a pizza place?
Yeah. So we're this kind of downtown Atlanta, and like, so we're standing in the parking lot. They're in there cleaning up. We're just leaning on our cars, talking shit. Across the street is like a vape store that like used to be like a gas station or something. Now it's like a vape store. And this like pretty nice Audi comes like pulling in and kind of backs into a parking space, like in the Mellow Mushroom parking lot across the street. Now there's like 1 car in the parking lot of the vape store across the way. The guy behind the wheel, like he's just sitting there, car's idling. He's just sitting in the car. The passenger gets out and walks across the street. And I'm like, they're kind of like, my back's to this. My buddy, like, he's pretty observant. He's like, yo, man, like, why would they park here? And why would that guy walk across the street? So I turn and like we watched the guy, he like walks to the vape store and like walks in the door and it just turns around. There's like nobody else in the store. I guess the one car was the employee. Walks in the door, just turns around and locks the door behind him with his guy still sitting in the car over in the parking lot with us. And I was like, time to go. He's like, wait, see what goes on. I was like, nope, it is time
You're
to
like
leave.
the anti-Superman.
Yeah, I know, exactly. You know, we have seen exactly. We have seen both of these guys' faces. We've seen their car. If we call the cops, like we're going to be on an accident report somewhere. We're going to be a witness. Like they're going to have access to who we are. So like, I'm like situational awareness. Like, let's just get in the car.
What's
and
the
drive
opposite
away.
of a vigilante? I don't even know if there's a word for this.
Just kind of an observer. Just
Vigilante. I don't know. I was out of there, man. I was like, I do not want to be involved in whatever's fixing to go down, man. This is not my problem. I'm out of here. Cause like, yeah, it's like if you witness a crime, like, do you think that like the people who like, I don't mean like you see somebody stealing a car. I'm talking about like, obviously, like, let's assume organized crime type of stuff. Like, if you're a witness to that, like, you think they don't have access to your name and court records, that they can't pay somebody off to say who it was? And like, you don't want to, like, what if you're like the one witness that can like identify this person and somebody just shows up at your house and smokes you? I'm like, man, this is not whatever the vape store guy did that made the guy in the Audi mad and want him to make him want to.
Yeah, you're sitting there in the lot and you're like, I just lost my third boat. I don't need this.
Exactly, man. Like, and if like, I mean, yeah, if I'm at like the river and I see somebody floating down the river yelling for help, yeah, I'm going to jump in and save them. You know, if somebody is like,
what if you see somebody throw somebody in the river and then they give you a mean
that's when you
look?
walk away. You're like, okay, no, that's not true. That's not true.
Whoa, too rich for my blood.
I mean,
it's a public pool. It's not even a river.
Yeah, exactly. If you can affect somebody, saving somebody's life, absolutely. But when there's some like obviously like organized crime shit going down, or like the bodies in the desert, something else has obviously already gone down. Like, you're not going to help the situation. I'm not going to like run into the vape store and be
off the zombie survival team.
You're on it. You're like you're almost like a crime Forrest Gump, where you're like, this has nothing to do with me. And
nothing to do with me, man. Like whatever that guy at the vape store did, that's between him and the guy in the Audi. But I'm going to go home. Like I do not want to get involved in this. Like and yeah, maybe I'm not that brave, but like. You know, I don't want to get shot. Like, I'll save you from a bear. Yes, I'll fight the bear. Or if some crackhead comes at you, like, if we're in the situation, I'm going to do something. But if it's something that would otherwise happen without me, with or without me, it's just time to go, man. Let's just get in our cars and drive away. I don't need to know. You know, I don't need to stick around and wait for the gunshots. I don't need to identify the Audi driver or the other dude and the police lineup later. Like,
my curiousness would have got me. Like if I saw that situation, I would have wanted to see what happened. Like if he ran out with a bag, did he bring a bag in? Is that how you even rob a vape store with a bag? Is there that much money? You just shove it in your coat? Maybe is he stealing merchandise or just the cash?
Yeah, but if you're going to rob a store, you're probably not going to lock the door behind you. Like I could see the clerk in the vape store. Like when the dude walked in the door, like the clerk obviously was like alarmed. Like he knew the guy. It wasn't just like ski mask. Like this guy was like, you know, gold chain, nice clothes. Like this is one of those like we're gonna make you an offer you can't refuse kind of scenarios. Like
vape store and like a vape store or like a convenient mart run by a foreigner might be one of the riskier places to rob. Like you want to find a place that's manned by American teenagers who don't give a fuck and step back immediately. We've all seen videos where some guy breaks into a vape store thinking he's going to steal $600, and then some Asian guy is like, oh, he turned his back, that is ultimate disrespect, and then he stabs the guy to death with a Bowie knife that he produces from his ass purportedly. Like,
that video is so good.
And that guy,
if you've never seen the video he's describing, it is hilarious. The dude jumps the counter at the vape store, and homeboy is not having it. He pulls out the biggest knife I've ever seen
Heart of
and
a warrior.
starts stabbing the perpetrator rapidly. And the thief literally says out loud, "I'm dead."
Yeah, it was like getting tagged in a video game where like you're like, oh, the blood starts coming. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck.
Yeah, it was like when we let them, your friends know, even though you're not quite dead, you just go ahead and let them know, like I'm dead. I'm not
he was obviously dead after that first like giant knife stab because
I don't know if he died for real.
You could see like I didn't even know knives would disappear that fast into flesh. I thought there would be some sort of resistance.
Was it like that springy one in the movies, where it like disappears into the handle?
No, big old knife.
No, I'm just kidding with you. No, yeah, that's
he fucked him up, and they should have went in. They should have noticed in his eyes the fire of a samurai, someone who was going to shut them down when they tried that. That what you want is like some American kid who's like, I don't care, I'm actually high right now.
Yeah, this is definitely not a robbery. This had the look of like we loaned you a lot of money to open the vape store and you haven't paid up or something. Like this was personal, whatever it was. Again, didn't stick around to find out. Like there's a time to be a hero and there's a time to just walk away and let crime take care of it. So, like criminal on criminal stuff, y'all can have that. Like if it's like an innocent person, yeah, I'm going to go in, we're going to do something. But if it's like two criminals about to have some criminal to criminal stuff, that's time to go, man. You're not, that is not the time.
That's a good distinction
of the smoke shop samurai.
Yeah, exactly.
The smoke shop samurai.
The smoke shop samurai. Yeah, it's great. Like I've seen, I didn't know stabbing was obviously, you see movies, getting stabbed is a bad thing, but I didn't know how bad stabbing was until I saw some like pictures of like hospital like wounds of people who had been stabbed. I might rather get shot. If I have a choice between you stabbing me in the torso with a Bowie knife and shooting me in the torso with like a 38, I mean, I probably try to run, but the 38 is going to come to mind, and I'm going to have to be thinking hard because you're so gruesome.
You're not wrong. So like first wife at the time was an ER nurse for years. And like she come in and tell me all kind of, and she was in Augusta, which like Augusta is like really bougie people and like some really desperate people. Like there's not a lot of middle class in Augusta, and there's some sketchy areas there. And that's where her hospital was at. And she come in and tell me stories about people getting stabbed, people getting shot. And like, funny enough, like small calibers, like 22, 32 short, 380, that kind of stuff. Those are apparently more likely to kill you than like a 38 or 357 or something, or 9mm. 9mm is kind of on the fence because like a relatively high caliber is going to like go in, hit something, come out or stop. Like it's going to have a relatively straight trajectory. They know where to go in and clip this blood vessel, cut this, whatever. But if you get shot with something small, it'll ricochet off a rib, hit your spleen, bounce off your liver. It'll Swiss cheese you inside and you'll bleed out before they can find all the different rips and tears. Now, it doesn't have a lot of stopping power, but like if you want to stop somebody, shoot them with a big caliber gun and the EMTs come sweep them up. But if you definitely want to kill them, shoot them with a small caliber and they'll die 3 hours from now because they just can't stop the bleeding. And same thing with stabbing. Like as you said, like per your point, like stabbing is so violent. There's so much tissue damage, and due to the width of the blade, it just severs so many arteries and organs and things that they just can't repair the damage. So yeah, blades are bad news, man. I'm like you. I'd rather be shot with a 9mm than stabbed for sure. If it's like a nail clipper knife,
dude, this guy drives the knife into this guy's back like he was the guy setting Excalibur into the stone.
Yeah.
Like just a brutal,
and then the guy and then he's like throwing like some down low toward the guy's hips and stuff. Like he's just stabbing him up. Like if the guy's trying to like block him, but he's just like, oh, I'll stab you down here instead.
I bet after the first stab, you're like, I can do this.
The closest thing I ever had to that, and it's a very uncool version, is I fought off a mugger. I didn't fight off a mugger. I deterred a mugger with a sword when I was dressed as Captain Hook, and he tried to mug me.
You probably thought you didn't have any money.
Probably thought you didn't have a real sword.
Oh, exactly. I'm like, it's like Halloween in Augusta again, and wife at the time and I are like dating, I guess. She's dressed as Tinkerbell. I'm Captain Hook. I've got this like, it's like a, I don't know, some kind of Masonic sword I found in her mom's attic. It was like her granddad's like ceremonial thing. It was like a letter opener, but it's 3 feet long, but it's not like a real bladed sword or anything. Anyway, so I've got that. I'm all dressed like a pirate. She, whatever. We're walking back to the car after this party downtown Augusta, and there's like a $5 bill laying on the sidewalk. And I'm like, I mean, I'll run out in the traffic for a quarter. I'm cheap. So I see a $5. I'm like, hell yeah, $5. So as I bend over for the $5, that was obviously the distraction. And this guy comes like hustling out of this little alleyway right there. And he's got like a little 4-inch knife. And he comes out of the alley with the knife. And I kind of look up as I'm bending over for the $5 and I see him. And like all I can think to do is I just like fast draw the sword and just like pull it out. And again, this is like a letter opener, but like I could probably have stabbed the guy, but like cutting had nothing. This is
He
like
didn't know it wasn't sharp.
I just like swing and like pull it out, and the guy kind of hits the brakes, and the tip just kind of like barely kisses him, like right there, kind of doing it on his like breastbone in the middle, and he stops. And we both just kind of freeze because like he's got a real knife and he's obviously a criminal. I'm trying to protect my girlfriend. I'm like pushing her behind me in a freaking Captain Hook outfit with a freaking fake ass sword, but it's made out of metal. I mean, I could actually like do some damage. Anyway, the guy stopped and there was this hilarious like 3 or 4. I'm sure it was like just a split second. In my mind, it was 3 or 4 seconds where like he probably rehearsed this mugging in his mind all night long, but in no scenario did the guy have a sword.
Yeah.
And then he just like, I was just like,
on guard.
I was just like,
Avast ye!
I know, and I was looking at this guy. I was like, run. And the guy just took off running, and I kept the $5. And like I just did. I mean, what am I doing? Like, make like a citizen's arrest and hold him at sword point until the cops get there.
Yar, we drinking good tonight, Tinker.
Okay. This is like 1995. This is like long before like cell phones and stuff, you know. So it just it was hilarious. That was the only time I ever went like full blade on somebody. It was with a fake ceremonial mason sword against the mugger.
And that criminal later that night is like falling asleep. And he's got a Wayne Gretzky, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take poster in his room. He's like, I'm never going to be good at this.
Never going to be good. Worst mugger ever. But that was not even, I mean, my entire role was to pull a fake sword out. That's all I did. So yeah, no heroics in that story. But
that's slick.
It was pretty funny. You mentioned Bowie knife a minute ago. The legend is that knife, Jim Bowie's knife, was made out of a meteorite. And it was such a really like a high carbon, high nickel steel, which they didn't really have back in the day, that knife was forged out of a meteorite, which is why it would hold a blade and hold an edge and was sharper than anybody else's knife at the time. So like, anyway, he was famous for fighting with it and getting duels with it and all kind of shit. And when he was walking to the Alamo, he's one of the 3 stars on the Tennessee state flag. Tennessee is called the volunteer state. That's Davy Crockett, Daniel Boone, and Jim Bowie were the 3 volunteers from Tennessee who went to the Alamo and died there. Jim Bowie's wife told him to get rid of that knife because it was bad luck. And he, legend has it, threw it into the Mississippi River on his way to the Alamo, never to be seen again. But somewhere the original Bowie knife of all Bowie knife fame ever since is somewhere in the Mississippi River, and it's made out of a meteorite. So the legend says.
I know ancient peoples did that because there's they found Egyptian meteorite blades and stuff.
Oh wow!
And it was a time before iron working was a thing. Copper was the shit at the time, and they would have these. You imagine what you would think, a magical extra hard super metal fell from the heavens.
Oh
and
yeah!
I would think I had a magic sword. I would think I had a magic sword.
Well, and you would. I mean, copper is so soft. Like copper and tin makes bronze, but bronze is still pretty soft. It can be kind of brittle. Like, I mean, that level of iron nickel compound in a meteorite. Yeah,
that would a lot of it though. You need a lot of them.
But man, I mean, that would be like adamantium of the time. I mean, that would have just been. I mean, nobody would have had anything close to that. And like, what a high price substance that would have been back then too.
Yeah, probably so.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. When I was like 19 or 20, going back to the gun thing a minute ago, or the sword thing, really. Somehow I joined the VFW. I think you're supposed to be a veteran to join the VFW. They signed me up anyway.
You sir.
And because it was like and we'd hang out there and play poker. We'd have like high stakes poker games. And there was a guy there who was the bartender. I don't think they're supposed to serve alcohol, but they got a bar there. And the bartender was this ugly motherfucker. I can't remember his name, but he had a lighter that looked like a pistol. And he'd always get the thing out and goof around with it and light his cigarettes. And he'd light your cigarette. If you asked for a light, he'd kind of draw it on you, and it became a little running joke. If somebody was new, they didn't know what was happening at first. And then apparently he hooked up with this lady. this ugly motherfucker, and they spent the night at a notorious motel in town in Royston, Georgia. And then what happened was she woke up in the middle of the night and went over to have a cigarette in the room. And she, you know how you like cup your hand like this when you light one up to guard from the wind with your left hand up here? She did that with that lighter, and bang, she blew a hole through her left hand because it was a 25 auto that he also owned.
Oh,
and she didn't know. And so everybody joked that what really happened was she woke up and saw the ugly son of a bitch she was with and tried to kill herself. And we ripped on him about that for like years after that.
That is a great bit to have a real gun that looks like your fake lighter. That is like no pulling punches. That's hilarious.
That is an awesome story. And like, I mean, completely plausible too. I mean, like that's, that could so totally happen, but man, what are the chances? Like, gosh,
who has a 25 auto? Like, who has one of those?
That's a good pimp gun, man.
Yeah. A lot of people carry those little piece of shit pocket pistols. You can get them for like $200 at the pawn shop. They work.
Isn't that like a little like Derringer sized thing, like teeny?
Yeah,
it's a small bullet, but it's got some pop to it, and you got several pops to go, and it's little. It's a little pistol. It'll fit in a jean pocket and not take up a lot of space. It'll definitely go in your jacket pocket, and just be in there like keys or something. A lot of people carry those. He did.
Yeah, I've got a little Derringer. It's the size of like my thumb. It holds like 22 magnums, and it's got like a 1/2-inch barrel on it. Like there's like when you cock it, the trigger kind of.
Is it a quad barrel?
Yeah, just a little. I mean, sorry, it's just a revolver, but you have
okay. I know the gun you're talking about. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, you'd have better luck like throwing it at somebody over 5 feet away. I mean, it is the most inaccurate. But if it like point blank, I mean, I wouldn't want to get shot with that thing, man. Like you stick that in somebody's ribs, man, point blank, it would be bad news.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
sure.
those little pimp guns, man, those are dangerous. It's the big dirty hairy guns and stuff are great in movies, but the people that carry the little ghetto guns like that, man, they know how to use them, man. I don't want to mess with that.
Our guest last week is out in California. He's a pretty liberal guy, and he'd gotten his first handgun ever.
Wow.
He's a few years older than me, and we're like, what'd you get? Show us. And he's like, can I show guns on here? And we're like, yeah, go get it. And he pulls out an 8.5-inch Anaconda 44 Magnum that's chromed out.
Hell yeah.
The perfect starter gun.
Perfect starter gun.
If I were trying to prank someone who asked me what should be my first gun, I'd be like, probably a 44 Magnum revolver.
I mean, he's right. He can shoot those 44 specials in it. They're in that heavy gun. That'd make it pretty fucking manageable to shoot. But he is saying it hurts his hand. He just needs to get some new grips or something like that.
He's got to lock his wrist more. He'll get the hold of it. And then everything else is going to feel easy as hell after that.
Yeah, I mean,
he grabs a Glock 19 and starts plinking. He's going to be like, "This is incredible! No kick at all."
I keep a 1911 and a 12 gauge in the office just because that's where I am most of the time. But yeah, man, those big guns. I found a Glock 35 in the front yard right before Thanksgiving. Like again, I live in Gainesville, Georgia, so like an armed illegal guy, according to the cops, stole a truck from a contractor. Took a gun that was also stolen, killed somebody with the gun, was fleeing the scene. Not like he wasn't being chased by the cops, but he hit somebody head on in front of my house and flipped the truck into the yard. I go running outside to just render aid, see what's going on, call 911. Of course, you call 911. There's like a pickup truck hits another pickup truck head on in front of the house. One pickup truck, the non-stolen truck is a guy like with a hot shotter, like a gooseneck hauling cars. There's cars all over the road. One truck's flipped over. The other truck's crashed. I call 911 and they're like, well, can you, I give them the address. I'm like, blah, 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 road. They're like, okay, head on collision, multiple cars involved. Well, can you describe the cars? I'm like, ma'am, send a damn, go to the address. It's the cars in the head on collision.
5 cops, an ambulance, and a fire truck.
Seriously,
based on your other stories, I was half picturing you to walk out, see the problem, and go, not for me.
Oh yeah, no. In this kind of case, yeah. I mean, this is as far as I know at the time, this is innocent person, and again, I will save an innocent person, but I'm not going to get involved in criminal versus criminal. So anyway, so I hear the crash. I go running outside, thinking somebody's dead. There's like a series of curves in front of my house, and there's like about twice a year there's like a good crash out there. So this was this one. So I go run outside, like the truck's on its side. Somebody, a passerby is already helping the guy across the road. He's okay. He's banged up, but he's all right. It was like a Dodge Dually that got hit head on by like a Nissan Titan or something. So like, anyway, the truck that's flipped over in the yard, I'm like looking in the truck. There's nobody there. There's another guy, car stops. We're looking for the guy. Like the truck like rolled onto its side, but it wasn't like a violent flip. Like all the shovels and tools and stuff were all within about 10, 15 feet of the truck. So I'm looking and I'm like, where's the guy? Is he under the truck? No. And I'm like, windshield's been kicked out. I'm like, crap, this guy has fled the scene. Of course, I live in Gainesville, Georgia. That's what everybody does after an accident. You flee the scene. So I'm like, great. There's a guy who was like on the loose with a reason to hide. So I'm like, crap. So I go grab my piece. I go like I left the front door open. So I go run back in the house, sweep the house, make sure he's not inside. I'm like, I've already called 911. Somebody else did too. I'm checking the barn. I'm checking under all my trucks, just making sure the guy's not like trying to steal another car and split the scene or whatever. Anyway, the cops show up. Yes, this guy's like wanted for murder. So I'm like, great. There's like an armed murderer around the house. So like they're out here in the woods with like, it's like the state patrol. They got hound dogs. It's like raining, but they got bloodhounds and dogs and they're sweeping everywhere. Like, I'm like, great, man. This guy, they don't find him all night long. This happens at like 9 o'clock at night or so. They don't find him all night. I'm sitting up all night long in my kitchen with a shotgun, just waiting for some guy to come crawling in the door to try to steal a car or a gun or something. So like sun comes up next day. I'm like, great. Of course, another armed murderer guy on the loose. So I go out in the front yard to like pick up all the debris from the crack because they towed the trucks off and all that stuff. But there's like car parts all in my front yard. They've rutted out the grass. The yard's fucked. I go outside, like right where the cops are all standing, there's a Glock 35 with an extended mag just pressed into the mud right there in the front yard, like right next to the road. And I'm like, great. So, part of me kind of like,
I kicked some dirt on it. I'm not getting involved.
I did, because like, here's the thing, like I said in the Vinwiki story, a time somebody tried to carjack me and I drove off and ended up with the gun in the car. Like, hey, free gun. But I'm like, nah, obviously, like somebody's been killed with this gun. I don't need it. But I can't leave it stuck in the front yard either because there's so many like fentanyl zombies and tweakers that wander up and down the highway out here. I'm like, well, that's no good. They're going to find it. So I get like a big, like 1 gallon Ziploc and do like the dog park thing, like reach through the bag, grab the gun, pull it into the bag. I call the cops. Takes them hours to come out finally. And then the cops are like, did you know the suspect? Was there any reason he would have disposed this weapon in your front yard? Blah, blah, blah. They're like grilling me about it. I'm like, dude, like what's more likely? An armed illegal guy in a town that is 75% armed illegal guys steals a car, kills somebody, flips it in my front yard, loses the gun, which y'all don't find because you're literally standing on it. And then I find it in my yard the next day. Or this is some huge conspiracy between me and the Mexican cartel and this highly staged 5-car accident and this whole night with the police just so he could drop the murder weapon in my yard and I could be cut loose with it for 10 hours before I called you. Like, no, dude, you missed the damn gun. Come get it. Like, anyway, it was
They're probably embarrassed.
I'm sure. I mean, like literally, like they were all like standing around everywhere. Like they were looking with their flat. Like they must have stepped on this gun 50 times. It's just right there, like Jello molded into the mud in the front yard. It was not a shining moment for them, but yeah, same thing. Like yet again, I ended up with a free gun, but turned it in because again, I don't want to like that be the gun I got to defend myself with, and somehow it's connected to some other murder in my neighborhood. And like
the barrel, the
it's
barrel.
Bad juju anyway.
Yeah. I don't want a murder weapon. I mean, I already have a truck
That's
that somebody was murdered in. I don't need a gun to go with it. So
that's a shitty Glock anyway.
The
it was beat up too, man.
No, your mic's doing something odd.
Oh, mine is
Woody's.
Oh,
yeah, you're very loud, like tons of gain.
it didn't change. Is it also still too loud?
It seems to be auto correcting now.
Maybe that's it. I
look at that. Perfect. Fine. It's like it's like literally like fixing itself as you talk.
Okay. Well, maybe it had to do with me putting on mute for a few minutes.
Right on. Speaking of microphones, just some props out to Zach because like I'm terrible with technology and like he didn't even know like what I had. He could just see in the photo. He could see like this much of my microphone. He's like, oh, that's the one you got. Touch this knob, click this thing. Like this dude was like on point, man. Like I'm completely inept when it comes to anything technological, and he had me like mic'd up, ready to go, balanced out in a minute. So he's a rock star.
Your mic is good. Cool.
Did you see this link I sent that NASA is sending a manned mission to not land on the moon, but orbit the moon and come back next year?
That's pretty cool.
They're going to go around the moon and come back. No sooner than February 6th. I vibe that as this year. Do I have it wrong?
I think it's this year.
Oh, I thought you just said next year. Maybe I misheard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's this year.
No sooner than February 6th does give them a lot of leeway.
An infinite amount.
Yeah.
That
could be 2057. That's cool. My friend Taha is a NASA guy, and he handles like data transfer for that Artemis program. He gave me a mission patch from Artemis that I've got from my cannibal jacket. It's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Pretty dope, man. You know, like I guess it was Michael Collins, or no, it wasn't Michael. It was the Apollo 13 guys were like the farthest, I guess, from Earth that anybody's ever been. Michael Collins went around it while Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong were on the moon, but the Apollo 13 guys that couldn't land were on a farther orbit out, so they could slingshot back to Earth. Like they were like the 3 farthest people from Earth that have ever happened in history. So like if this guy, like this manned mission they're sending next, it goes even farther than that, they'll be like the farthest people from home in history. That's pretty cool.
I wonder if it beats all the other countries as well.
Yes. I don't think any other countries have put a man around the moon either.
I don't think so. I know like Russia and China have put some landers on the moon.
India has too. Mexico might have. It seems like it's easy to lander on there these days. But I don't think anyone has sent a man out to go around the moon even, except for the United States.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's been outside of like, I guess, low Earth orbit even. I mean, like it was just the Apollo missions would have been it.
Yeah.
That's what Google says. Apollo 13, I guess, is the farthest we've been. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, yeah. Although I guess there's like the Cold War rumor that like the Russians sent a manned mission there and they didn't make it and they just kept it quiet.
Yeah. There's a lot of talk that they were burning up astronauts to be ahead of the curve. Like every now and then some guy would get burned alive and they would just act like the mission didn't happen because why admit to the failure?
He was not loyal enough.
I always feel bad about the monkeys and stuff they send up there. Like Bobo just gets sent up there and left to suffocate or whatever.
So I looked it up one time because, like, you hear all these stories about the Russian space program. Like, you just assume they're like up there with like screen doors and duct tape and PVC pipe and stuff. But if you look, like I looked at the fatality rates for both the U.S. and the Russian space program, they have an almost identical, it's a 1% fatality rate, identical with both space programs. However, the U.S. actually loses more people in space or on the way to or from space. Russia lost more of their people on the ground. Like one time, like some guys landed because, like we land out in the ocean, they pick them up, big photo, ticker tape, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians would land out in like the middle of Siberia. Like days away sometimes, like, too far out to get helicopter because they can't carry the gas. Like they had some guys that like landed out there and like they couldn't pop the bolts on the capsule and they just ran out of air before they could get to them. Some other cats like landed and got out and like were like literally like attacked by wolves and were killed. Some other guys like were like landed and like they were like waiting over through the night, I guess, for the people to come and get them. And like a wind came up, picked up their parachute and drug them off a big cliff. Like the Russians, like they were losing dudes on the. You have a better chance, like back in the 60s, you had a better chance of getting back to Earth alive with the Russians than you did with the Americans. But once you were on the ground, you were screwed. However, despite having a 1% fatality rate, that is not the most dangerous job in the world. And people are you would guess like oil worker, crab fisherman, whatever. It's president of the United States. There have been like 40, I can't remember how many terms, but 47 presidents, and 3 of them have been killed in office. So that's like a 9%? I mean, excuse me, a 6% fatality rate.
Several of them have been shot and
exactly. Yeah, Reagan, people like that.
Roosevelt, Reagan, Trump.
Yeah. So I guess like Harding, I can't remember whoever else got assassinated, and then Hamilton got shot by Aaron Burr, but did that shot kill him or was that just a duel? I don't remember.
I thought that was a duel.
Yeah, but
It was a
anyway,
good-
like
good
that
killing.
beats the shit out of like saturation diver, and like there's a lot of jobs out there with a pretty high fatality rate that pay a shit ton. But President of the United States, the most heavily guarded person in the world, still the most likely to get killed on the job than any other job out there.
I would thought logging was the most dangerous job. I wonder.
I would. I mean, I'm sure it is, but
but the most dangerous regular job. I'm thinking.
Regular job. Yeah, I mean, obviously, president, not regular job, but nonetheless, 6% or 6 and change or whatever that math works out to. I went to art school. I don't do math, but like that's pretty crazy though, man. Like 6%. That's a really good chance you're going to die.
Logging has a, let's see, 3.7 average rate. Yeah, logging is the most dangerous by far. That's not something like president. Number 2, what do you think?
Number 2,
it's also a trade.
Is it totally unrelated to logging? It's not like a different kind of logging.
I would guess some kind of underwater welding or something.
Offshore rigging? Is that its own trade? What would that be?
Those aren't in the top 5.
Really? Underwater welder, not either?
Nope.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Crab fisherman.
It's a trade.
That is number 3. Fishing and hunting workers.
Okay. So I got 1 and 3. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm family feuding this.
Is it like an oil field, like a oil derrick workers? Like people
not specifically, although helpers and construction trades is like number 4. Number 2 is roofers, which is hilarious. And it makes so much sense because just a little slip, just a little trip and fall, and you're tumbling off dozens of feet.
A friend of a friend went that way. Is it like a firefighter or some kind of like first responder type thing?
It's roofers is number 2, and then commercial fishers number 3, construction laborers number 4. Aircraft pilots and flight engineers.
I would not have guessed aircraft pilots and flight engineers at all.
There's
like so many air flights every day.
Are they counting military history?
I don't know because
is this year to? No, this is year to year. Huh?
Is it like something like is number 1 like bomb squad or something like law enforcement related or?
It's logging number 1.
Logging is number 1. Okay, I thought there was a set for different. All right.
Yeah. If anything, it seems like delivery truck drivers should be higher and aircraft pilots should be low because like they're driving nonstop. And like we all see those figures where it's like you'd have to take a jillion flights to equal the risk of one, cross-country journey in America in a car.
Now that I see it, I understand how it makes sense. Although I would have guessed maybe the delivery truck drivers don't tend to get as hurt. Like it's the other car that gets messed up.
Oh yeah, it's just fatalities. You're right. Yeah.
But I guess not. It's
a plane crash is much worse than a car crash.
Yeah. When you hear someone survived a plane crash, like, oh, thank God, what lucky them. But when you hear somebody survived a car crash, you're just that's kind of par for the course. Most people survive them.
I wonder if it's people outside the plane that are getting hurt a lot.
It says pilots and flight engineers. I don't know what a flight engineer is. I thought a flight engineer was like the co-pilot guy back there with all the the switches and levers and shit.
Oh, I was picturing the person sideways with the waving flags and all the luggage.
Oh, like support personnel.
I think the flight engineer is like the guy, sort of like a ship's engineer. Like he's sort of in charge of like all the, making sure the hydraulics work, all the electronics, keeping everything like functionally on the plane going on. I think that's that person's job.
That's what I thought too.
The mechanicals, flaps and all that kind of stuff, bleed air and everything off the engine and all that. But wow, man, that's
it's the second officer. It's a guy on the plane. It's not the people who get sucked into the engines outside.
That will never not be funny. I'm sorry. I know it's a tragedy for somebody, but when I see you get literally sucked off your feet into a fucking turbine engine, I gotta think like that. Man, that would be rough to see in person. If that was you that got sucked in, like, oh my god,
Indiana Jones scenes where the prop hits the guy. Is that funny too?
Well,
no, that's kind of fucked up.
Like, that's pretty grisly. Yeah. This happened. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was saying what you're describing, Kyle, happened in Atlanta at, I don't recall the name of your airport, the Atlanta airport.
Hartsfield Jackson Airport.
Like maybe 2 years ago, some lady got sucked into an engine because she was just traipsing about, I guess, beyond the yellow line. It was like one of those workers Woody was referencing. Like usually
stoned.
Someone who she was stoned.
Yeah.
How would they do that? You just test one little piece of pulp on the other side.
Like the guy who was in charge was like, we had just had the safety meeting where I explained to everyone, and she was standing right next to me, and I explained to everyone that because the plane had a malfunctioning what's it, the engines had to stay at 15% on the ground, and they would not be powering down on the left side. Everyone was made aware. And she kept approaching until she was just taken off her feet and sucked in. We were screaming at her not to, and she didn't hear us. And it's like, this is all on her.
That's
Like,
crazy
all
to be
on her.
told multiple times, like, hey, take a longer route to the luggage to grab because you're going to get sucked in. And then
do
to
get
hear
the-
that and be like, bullshit.
The screaming
Well,
I get because they double up on hearing protection, and there's a jet engine. But
I mean,
I would
Yeah.
imagine they were saying this in like their briefing, like not like, hey,
Hey,
last second, guys,
Kyle
don't
said
walk
both.
near the engine.
Both.
Yeah, I'm sure.
yeah, he said that we were
And then there's
screaming
that
at
other
her.
video where this guy commits suicide via turbine engine. He's like running onto the tarmac, and they're trying to stop him, and he's just like, "Argh!" Like he Superman's into it, like it's gonna. And it just, I saw the pictures of the blades; they're all broken and chipped up, and there's just meat all inside the like front of the engine. Yeah.
That
So-
guy's flight had been
Taylor.
delayed for the last time. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm
If-
taking the fight to Southwest directly.
if American Airlines had anything to do with it, I would not be surprised, man. That is the most I fly 50 times a year. That is the most diabolical airline of all time. But the Atlanta airport, though, like obviously I live in Atlanta or north of Atlanta, coming out of there, that place is just off the chain, man. That airport, the signage is terrible. The hostility of the people who work there, it's a brutal airport, man. It is. Every time I go there, there's like some Atlanta, like the Atlanta airport final boss, I call it. It's like the one person that just embodies Hartsfield Airport every time. It's crazy.
I have no patience for the rude TSA agent. Like, I don't like rude cops either, but I'll hear people be like, well, cops are dealing with the worst shitheads all day, every day. And it's like, oh yeah, they probably have a bit of a chip on their shoulder from that. TSA agents, they're dealing with people trying their best to comply with these ham-handed, ridiculous rules. And they still act like me trying to get to like fucking Memphis is an inconvenience for them. Like that me being there has made them upset. I hate that. The St. Louis TSA people are fucking horrible. Like it every time I go through, there's 3 guys working like dogs trying to do everything. And then there's a bunch of people talking, standing around. There seems to be a pattern in a lot of airports. Like a lot of government jobs, there's like 3 or 4 guys just grinding, trying to make things make things work out, and everyone else is phoning.
Find me a workplace where 10-15% of the employees aren't doing 90% of the work.
Yeah,
That's true.
My
Especially in the government, I guess.
my friend Calvin is a TSA agent here in Atlanta, and Calvin's cool as shit. And he will tell me the most hilarious stories. Like, yes, 100%. Like he and a couple other people are doing most of the work, but like he gets pulled into some like really weird situations too. But the crazy stuff they deal with, like a dude trying to like I can like it's been like a month or so. Every time I see him, like, oh, tell me the stories. What happened? He said, man, like we had a guy trying to smuggle a bunch of baby boa constrictors and a guitar. He said at least once a month I get somebody in like a furry helmet with like a rabbit or a raccoon or something, and they don't want to take the furry helmet off to be screened because they identify as a raccoon. And like he's like, well, look, like raccoons got to fly in a crate in the cargo area, and like you're fine. I can have animal control come down here. We'll put you in it, But like the crazy crap they deal with, like they've had guys dress as women that are like 7'4" and their heels are like so long that the spikes on the heels technically count as weapons, and they won't let them take the heels on their carry-on, and they flip out. Like he has just told me
That's
these
why I got to
absolutely
stop.
over the top stories about stuff that goes down at TSA. But I'm with you with that though. Like one of the times I got married, we left for our honeymoon. Like it was like Christmas morning. Like I'm in my tuxedo. Christmas Eve. Anyway, she's in her wedding dress. I'm in my tuxedo. She has like the little shorty wedding dress from like that 70 Seymour had on in that November Rain video. Like, so we're like running through the airport. We're on our honeymoon. We're all excited. People are like cheering and yay, whatever. But then we get a TSA, and for whatever reason, TSA decided that like she was the terrorist risk that day. Like she's got like a tiny handbag and she's wearing a mini skirt wedding dress with the whole veil and everything on. They're like, nope, she's the terrorist. They pull her off to like the full like body search, like off site, like pull her off into like, she's like, okay, you run ahead and try to hold the plane. So I'm like booking it through the airport with my tuxedo on. Like they stripped her down to her underwear, like felt her, probed her, everything. Like it's like Christmas morning, you're a bride, like you're the terrorist risk, really. And like she did barely make the plane, but she gets on the plane all out of breath. I tried to stall him as long as I could. And she was telling me, she's like, you know, when you run through an airport and it's a bride and the groom, everybody like applauds and cheers for you. But if you're running through an airport and you're just the bride, she said, women are like, you go, girl. You don't need that man. You little bird. You can do it. You know, like everybody thought she was like runaway bride. But like TSA held her for like 45 minutes, just like going through like every seam of her bra. Like I think it was just some pervy people. Like, I don't know what. Like she obviously could not be the terrorist risk. Yeah. However, in 2014, I had some crazy crap go down at Heathrow Airport that I've looked in the I looked in the news for months trying to find something. Couldn't find it. So I had been living in London for a while. I was coming back to the States and I'm like walking in from the parking deck and I see these like 4 guys. This is 2014. So we're 13 years out of 9/11 at this point. Still, you know, tensions are high. I see 4 like 20-something-year-old Middle Eastern guys. And this is stereotyping, but I guess TSA did as well. So I see them walking into the airport. And we're in the parking deck together. They're a few feet away from me. Like nobody's got any bags. We're in the international terminal. Nobody's got any bags. And they're walking like if it was like the 4 of us going somewhere, we'd all be elbowing each other and making jokes and talking or, you know, something. Mm-hmm. But these guys were like, nobody was talking. They were just kind of
nervous for some reason.
Nobody's talking. I'm like, that's kind of suspicious. So I get into the terminal. Sure enough, they've gone through like into the international terminal. I'm like, this doesn't feel good. They go through security, you know, they don't have anything on them. They got like, you know, shirts and pants or whatever. So now we're in the terminal. We get separated, whatever. Damn it. If they're not on my flight, and this is like, you know, transcontinental flight, you know, big wide body, lots of gas in it. They're on my flight. I'm like, damn. Like, you know, I mean, the guys like, I don't know. I mean, I saw them come in, no luggage. Who flies to America from England with no luggage? I saw them come in. I'm like, you know, right about the time I'm like, okay, you know, do I say something? Well, crap, you know, like, I mean, how many these people must be every single teenage Middle Eastern kid must be getting so used to getting harassed. Maybe they're so tired of getting profiled. They just mailed all their shit ahead and they're just going to fly because they're tired of getting searched and profiled as terrorists. I was at kind of a like fuck it point in my life anyway. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna roll the dice. Whatever.
If I die, I die is what you thought.
Exactly. I'm just gonna get on the plane. So like,
I'd rather be blown up in the air than be called racist right now.
Exactly. And it was just kind of like one of those like I'm tired and I just don't care anymore. Not that I had a death wish. I'm just like whatever. I could just do whatever.
If we die, we die.
Exactly. Before we go get on the
report right away.
They had these funny flame retardant passports.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they had a Roman candle alarm clock and this bowling ball candle, you know. So anyway, so like before we board the plane, like all of a sudden they stop everybody from boarding the plane, and you know, like there's like the little hamster tube that like goes out from like the terminal to the airport to the airplane. Tunnel. They stopped that and they moved like another one in, so it's shaped like a Z. So it's like this. So like one's coming off the terminal, then you make a turn and there's like a blind corridor, and then you make another turn to get to the plane. So like a lady gets called, like they're calling people individually. So they call her, she goes to get on the plane. They call these 4 guys, they all go to get on the plane. And then like I'm up next. And as I get down to like, I'm just making the turn, right as I turn the corner, the guys are like 50 feet ahead of me, like doors on the outside of this thing, just like open up, like arms grab these guys like a magic trick. They just went swoop like a snap and they were gone. like it was like a trap door. Like they just like the walls just were like trap doors, like just these like black like tacked up arms with the glove just snap and they were gone in a split second. And like the lady like way up in front of me, like she turns and kind of looks back and she's looking at me and I'm looking at her. And then they got like everybody off the airplane again who had already boarded, and they unpacked everybody's shit. We sat there for like 2 hours. They unpacked the whole plane, searched the plane. We all got on the plane, obviously flew home. Like, I'm Googling it. I'm like, never found another word about it. But like, I don't know if these guys were like wanted, they had them on camera. I don't know if they're like biometric thing just picked up like 4 young guys walking by themselves with no luggage in an international terminal. Yeah, I should have said something, but I was just kind of tired and was like,
you could have been a complete hero of.
Yeah, I missed
you could have been like
I'm
Sully.
destined to not be a hero. That is not me. But anyway, like, I mean, I fly a lot, so like you see a lot of stuff. But man,
he literally didn't. He saw terrorists boarding his plane and was like, "Not my problem."
You know, I'm gonna make a stink about it. I'm gonna be like, these fucking Persian guys smell like 5 different kinds of cologne. They're all wearing sandals.
Sounds like they're making the stink.
Yeah,
I see people freak out.
I didn't get close enough to smell them, but yeah, it's you've reached a certain point in your life where you've been married so many times, and like you just kind of get that, like, not that I want to die or anything, but like my level of involvement with stuff at this point in my life is just kind of like, meh, you know.
You listen to this, Taylor. He's been so beaten down.
Yeah, whether these guys blow me up in the sky or not, I've got the same number of boats, don't I?
maybe parts of me will land on my boat.
Jesus Christ. I see people freak out at the airport, and I would be so afraid, like, even if it weren't my fault, to like raise my voice and make a stink at the airport, because you look insane. And anybody raising their voice in an airport looks insane and unreasonable. Like you never look like you're in the right and you're just mad about this injustice. Everybody's like, "Oh, is it terror? Is it terror? Oh no, it's a white person. Hey, stop doing that. They're looking for terrorists. You're distracting them from the terrorists." Meanwhile, the TSA
was it like that?
Never caught a terrorist.
I'm too young to like remember the world. I think I flew maybe twice in my whole life pre 9/11 as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Was it like that? Where, like, do you guys remember, like, if people were making a stink at the front counter? Was it just like someone making a stink at Kohl's or Home Depot or something? You didn't feel any different, and now because of 9/11, it's like, oh, this is sketchy.
I feel like people didn't make a stink until the last 10, 15 years. Like, it's become a thing now where like people get incredibly offended or people are being incredibly offensive on planes.
Yeah,
maybe COVID.
They do a thing where the number one cause that I see for airport meltdowns is someone is too drunk to get on the plane. Like they've been drinking, waiting on their plane to take off, and now they're like, "You're too drunk to board the plane. You'll have to get a new plane. We'll refund you, and you have to go back to the ticket kiosk, and you're going to be 4 or 6 hours late." But they never can take that because they're too drunk to like be okay with that. So they end up arguing until now you're banned from Spirit Airlines. Now you can't fly. You'll have to go back all the way to the front of the airport and book with another airline. And they're like, "Fuck that. I'm getting on that plane." And they start hassling people and trying to physically go. And now the cops are dragging you out with a spit mask on, talking about how stupid you are. Like I've seen so many times. The problem isn't
that you're too drunk. The problem is that you're not a chill drunk. If you can walk at all, they'll let you fly. You just got to be relaxed about it. You got to stop drawing attention to yourself.
I feel like that's like the level of drunk you'd have to be for an airport to be like, "We'd rather you stay in the terminal," has got to be so bananas. Like, because think about the airport. The airport is like the place where people board drink more than anywhere else socially. Like you get there way too early for your flight. What else are you gonna do? Sit down, have a couple drinks, and like some of the worst chicken nugs you've ever had in your life. Like that's what you do
at the airport. I don't do it.
Yeah, $35.
I get bored. I almost always eat at the airport.
I'll drink, but I won't buy. I won't eat.
I'm not gonna drink without snacks.
I'm getting a Bloody Mary.
Yeah,
comes with snacks.
I had a buddy of mine went to buy a burrito at LAX. It was like $42. He said like a chicken box at the Bojangles at the Atlanta airport is like $42.50 or something. Like airport food is crazy expensive. It's bananas.
It is, and it's all terrible.
Oh, it is. Funny airline food thing. So I was flying out of Mumbai, India. Okay. And so I'm in like the nosebleed seats in the very back, cattle class, even though cattle are sacred over there. Anyway, I'm in the back of the plane. It's like, it's an intercontinental flight to England. So it's like a big wide body, big old plane. As we're sitting there waiting to taxi off, the plane has to come to a stop. I guess maybe we're not leaving the gate. Anyway, some dudes up in first class, 2 Indian guys, had like a Tupperware of some kind of like rice dish or something. It was so pungent. I could smell it in the back, but the other passengers in first class all like were trying to get them to put it away. They wouldn't do it because, of course, they're not backing down.
Get fucked.
There was a strike in the front. All the first class passengers stood up and refused to take their seat to let the plane take off unless these guys got rid of that stinky food they were eating, and they weren't going to do it. And finally, like the pilot had to come out there, and he was like, get rid of your nasty food. Or I'm going to throw you off the plane. And they were like, no, we're not doing it now. You're not going to tell me what to do. And it involved like airport security. And then finally, the guys were like, okay, we're going to get rid of the nasty food. They came like with some stewardess put it in a garbage bag, and everybody applauded. Like it was that pungent and nasty. It was the worst. I don't know what these guys were eating. So finally, we take off. I've got like a bad cold. I caught in Malaysia. I took some cold medicine that was like knocking me out more than I expected. So like, anyway, I'm just barely conscious. I remember at a different time on that flight, we're like somewhere over the Indian Ocean, and they're coming on like I wake up because the PA, they're going through like something in like 15 different languages. They finally get around to English. They're asking if there's a doctor on the plane and saying that we may have to land in Tehran in Iran for an emergency. And I'm like, crap. But anyway, I think
we can probably make it to Istanbul or something, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
It's not that big of an emergency.
What either the person died or it was resolved because we ended up not having to land. I think. Remember, maybe we touched down in like Istanbul or Saudi Arabia or somewhere. I was so out of it, I can't remember. But a different time though, a friend of mine flew to Vegas from Atlanta, and a cat died. A dude, not an actual cat.
Oh, okay.
A guy died on the flight. And like they didn't, I guess, not know what to do with him. So they basically was that
like a black guy who's like a beatnik. That's what I think of when you say a cat died.
Oh, sorry, no, just any dude. Sorry, that's just my lexicon. But anyway, just some guy dies on the plane, has a heart attack, something like that. Well, they like didn't know it. They just laid the guy's body like you get down to the part like where the cat like the pilot's area is right in front of you, and you kind of turn where they got all the coffee makers, all that kind of shit. Like they just laid the guy out there dead until the flight landed with everybody looking down the aisle at the dead guy. And then when they landed, like for some reason, rather than like having like EMTs or a stretcher or something, I think somebody put a coat over the guy's face or something. But the attendants just left the guy just laying there staring at the ceiling dead for the rest of the flight. When they landed, I mean, my friend was all like emotionally kind of tore up by this. When they landed, there were no like stretchers. There was no EMTs waiting. Like everybody on the plane had to literally step over this dead guy to get off the plane. This was only like 2 or 3 years ago. And she was like really upset. I mean, cause she, that's kind of upsetting to people that have been around dead bodies before. Like, I can't remember what airline it was. Again, it was probably American, but like,
what if you have a roller bag? You have to like step over them and then hear the kerthunk of you rolling over.
Oh, yeah, this guy gets so much leg room. The fuck?
The guy's got like track marks over his face. I didn't think about that.
Oh, interesting. It was my understanding this guy must have died of a pretzel overdose because we didn't receive any on the flight.
Yeah, for real. He ate it. Yeah. But anyway, like just what a total mismanagement of that airline. And like I got stuck over the summer in Canada. I had a flight booked, again, American. I had a flight booked. We get on the plane. They're like, oh, we can't find a pilot because we got delayed in Charlotte or something. And now they're timing out an hour. So get off the plane. Well, we'll find another pilot. Get back off the plane. Then they're like, okay, wait around 3 hours. So we wait 3 hours. And then they were like, okay, we're going to have to get a plane tomorrow. So go find somewhere to stay. And it's like 500 people. They're like, go find a hotel. We'll pay you back for the hotel. Of course, they didn't. And they're now denying the whole thing. I'm still fighting with them. But anyway, it's like, go get an Uber, go find a hotel. They're like, we've checked every flight in Seattle. And there's 2 different airports in Vancouver. We checked the other airport. We checked Seattle. There's no flights out to Atlanta. No, you're not getting out tonight. Well, it turned out there were several flights. They just lied about that too. They wanted to all to show up the next day. We show up the next day. And then they're like, get on the plane. They're like, no, we're not going anymore. Good luck. Here's your money back. And they just like refund you my $118 ticket or whatever. But like when you book a ticket 3 months in advance, it's $100, $200 on the spot. It's like $1,800.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, we gave you your money back. We don't owe you anything. And I'm like, yo, like I paid you to get me to a place. You cost me like $1,400 in additional fees plus hotels, and they're
What
like,
airline?
American.
I always do Delta.
I will fly bungee corded to the top of a Spirit before I get on another American Airlines flight. Like they literally like, I mean, granted it's just Canada, but like I'm in another country and they're like, sorry, find your own way home.
Yeah.
Like they just
get fucked.
Get fucked. Good luck. And I'm still fighting them on it. Like they owe me like Uber money. They owe me debt. Like I spent a whole other day in Vancouver. Thankfully, my friend Lewis lives in Vancouver, so I could just Uber to his house. But like, still, I mean, it's hotel bills, it's food, it's all kind of Uber for people. Like that costs people hundreds of thousands of dollars because the only hotels are like $500 at that point of the night. Yeah,
For
airlines
had to pay you if they inconvenience you like that. Lasted for a
they
couple
say
years.
they do, but then every time I call them, they just refer me to like a number that nobody ever answers, or they give me some claim number and I call somebody and they say they're gonna call me back. They're just sandbagging it.
Yeah,
they're
I was
like
trying to avoid politics, but Trump undid it.
Yeah, it's gay.
Undid that they can do that, or undid it that they can't.
It used to be if like your flight got canceled, they would owe you money, you know, hotels, expenses, etc., whatever it is that they cost you. And then that's not the case anymore.
Well, my health insurance is kind of $1,000 a month too. So yeah, that's also not been fun.
Trust in the process, guys.
And-
Come on, give him
I
a
don't know what I was
chance.
thinking. Yes.
When you're delayed, they should comp you a meal, no matter where you want to go, no matter which terminal restaurant, because that's not fair for them to say you're going to leave at 2:30 and then they say it's now 4:45. I was planning to be where I was by 4:45 and eating, and now I'm gonna have to buy like horrible airline food. I should be comped.
Oh,
Got it.
I would agree with that. But like sticking me in Vancouver for 24 hours and costing me another $1,800 on top of the whatever $180 they were in front of me. Yeah, it's totally irresponsible for them. But it's just corporation stuff now. Like, it's just like I've just kind of, I don't know if it's like just age or the culture has changed. It's just like I feel like every company's business model is to screw you. Like that's just, they wake up at like there's some AI somewhere where they're just like, how can we screw our customers? Oh, here's another way.
Yeah. Look at DoorDash.
Instacart
DoorDash.
stuff.
DoorDash and Instacart. They both got caught doing that shit where they would surge price people in certain areas, either like geofencing or via just analyzing your individual profile and realize like, so if they would have realized like, oh, Kyle will pay us $7 per pork tenderloin when we're selling it for $3.99 to other people, they would charge him the $7. Like that's so over the top, corrupt and sinister. That's so despicable.
It's not fair pricing, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the peasant tax?
I think so. I think I know where you're headed with this.
It's the thing where like a bunch of companies, Walmart, a bunch of companies are doing it, Target, everybody. Like, if I understand it correctly, they were like legally, you can take a life insurance policy out on anybody. Like I could take a life insurance policy out on whoever, Tom Cruise, anybody. As long as I pay the premium, if something happens to them, they still pay out to me if I paid the premium. So like companies were using like their access to employee health data, figuring out which employees had, whoever had cancer, whoever had bad, heart problem, whatever. They were taking out life insurance policies on employees based on their health insurance and their health information. Then when those employees died, they were just collecting the policies and they weren't like giving half to the family. They were just using their access to know who's going to die to get life insurance policies on them and cash out. And like all these big companies were doing it. And like, I think it got leaked in somebody's like paperwork and like literally they referred to it as the peasant tax. And this is like, the board of directors. Hey, JD, how did the peasant tax net us this year? Oh, we made $27 million, whatever. But like, that was just such a sinister thing. I mean, like if
they can do that, that's evil. But that's interesting you say it because I've done no due diligence, so people should look this up. But I've heard that surrounding the conspiracy of people like Michael Jackson's death, that the recording labels had a life insurance policy on Michael Jackson, because my understanding was you couldn't take a life insurance policy out on someone who wasn't like financially tied to you. Like where their death wouldn't like hurt you. And so like a label could take out a life insurance policy on someone like Michael Jackson. And then if he dies, they collect And then they're also going to collect on what happens after every time someone like Michael Jackson dies. Their records go through the roof. And so they made money on that too. Never did any research. I just heard that once from someone online and was like,
They'd have made more money by keeping Michael Jackson working for them.
see, that is what.
Are you sure he was kind of cooked?
But he was kind of at the end. He had been having kids over for sleepovers for a very long time.
How much? Let's see how much money his last world tour did, because I bet it's some Taylor Swift type shit where it's like hundreds of millions of dollars of 1990s money or something.
Sure. I mean, it's Michael Jackson. But this was 2009, 2011. He died around there, right?
Right around there, yeah.
So that was like definitely the,
I don't know.
the sunset, I would think.
His last big
Actually, how old
hit
is
was like Man in the Mirror or something, right? In like the early 90s.
Yeah, it's been a while. So I
guess he was only 50.
I'm acquainted with, and I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm acquainted with somebody, a famous kid who was one of the people that went to those spend the night parties with him. And there's like no guile for this person, no reason for this person to tell me anything otherwise. But they said that like not one time, like this went on like dozens and dozens of times. According to this person, not one time was there ever anything sketchy going on with him. Weird, yes, but he was just a guy who missed out on his childhood, who just wanted to have sleepovers and all the kid stuff he missed. That nothing inappropriate. Is it an inappropriate situation?
Right,
yeah,
right. Look, there's
yes.
nothing weird about a guy in his 50s having kids over to experience a second childhood. It's
Totally.
normal.
not a normal situation. Exactly. And this
Woody,
person-
when you frame it that way, it seems horrid.
But yeah, according to this person who had no skin in the game to tell me otherwise, they said that not one time did he ever do anything inappropriate.
Is your friend attractive?
Not to me, no, but
Not to Michael either, it sounds like.
Was he heavy?
Did your friend feel bad about how Michael hit on all the other boys?
I'm not going to share any details about this person, but I did right after he died, though. I did hear a really bad joke, though, that was like, Michael Jackson had all that plastic surgery, and after he died, they melted him down into Legos so the kids could play with him, which is just savage. But anyway, I had reason to believe this person, and they were like, yeah, it was a weird situation, but that he did not do the things people.
It would be the ultimate Black Mirror if he was the only person in Hollywood not molesting children. The ultimate Black Mirror. That'd be an incredible episode.
No, those people are sickos.
These people are disgusting. I don't like it. Come on, play with my pinball machine. I got all kinds.
Well, I heard another story one time
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
that was a good Michael Jackson. I heard a story one time that it was like, I think Tupac was dating Michael Jackson's niece, possibly. And they were at some party, and like Tupac, shook her, pushed her, did something somewhat, not hit her, but did something physically aggressive that Michael Jackson like basically scruffed Tupac by the neck and threatened him. And supposedly Michael Jackson was like kind of a badass when it came to stuff, which is, people joke because he had the high voice and the dancing and all the sparkles and all that. But he grew up with a bunch of older brothers in the 60s and apparently did all kind of martial arts and stuff, that he was like one of those like unsuspecting badass people that would kick somebody's ass in a minute in Hollywood.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
don't buy it either.
That was just a story I heard.
I'm 100% sure I'd kick his ass at arm wrestling. And then
I don't know.
That would choke the King of Pop to death with one hand.
That
was
let
just-
you, that fucking weirdo.
I mean,
There's nothing weird about that, Taylor. He just let the kids choke him.
But
a little.
also, have you seen the old videos of Tupac?
You ever choke a girl unconscious?
Tupac seems gay as
not
hell
unconscious.
too.
Tupac was a backup dancer in Digital Underground. He was in that movie. I remember that movie, Nothing But Trouble with Chevy Chase. He like gets stranded in that oil town, and like Dan Aykroyd, some crazy judge, and John Candy plays.
Yes.
So like,
yes.
When Digital Underground gets arrested in their hearse, like Tupac's one of the backup dancers when they do that, whatever that song, that musical number they did.
Yeah.
He's one of the backup dancers with the MC Hammer pants. Like,
Yep.
yeah, he was.
That's a movie a lot of people don't know about. It's the studio. I can't remember the set. The studio was focused on some other project that was going on at the time, and so Dan Aykroyd's directing this movie, and so they'd given him his budget, and they weren't paying attention to what he was spending it on, because again, their eyes were on some other project, something big. I don't remember what it was, Indiana Jones movie or something of the like some big tentpole thing that had to go right. And Aykroyd just went bonkers with this absurd, weird story, and he turned this junkyard into this maze of mayhem. And there was like a giant man-eating, car-crushing machine, and there was a character with a penis on his nose. And John Candy was playing a woman and a man in dual roles, and Dan Aykroyd again had a penis on his nose.
Yeah, it was that movie.
Nothing
is
but trouble.
Like I dig it because it's weird, but yeah, that movie is one of the weirdest, most banana movies. Demi Moore was the love interest of Chevy Chase. Yeah,
Chevy Chase, Demi Moore, and who's the third person? Is it just them in the car together?
No, there's a brother and a sister. They're like a Brazilian brother and sister. I can't remember those actors.
They're on like a road trip type thing. They're driving out of New York to go to somewhere to do a thing.
Upstate, somewhere up the Catskills or something. Yeah, and
they go through some bullshit like one horse town, and they get pulled over by John Candy, and he's like, "I got to take you straight to the magistrate for speeding in this town and trying to evade and this, that, and the other." And then it's just a nightmare from then. Yeah. They get there, and Dan Aykroyd is the judge, and he's like, "Well, y'all just stay for supper. How about?" And he like pulls a lever, and the floor drops out, and they all fall down some slide into this wacky house, and it's darker than it sounds. It's kind of fucked up in parts.
Yeah, and there were these two weird, like these kind of like mutant fat guys in like diapers that talk like babies that work out in the junkyard and chop up cars from all the people they abduct. And yeah, it's like a comedy version of like The Hills Have Eyes or something. Like it's wacky, man.
That's a good way to describe it. It's like a comedy version of The Hills Have Eyes, or maybe the Texas Chainsaw Massacre a little bit.
Yeah, it was dark, but I dig it though. It's just one of those weird ass movies that,
me too.
Pretty obscure. It's like The Incredible Mr. Limpet, just one of those other just completely weird ass movies over the years that are just kind of cool.
I watched From Beyond. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's this this old 80s sci-fi movie. I couldn't find anywhere streaming, so I ordered the like Ultra HD Blu-ray or whatever. I really can't tell the difference with those. Like, it looks markedly better than streaming quality. Like, I don't know if I want to spend $40-$50 for every movie that I own every time I want to watch one, but I'm going to buy some of the movies that I watch often, because it really does look better.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a pretty main DVD collection, because like you can go to like Goodwill, they're like $1, and you can get like every movie you ever wanted to watch for $1.
Yeah, but I want Ultra HD 4K. I'm trying to get better resolution than my streaming with 4K.
I always have a cheap television, so I've never had a TV that was really worth doing the extra effort.
Wait, you don't have a 4K TV yet?
I don't think so. It's like 15 years old, man. It's flat. Okay. I know that much.
They give them away now.
Honestly, like I don't even have my own TV.
Cereal boxes.
I haven't had TV proper in 15 years. Like I've stayed places where there's a TV there, but I have not owned a TV or had a TV service in a decade and a half. Like, I'm just on the go so much. You know, if I turn on the hotel room TV and Star Wars is on, cool. But other than watching some Christmas movies or something, I haven't followed TV shows. Yeah. I don't watch TV unless I'm on it.
Every time I'm in a hotel, like, I just have trained myself through business trips and things. Like, I just hit up on the channel selector until it gets to the seemingly constant 24/7 Family Guy channel, and then I just watch that, because there's no matter what hotel you're in, no matter what time of day, no matter what country, there is an infinite Family Guy channel.
I bring my Roku with me every hotel, and I just go behind the TV and
that's a whole to do.
It's nothing. It's got an HDMI cable sticking out of it. You stick the HDMI cable in the back of the TV. You connect it to the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi's code is like "Thank you 1." It's no problem. And now I have all of my shows. I have all of my apps. I can go back to that Sopranos episode I was watching last night before I went to bed to fly.
Yeah, but the TV in the hotel room, like, I'm not hanging out in the hotel room. If I'm there, it's because I'm like out and about.
Yeah, but at night before I go to bed, in the mornings when I wake up and I'm eating breakfast or whatever.
The Family Guy, and like I'll get ready in the morning to Family Guy.
I'm bringing all my entertainment with me. I'm keeping
Then you get sad when you see the Family Guy channel and you're like, oh fuck, is this like a 2018 episode?
I have the Family Guy channel. I have every episode of Family Guy. I have Hulu. I have Disney. I have Netflix. Hulu's going out of business. They're merging into Disney, so you no longer will have a standalone Hulu app. You just need to get Disney, and then you have Hulu.
Wow, Hulu was one of the good ones that I like. I felt like I got value out of. For many years, I didn't feel like I got value out of Netflix. Oh, I had the version, the like $3 more.
I had the combo one that got me like ESPN, Hulu, and Disney. I need to fix that. I'm sure I'm paying for more than I want.
Yeah, it's time to turn it off because ESPN no longer has UFC. That's Paramount. And like I said, Hulu's being eaten by Disney. I'm the same program as you, except I pay for the one with no ads. So I also need to like fix that because 2 out of the 3 things I'm not, getting anymore. Essentially, now that UFC's on Paramount, I'm stoked. I'm really looking forward to this event in 2 weeks to see how Paramount's version is different, if it is different, if the production's any different, if there's any different like polish, if the like warm up like video like 2 warriors from across the planet face off, and they give you that whole little mini montage of why these guys are fighting. Maybe that's better. I don't know. I know their library integration is
phoning it in lately.
Big time. Yeah, but they just made so much goddamn cash money. You would hope that, especially for this first one on Paramount, that they would flex a little. I will say the co-main event is off. Kayla Harrison hurt her neck in a way that they said based on the surgery she's getting, it's a very serious injury. So it's not some like my toe is hurt. It's like
I heard she had neck surgery, and then all of Reddit is like neck surgery is such a big deal, and I'm like neck surgery tells us nothing. We don't know if it's her spinal cord or a cyst. Like it could be anywhere in there.
I thought they knew what like specifically they were doing to her neck.
I'm sure they do. Like, I don't. The Reddit commenters didn't.
No, the Redditors that I read did, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Or at least that's what I absorbed from reading it. But anyway, that kind of blows because that was the meeting of like the old, Amanda Nunes is kind of the GOAT as far as women's MMA. And then this new Kayla Harrison is just such a physical specimen. She has such manly like delts and shoulders. It's absurd how big she is. I've never seen
Zach,
a woman.
Can we get what's her name? Kayla Harrison with a K-A-Y. I think it starts Kayla Harrison.
Yeah, she's built like a female bodybuilder, but she's a UFC fighter. Like she's so jacked. It's kind of wild. And most of her fights, she's been super dominant in.
She's beefed up.
She's all beefed up. She's a big bitch.
She is the lady who.
That's relaxed. That's not even like one of the extreme mid-fight flexy pictures. That's just her chilling.
She threw Murr from Impractical Jokers through a table at a wedding.
I saw that episode.
It was a funny ass episode. That was good. So
herniated in her neck.
I don't have any streaming services at all, but I do have this funny thing. Like I stay with friends a lot when I travel around, and I'll like kind of troll them. So I'll get on their profile on like Netflix or whatever, and I'll just like click every single like Bigfoot special I can find or UFO thing. I'll just like wreck their algorithm. I'll sit there for like an hour and a half at night, just hitting every single Bigfoot thing I could find. Or
I'll be so mad at you. I log into a different account to watch the like rainstorm video I sleep to, so it doesn't mess with my algorithm.
It'll be like 300 episodes of Paw Patrol, and that's
dude. Reddit, like the algorithm. So here's what happened. I'm scrolling on Reddit. And there's ads there now and then. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And then there's this like really pretty sexy pair of panties. They're not even on a human. They're just looking dope. And I'm like, why is it selling me underwear? Like it thinks I'm a girl. I have to click on it, right? Like for science to see what's going on here. And then I find out that these are special underwear that allow you to tuck with like grippy rubber on the inside, so your tuck stays tucked. And now Reddit is like, we got a trans dude here. We and it's just pumping me like trans content.
Tuck like your penis. I was picturing like those little rubber things on dress pants that keep your dress shirt from coming
so this
out.
was like pretty much sexy women's underwear, but the inside had these rubber ridges so that when you tucked your junk in there, it didn't just slide its way back to its normal resting place. It stayed tucked. I didn't know this was part of trans tech, but now I do.
You do now.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you got a
and
pair and they work wonderfully. I can't see a thing. Just a
So
little
Reddit
Reddit
is
down
just
there. It's
feeding me
fucking
like
cute.
trans content, trans ads. Reddit totally thinks I'm trans, and well, it is what it is. Maybe I'll.
I got
switch.
that ad too. I
You know
definitely
the
do.
ad.
I get that ad, and I also get because like I'll buy lingerie for my girl, and so it knows that I buy underwear, and I get this ad of like a sexy woman like stretching her panties out to the side, and I'm like I clicked that, and it's the same thing. So now I've got like tons of just underwear and panties on there on my Reddit ads. I've got the same thing going on. They don't think I'm a tranny though. That's a little worse.
They do think I'm trans. Yeah.
Where do I'm trying to scroll down on the front page and see where my first ad is. What are they going to serve me?
Yeah, you know the ad. They try to make them look like content, but it says promoted at the top.
My first one is from Consumer Reports. It's about cars because I've been looking at like used car prices online, not to buy one, but kind of as a like little research thing because I think there are about to be a lot of them that are very cheap for a number of reasons I read. As I keep scrolling, oh, now it's gambling. It's like a progressive jackpot like phone app.
Oh shit! I'm not turning my ad block off for this. That's why I'm not seeing anything.
So being a cannonballer, we race cheap cars all the time. What are the cars that you see becoming cheap soon?
Oh, it's not anything specific, but I read this whole like take about all these lease returns coming in. There was something like post COVID. There was lease prices. They did all these promotional lease offers, and so they leased a ton of cars. And like those cars are coming back from lease now, so the dealerships are going to have them in. And then there were like two other things, like compounding factors that was going to make this late January the time to buy a used car. In addition to that, I think there's also some incentives and some other stuff going on.
I see. I was thinking much older cars. We deal more with like classic stuff, pre-83.
Oh yeah.
Stuff. So it's 60s, 70s, 80s kind of stuff. A little bit, some 90s.
So you made a COVID motorcycle? No, I'm sorry. I meant to say cannonball motorcycle.
That I'm in talks with. Yeah, I've been talking to Road Rage Cycle Works, and there are a couple of like I have the 2-way cannonball record, and I have the 1-way and 2-way coast to coast records. My buddies Doug and Arnie have the 1-way cannonball record, but there's a motorcycle record out there too. And the 1-way cannonball record was set during COVID. I don't think anybody's ever going to beat that. They laid down such an amazing time. But I have all the other ones, or the not all of them, but the 2-way and the 1-ways of the coast to coast. I would like the cannonball one, so I started, but I'd like to do it on a Harley
one. You mean?
And I'm sorry.
You said you'd like the cannonball one.
Sorry, the cannonball motorcycle one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to do it on a Harley though, but Harleys just aren't that fast. However, these guys have it's basically their own proprietary engine that is a Harley design and a Harley chassis, but it's their motor. But it's, I think, 158 cubic inches. So it's like 3,300 cc engine that makes a lot of power. So anyway, we talked a little bit that they would like to kind of get involved in cannonball, and with me as the rider and them as the builders, I met up with them at Ice Cream Cruise this year in Omaha, and we kicked some ideas around. We're going to talk this year about them putting together a bike. If they can deliver 20 miles a gallon at 130 miles an hour, then the limited fuel capacity you could carry on a bike would make up for itself with being able to bob and weave in and out of traffic. So I have some friends who do have some other current motorcycle records, but I would like to have a go at the cannonball record on a Harley. So we talked about that one a little bit, just as something fun to do. But we run all kind of stuff. I did one with Matt's Off Road a little while back. We bought a 93 Roadmaster off a marketplace and just basically got in it and sent it. And that was a lot of fun. And, the speed records have all kind of gotten pushed about as far as we could push them. So now we're just kind of looking at fun stuff. There was one called the musket ball where the cars had to have less than 100 horsepower.
Would you pick if it wasn't a Harley?
I'm sorry?
Your car stuff, whatever. What would you pick if it wasn't on Harley?
Oh, not on a Harley. In that case, comfort has a whole lot to do with it. I think you'd probably do better with a big, a leader bike of some kind of a sport touring bike. I've got a Triumph, the older 90s Triumph that wouldn't make it, but like something comfortable, because that's what really gets you is like fatigue. There's a lot of super fast sport bikes, but you can't carry enough gas.
Mm-hmm.
And between riding position and just lack of wind coverage and having to stop for fuel so much, you're just going to wear yourself down. So I think it had to be a bike big enough to carry at least 25 or 30 gallons of gas. So some kind of a big, FJ 1200, something big and comfortable, because fatigue is what's going to get. Same thing with the cars. Like people think all the time, oh man, we're going to run a Lamborghini, we're going to run a Ferrari, we're going to have a Hellcat or a blown, 69 Camaro. Right. Like the fatigue that comes in, because you think about getting out and driving 130 to 170 miles an hour, and you might keep that up for a mile or two on a straight stretch of road with the grass in the middle, just to have some fun. But if you want to keep that kind of pace up for 35 hours, then like your level of mental fatigue and physical fatigue, keeping up those kind of speeds are just so great that quiet and comfortable is the way to go. Like the minimize the number of micro decisions you have to make, and you're going to last a lot longer. It just, people tap out, and even like from a mental standpoint, like I've raced with some people who are great drivers. They're very talented. They're fast, but they're so high energy. They're so plugged into it that 9-10 hours in, they're just done. Whereas like, if you got much more of a lackadaisical kind of Zen sort of quality, like according to my Apple Watch, like we did when we set the sub 24 record, which was backed up onto the beach in Jacksonville, Florida, to parked on the beach in San Diego, California in 23 hours, 35 minutes. That is the first and only crossing of North America by land in a single day in history. I was driving, we blew a tire at 100, delaminated a tire at 169 miles an hour in Arizona. We got a 97 and a 65 ticket in San Antonio. We had a couple of run-ins with some cops, almost got busted. My heart rate never got over 76 the entire run.
Really?
Yeah. Wow.
So motorcycle headlights are kind of garbage compared to cars. Do you beef them up?
Oh yeah. The guys that run the Cannibal bikes are like mega lights. I mean, lights on the forks, lights on the fenders, lights on the fairings. The more light you can throw ahead. Buddy of mine who was very successfully ran a fake organ donor car has built like an organ donor motorcycle that's really well sorted. He's super fast anyway. I mean, that's, to the point of like, getting an LLC, registering an LLC for an organ donor car. So like, like all the paperwork square, we did the two-way Cannibal record, which is New York to LA back to New York. We did with like green strobes on the car, and we had like National Weather Service shirts on and hats and stuff. So like we didn't get pulled over, but the plan was, because there's so much electronics on the dashboard. It's obviously they're up to something. And we were just going to be like, sorry, sir, I know we're going too fast. We got to get, sensors in there. There's a low pressure area in Kansas right now. Lives on the line. We got these sensors in there. We need some information. We got to go. Can you help us? Can you get us an escort? We got to go. We got to go. We got to go.
Sir, we're in Eastern Oregon. Get off the motorcycle.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to come up with a plausible story. I mean, the organ donor thing works great. It's like running a bunch of hoses to this big fancy, igloo cooler. A Yeti cooler with like human tissue on it, iPads and sensors and this like
and gasoline inside it.
Oh yeah. Well, like a little app that makes the screen, like a temperature thing on the screen go up, and you're just like, officer, I know we're going pretty fast, but the organs get cooled by the cooling system of the car, and we got stuck in traffic a little bit. It's getting hot. We had to get some air moving. The guy's going to lose his heart. We got San Diego right now. This guy's going to die. We got to go. I'm sorry, I know it's going fast. We just had to get the motor going. We got to get that air moving. The longer we sit here, this guy's life is ticking away, sir. Can we please keep moving? Can you ride us up later? Can you give us an escort? And they love an excuse to go fast anyway. So amongst the Cannibal community, like the number of like stories and plots, it's hilarious. Like it's fun.
I love that like it's not cheating, but to get around, he went so far to get around the law that he became officially like an organ donor LLC.
Oh yeah. Everything checks out on paperwork. The car's registered. It's got a wrap. The caduce gets all the reflective stuff. They got ID badges. Like everything checks. Except
what the Buckarama is?
What was that?
The Buckarama. So the Buckarama, I think it's just here in Georgia. It's a competition to see who can shoot the biggest deer. And what they do, they score the rack, in case you don't know, and they come up with a number based on its circumference, its width, inside width, outside width, how many points. There's lots of factors. It's scientific. They measure it carefully, and you end up, that's a 107, that's a 104, or whatever the number system is. And so whoever shoots the biggest buck every year, it's like a giant raffle type thing, but except they're not raffling something off. Everybody pays in. Whoever shoots the biggest buck, they give out prizes. The prizes are outrageous. It's you getting like bass boats and brand new trucks and like hunting packages, tens of thousands of dollars. My dad's buddy wanted to win the Buckarama. So he raised a deer from infancy to be a mighty deer. He raised this giant buck that was huge, and he kept it in a pen outside its house. I can remember feeding it as a kid when I went over there. And it was aggressive because it was like a male deer, and it didn't want to live in like a big pen in a backyard. And so what my friend did, because the Buckarama is serious business, you have to sign a sworn affidavit, and you're subject to a polygraph test. And they're going to ask you, it's tens and tens of thousands of dollars prize. They want to know, did you harvest this deer in the legal practice of hunting? Basically, did you do this on the up and up? Were you hunting and you killed this deer in Georgia along with all the rules that come along with this? Or did you like import this thing from Alberta and then just bought a big deer from somewhere because it's worth all this money? So what he did was got his deer license, got his camouflage on, got his gun, or his bow, I think, climbed a tree in his backyard, and then killed that deer in the pen.
And he won?
Yeah, he won.
And they didn't polygraph him?
I think they did polygraph him, but what he had done made everything legal. Like, that's what I'm saying, that like he had his camouflage, he had his orange vest, he had his license, he had the right weapon, he climbed a tree, he was hunting, and wouldn't you know it, giant deer right there under him, killed it, good to go.
I would have gotten attached to the deer, but props to his resourcefulness, but like with Cannonball, I mean, like we cheat the cops, but there's no prize money for Cannonball. There never will be. You just got to do it for the love of the game. And like one guy got busted for faking a record years ago and just kind of got excommunicated. But like we will do anything we can to cheat the cops, but nobody would ever cheat the time. Like the record that we broke for the one-way cross country, like some guys missed that record by 7 seconds one time, and it would have been easy to have fudged it, but they didn't. If anybody were to cheat with Cannonball, put the car on an airplane, fly it across, have duplicate cars waiting at either end, that kind of stuff. Mucking with the GPS data in the car, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of oversight.
Taylor, you want to do the Cannonball run this year?
No.
No, I got a foolproof way to win.
Okay,
right.
I'm in.
There's nothing you could think of we probably haven't thought of, but we just wouldn't do. But I'd love to hear.
Exactly. This is a community that doesn't cheat.
Oh no, I would cheat 100%.
Yeah, we're flying. We're flying.
Yeah.
Like cheating against the cops, yes. Cheating against each other, absolutely not. That's like ultimate shame, because that's just that defeats the whole point.
I think we can stomach it.
But you're not gonna win anything. Therein lies that.
I'll be the Cannonball champion, and you'll have to recognize that. Unless
Let's a salute when you come on the show. Did the movie create Cannonball Run, or did Cannonball Run create the movie?
Cannonball Run created the movie, and the ambulance that they drove in the movie was the actual ambulance that they ran in the 1979 Cannonball, pretending to be an ambulance. So like Dom and Bert played Hal and Brock, who ran the ambulance in 1979. They played them in that movie in the same ambulance. Funny enough, so in the Cannonball Run movie, at the very beginning of it, you've got that, that kick-ass song with that black Lamborghini zipping through the desert. That in the title sequence, that car was the reason the original Cannonball Run ended. So Brock started it in 1971. He did kind of a test run. Then he went back with Dan Gurney. They ran the Ferrari Daytona against some other cars in 1971. Actually, I have a patch right here. This is their patch from that race. So they ran at 71. They ran again in 75, 77, 79, and 73. I think I'm embarrassed. I can't remember the years all of a sudden. But in 1979, coming up, they ran it in 79 with the ambulance disguise. For the 80 year, Brock's doctor showed up with this black Lamborghini Countach, at the time fastest car in the world, And he's like, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to win your race this year. I'm going to get there. I'm going to smoke everybody. This car go 180 miles an hour. I'm going to smoke everybody, blah, blah, blah. Brock, though, knew this guy had like no racing experience. No, like everybody that runs has to have some kind of racing background. You have to have a lot of car experience. You can't just show up. Like you got to be able to handle a car. But this guy just had no experience. Brock was like, he's going to get killed. Somebody's going to get killed. This is irresponsible. So he pulled the plug on the 1980 Cannonball and never did it again. Now, it was picked up by some other people years later, and then we later grabbed it, and we're still running with it 54 years later. But Brock ended it because of that black Lamborghini. However, in 1981, when they were making the movie, 83, they needed a flashy car for the female and protagonist to drive. They ended up with the exact same Lamborghini in the movie that actually ended the real race. So that was kind of crazy.
Did they used to run when you guys do it now, you just sort of go out on an adventure and time yourself. It's not a bunch of people with a starting line, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do that too. I mean, the record runs are you just run individually, but we have several organized events throughout the year.
I didn't realize.
I mean, so it is 100% just like that. We do like a Le Mans start sometimes where it's like gun goes off, everybody runs to their car and peels out. Sometimes we'll leave staggered, 3 minutes apart, 5 minutes apart.
I'm sure how fast you run to your car has nothing to do with who wins.
It doesn't. It's just it's who can get and bang into their friend. It's how fast can you get to your car and fender bender your friend's car or block them or pull out in front of somebody. It just turns into bumper cars. It's hilarious. But I mean, we have 5 different big organized events like that we do each year. And then people make individual runs just for the fun of it. And then also the record runs happen. Individual runs and the record runs, you kind of do that on your own time. We study traffic patterns, all sorts of stuff, shift changes on law enforcement, weather, road conditions, construction projects, all kind of stuff to find like the ideal times.
Is there an email list where you guys like tell each other you're about to make a run and talk about it in advance?
Oh yeah. We have chat groups that we all communicate with each other. And like when you do a run, there are 40 people following along. You'll have 15 or 20 people come out. Like when we ran the Roadmaster, which I mean, that car was not going to be fast. We figured a 40-hour car. We ended up doing it in 35:57, I think. Like, I mean, we had 15, 20 people come out and meet us at the Red Ball in New York City. They ran blocker for us, blocking intersections, running red lights for us and stuff to get us out of town. We had a guy in a Corvette run behind us all the way into Pennsylvania, just in case we blew past a cop. He was going to swerve around, take the ticket. You got people running scout ahead of you. People run blocker. As you go through each city, friends will come out and pull out in front. They'll run 20 miles ahead of you and like call in cops on the radio. Like, there's 100 people watching you. We have this little link, like a little tracker app, and we'll send that link to people and they can follow us like a little dot on the map. I mean, there's 150 people watching you do it each time you do it. And tons of people come out and help. I mean, they'll meet us.
Twitch stream one of these. That would be so fun.
It's pretty fun, man. Let's do it. I mean,
they call the cops on you right away, dude. That's not how
it would be a terrible idea.
It would be a cop watching the stream, chasing you, donating. You're fucked.
Maybe you could do like a 50-minute delay. Like you'd
have to have about an hour delay on it. I mean, some people have live streamed some stuff before, and we got set up on in Missouri, like total like roadblock. They were waiting on us. So yeah, it's one of those like Fight Club things. Like nobody talks about it. Now, as far as like law enforcement goes, like we post stuff within weeks sometimes of doing the records. Of course, with AI now, we just got to say it's AI. But like if, for example, if we shot an in-car video at 180 miles an hour going past the St. Louis Arch, for example, or Cadillac Ranch or something like that, where an agency could look at that video and say, okay, that video places you in our jurisdiction. Therefore, we're going to chase you for prosecution of reckless driving or whatever. But at the end of the day, it comes down to an out-of-state extradition over a speeding ticket, which the judges know they're going to have such a hard time winning that nobody's ever successfully pushed one on anybody. I mean, we do get busted occasionally, and off the record and ticket clinics sponsor us at different times and they can make magic happen. But as far as like plausible deniability, that kind of stuff with AI now, it's so easy to say, oh, that was AI, or oh, it's for entertainment. Or if we do show like in-car stuff, they'll be like, we just make sure and tell them that we filmed it in Mexico. So, it's just, if they catch us in the act, they got us. But even if we put it up on social media or entertainment, documentaries, I mean, we're in documentaries, we're in TV shows, like they just can't prove it. Like they know we did it. We know they did it, but it's just too hard to prove.
Yeah.
So, but it's fun. I mean, the thing is, like, funny enough, your time is the least important thing about cannonballing. I mean, the community is really tight. I have 100 people that I could call at 3:00 in the morning for anything. And they would do the same for me. And we will drive 600 miles out of the way to go meet somebody to have coffee. Like one of our guys one time got stranded. It was one of those like airport shutdown things a couple years ago. He got stranded up in Chicago. He has a son with autism that kind of gets antsy if he's not around. He needed to get onto his son down in the Florida Panhandle. Like one of our guys drove 4 hours from Wisconsin. Didn't even know this guy, but knew he was in Cannonball. Drove 4 hours down with his dad to bring this guy a car so that guy could cannonball from Chicago to Florida. Then a few weeks later, another guy who was delivering a car to Tallahassee picked the car up in Tallahassee. And then instead of flying back to Arizona from there, he drove it to Atlanta, left it with another cannonballer who fixed something that broke on it on that trip. Then I picked it up and drove it to upstate New York, where a different friend put it on a trailer and hauled it back to Ohio, where the guy from Wisconsin was going to be, and picked his own car up. Like we Pony Express that thing all around the country. I mean, we will bail each other out of jail. If somebody's going through a divorce or a breakup or pops a flare for any reason, like the community, like when you do crime together, you do time together in a way. And like the community and the friendship around that is so incredible. I mean, it's diverse. We've got every color, every race. We've got trans people, gay people, lesbian people, straight people, rich people, poor people, short people, old people, fat people, everybody. But we all share that bond of like, we're going to go out and do some crime together now because they're not going to tell us what to do today. And that bond is so strong, and the friendships we have are so strong through that. Like, I can't even remember my own times half the time. If you win an event the next year, we can't remember if you won last year or not. Like people have record. I have to look up my record sometimes. I'm like, what was my time again? Like it just, the times don't matter. It's just, you're participated in this protest that we all do against the speed limit, that just like the original Cannonball Run was started in 1971, was to show that skilled drivers and well-prepared cars can safely drive faster than the speed limit. And we've been proving that since 1971. We've logged over 1.3 million miles of flat out as fast as we can possibly go racing. There has never been an accident involving another car, and there's only been one accident ever. And that was 3 chicks sponsored by a bra company driving a limo with a toilet in it, and the one driving, trying to help the girl behind her flush the toilet, ran off the road, flipped the limo. That's the only accident in Cannonball history. We have logged, again, 1.3 million miles. We've got, I think, over 500 different times in the record book or in the log book of Cannonball times. 7 of those are mine, but the time is the least important part. Like,
anybody die?
I'm sorry?
Anyone die in the limo?
Oh no, they were fine. Like no injury. There's never been even a skin knee in Cannonball in all those miles in 55 years now.
Damn.
Which is pretty cool. It's the safest motorsport on earth, which doesn't make any sense, but we take safety so seriously. The driver is 100% engaged in driving. The co-driver is 100% engaged in co-driving, looking for hazards, calling lane changes. We've got the cars are sorted, good tires, good suspension, good brakes. We are 100% engaged. Never break the law while you're breaking the law. So like nobody's high, nobody's drunk, nobody's got warrants, nobody's on drugs. People, like, we police ourselves. We have excommunicated people in our group who we love them. Like 2 of my very best friends in the world. I love these guys, but they had to get excommunicated because they just got too competitive and took some risk one time. And unfortunately, like they can't race with us anymore. Like we police ourselves. So
what they do,
so just going, like, passing some people in the bonus lane, like, side of the road, going around some people. The road was closed at one point. They were on some surface roads going way too fast. I mean, nobody got hurt, but it was just like, look, man, like we love y'all, but like, you got to be able to spend thousands of dollars and risk going to jail and 5 or 6 days of your life But if you're going to lose that record over making an unsafe pass, you got to be willing to let all that go and watch that record tick away while you're sitting at a red light because it's not safe to push through it. Like, the safety always has to come first. And we have all kept that. I mean, there's been probably 150 cannonballers over those 55 years. And everybody has just policed that safety and kept that up because that's what it's all about. Like, the first time somebody gets hurt, it's all over.
Yep.
Because like, it was started to protest that we could do it safely. It was ended by its original founder because somebody was going to be in it who wasn't safe. And we have just kept that safety ever since. And, you know, nobody wants to be the one that ruins it. Like, I did a cannonball with a guy from a YouTube channel recently, and he's a good driver. He races cars. He'd never done a cannonball before, but I turn down people all the time. But this guy was qualified, and his co-driver was as well. And we were doing a run, and we were like the last 5 miles. Like, we were so close. We're back on the surface roads, and he's getting a little antsy. And we're trying to beat a certain hour mark. It wasn't really a record, but it just kind of become a goal. And he get a little antsy. He made a couple of risky moves. And I was like, dude, like, nobody is ever going to remember that you have the 133rd fastest cannonball time ever, but they are going to remember that you're the first person to have an accident in 55 years. So like, just the time doesn't matter. Just do it safely and everybody comes home, and we just keep doing that every year.
Well, knock on wood, that continues and is a fun activity. Where can everyone go to find more about Cannonball and everything you do? All
right. Well, Cannonball, the VinWiki YouTube channel is sort of the hall of Cannonball. That's where all of our videos go about our individual runs. They have a playlist there about different Cannonball stories. There's 40, 50 different people's runs and records, including my own. I have my own playlist on there as well. I think I did my 49th video on that channel just recently. So go to playlist, go to Christopher Michaels, stories by Christopher Michaels. You'll see a bunch of crazy stories about stuff I talk about here. You can find me on Facebook and Instagram, Christopher Michaels Art, and at Christopher Michaels Art. Believe it or not, I am an artist. That's what I actually do for a living. Nobody makes money on Cannonball. It's just a fun way to lose it. So yeah, that's how they can find it. And just if a car passes you on the highway at 150 miles an hour covering antennas, then you know it's one of us.
I'll just hope it's one of you guys being safe. All right. Check out all the sponsors and check out VinWiki and Chris.
PKA.
Appreciate it. Always a pleasure, man. Thanks for having me on.